following program is for adult audiences only.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the Vapers' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the stakes that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything.
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
Vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world.
We can't hear nothing now.
No, you can't.
Oh no.
And now you can hear it.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, dangle clocks galore today, ladies and gentlemen. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and your good buddy Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Oh, it's a disaster.
I couldn't hear you. I fixed our problem. It's a disaster today. They don't want the truth butter out there. Government-funded gaslighting. We've been gaslighted for years. Go fill out a PMTA application. You can get your product authorized by the FDA as being appropriate for the protection of public health. Millions of dollars spent by thousands of companies only to be rejected. And all of their money that they spent, You might as well have thrown it in a burn barrel and lit it on fire. Never a dull moment.
Well, wonderful governments.
Hey, Zamplebox is here. Welcome to the show. Wonderful to have you here. Hot diggity dog diggity. Dangle clacks galore, because Kenny and I were once again, scratching our heads trying to get the audio chain working, because it was working on his end, but my end was screwed up because, thank you, Microsoft, for forcing Windows 24 H2 on me yesterday morning. 4 hours.
Done another update.
4 hours I spent reconfiguring everything to work in OBS for a show today. And it was perfect last night. And then, Kenny gets on and he's got his whole setup working and he's so proud of himself because it's like, the problem's not on my end, it's on your end. You're the schmuck.
Yeah, you for a change.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
It's your fault. You identified the problem and you told me that it's on your end, so now you got to fix it before the show, not me. I'm going to sit here and have a good old time. Holy moly.
You can tell he's a bit paid off with that
one. Oh, yeah, because I showed him exactly how you go about fixing it, and it wouldn't let me in it. It said, no apps listed. I'm like, what?
It just
what do you mean there's no apps listed? It's an app mixer. You should list all the apps and then let me mix it.
Nope, not on it. Sorry.
Now it's fixed. And, as long as you guys can hear them, which it looks like you can, everything's working the way it's supposed to.
Well, you see. It's like
so
let's say hello.
Let's say hello and welcome to everybody. Hippie Vapes, hello and welcome, bud. Zamplebox, hello and welcome. Ron Jeremy, Robert Lawyer, Brett Whitney, Mallory Gates, Mitchell Smith, Neil Pitts, Cheryl Demers, and all of you other folks out there that chat print didn't get because we were chatting away the hours before the show even started today.
It's like a game of tennis, this thing, this is a your fault. Nope, it's your fault. Nope, your fault.
It's a game of
backhander.
ping pong.
Your fault.
You just smash the ball your way, and then you smash the ball this way.
Oh, God. That's fun and games.
And then Elgato camera hub crashes in the middle of the intro. Alex, hello and welcome.
Hi, Alex.
Wonderful to have you here.
It's wonderful to have us here with all the dangle clacks we've had.
Let me refresh the Twitter page and see if we're all connected there.
Be careful. I'll get wrong for pressing buttons.
You can press all the buttons you want. They can press buttons out there. They can zap you and they can electrocute you. Are we working on Rumble? Yes, we're working on Rumble. We're working on Twitch. We're working on Twitter, aka X. And now there goes YouTube. Christopher Loray, hello and welcome. I think we got the dangle clacks fixed, buddy.
And he's out there in the Philippines. Wow, thank you for joining us out there, my friend.
Yes, wonderful to have you here.
We are international. We are going international.
And we have no qualms about, telling everybody, the lovely joy of Marlboro and Atria and how safe and effective FDA is. Safe and effective drugs and cigarettes to kill Americans. Because, they're good at that. And they think that all we want is ash flavor, because that's all we love. Pre-smoked cigarette ashes. That's the only flavored e-liquid they're ever going to authorize. Unless we get rid of them all. and start from scratch with people that actually have a brain and actually do want to help the American population out and consequently help the world population out. Because, well, you know, imagine what would happen if they authorized all of the products that originally submitted PMTAs and got a blanket denial. You know how many people would buy American-made e-liquids and how that would rejuvenate all the creative innovation that took place? You know what I'm saying? Red alert! Windows and YouTube want to ban Alex. Was ejected. See, he's got his buttons working.
I forgot about
Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Yes, thank you. That's the whole reason why they fired you. Because you let the truth get out. That's the fact, Jack. Now all we got to do is, you know, have the people start zapping you and, you know, calling out the facts. Brain poison.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
See? Nick's getting the word out there, and we're rebroadcasting it every chance we get.
Let's keep on
You guys
vaping
have
like
an
our lives
opportunity.
depend on it, because they kind of do.
Yes. Yes. And you guys have a chance to put in whatever commands you want. And if you want to call out the liars, well, then just type it in there.
You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!
Yes. And when you're happy about what you see, feel free to cheer. Because we've got plenty of good news, everybody.
Good news, everyone!
I'm speechless.
Trevor, speechless? How did that happen?
What's going on, pal?
Oh. Wow. Now all we need is some cash. There we go.
You're one of those depressing old people, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm one of them depressing old people who's always asking you for money. So this is a value for value proposition. I turned off all those ridiculous, stupid commercials that YouTube wants you to watch so that I never make a penny off of it. And here on the Mixin and Chillin vlog, this is a value for value proposition. So you can drop super chat, super thanks, or time, tools, and talent. You can join the Discord server. You can drop your dad jokes, your hand checks. You can drop pet pictures on there for inclusion in the show every week. Every single contribution makes this show what it is today. And there you go. That's the end of the PBS we're begging for money segment of the stream. Now we can get on to actual real content.
Have you seen my little doodah?
Yeah, looks good in the top left-hand corner of the screen while you're upside down.
I know.
I like it.
It's the boy went. My son, he went, I don't want this J1. And I went, well, it's not exactly a gaming channel, but hey.
It can be.
Whatever.
It can be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, it can be. We could get the FDA to do a 180 and simply change the rules because they're the ones that created the rules. Yes, it goes back to the Family Smoking and Prevention, Control Act, which otherwise is known as the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act. Technically, the law requires them to, determine if it's appropriate for the protection of public health. And they did some rulemaking and a bunch of other stuff. But we could obliterate that whole thing and simply reformulate it so that, well, you have to submit a PMTA for anything that contains tobacco leaves or pieces or parts thereof. Because, well, if it's nicotine, that's technically not tobacco. You don't even need tobacco to make nicotine in a lab nowadays. So therefore, Brian King has already told us, as a general class, these are appropriate for the protection of public health because, well, they're not going to kill you. You can argue about how much safer they are, but if they're 1% safer, they should be sold everywhere cigarettes are. Well, that's if you cared about, not killing people. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. So, you just simply create a registry setup, just like the EU has for selling e-liquids. You register your product in the FDA's database. You spend $50 to register your product, right? Think about it. If all of those millions and millions of applications were resubmitted, $50 a pop, you know that they could create a separate entity, not the Center for Tobacco Products. We could create a separate entity called the Center for Harm Reduction. Because any product that is not going to kill people, like, here's a question for you, Kenny. I was watching Vic's What's Up on Sunday, right?
All right.
Did you know that the FDA in the United States authorized a whole bunch of flavored nicotine products? Do you know what that was?
Really?
Do you know what that was? We talked about them before. I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you think about it, you'll actually be able to answer this question without me telling you the answer.
Come on.
What was it? Do you need a hint?
A hint? Oh, yes. The Zion.
23 of them have been authorized. Vic hasn't a clue about it. He just found out. He says that advocacy is boring. And if it's not boring, it's depressing.
Exactly.
So they really admire Nick for being the big advocate here in the United States. And he said, sadly, we don't have one of those in the UK. How you feel about that, man? He thinks that you don't exist.
He's a tosser. That's why, because he's out for himself.
How many years have you been doing this show every single week?
Ooh. Too long now, isn't it? We're getting old.
This is season 4. You joined me like 4 or 5 episodes in season 1. And you've been here every single week.
That's correct, yes. So we don't do nothing, no, do we? Nothing.
No, we just spend the first 2 hours moaning and groaning about the advocacy that needs to be put out there. Because we want people to know that you can quit smoking. It's very easy to quit smoking. All you need to do is find the flavor that you love. And when you start using it in here, well, then you forget about your cigarettes. Because why are you going to go back to the nasty, yucky tasting cigarettes when you have a flavor that you truly enjoy? You get the same hand-to-mouth action. You get the nicotine, so you don't have cravings anymore. I mean, it's easy peasy. And we got science to back it up.
Speaking of which,
what you got?
You were right. The Dead Rabbit MTL V2. Oh, I have not bought a disposable since I got my hands on that. There she is. Absolutely beautiful on this Dead Rabbit.
Side by side.
V2 on the side by side. And I'll tell you what it is. I don't like that other drip tip, mind. It feels like you're sucking on a straw. So I put the, the normal flat one on, and it's much better.
Yeah.
I don't like the other drip tip on it, but wow. And I'm currently enjoying my my rum and raisin cookie inside there, which yours truly sent us. It was absolutely awesome, matey. Well pleased. Absolutely loving it. But you're right.
We do things the right way,
mate.
We put the advocacy out there, right? We put the advocacy out there, and we get the products legally authorized for sale before we form a company to actually start selling Kenny's Raisin and Rum Cookie. Because it's the best raisin and rum cookie recipe for vaping ever created.
Oh, it is like. I'm not going to disagree with that. Like,
and juicy.
It is goddamn good.
Beautiful mouthfeel. You know how there's some e-liquids out there that when you vape it dries out your mouth and you got to drink like a gallon of water to try and rehydrate yourself? Not
Good news, everyone!
Not
delicious.
This bad boy. There you go. I'm just farting. I was just farting on with this camera, but I do apologize because it was like, get on me tits. There you go.
That's all right. Hey, guess what I got in since our last episode?
Ooh, what?
VSO flavors.
Did you get even? Ooh.
I got my VSO flavors in. And I had to rebottle some of them. But guess what? My beautiful shelf over here fits all of the 60 ml bottles that they sent over.
Awesome, man.
I took the 500 ml bottles, rebottled them into 100 ml bottles that fit on the shelf. So we got a bunch of beautiful VSO flavors to try out for today. What are you doing there, mate?
This is going to be my temporary Be Right Back screen.
We've got adult beverage reviews going on today. We've got all kinds of fun stuff. We also have a featured retro vape from the S'more Corporation, a international stock corporation creating tobacco harm reduction products because, see, they realize the potential in creating products that don't actually kill all their customers.
Actually, we can actually have a dual retro vape because I have one.
Nice. Is that the PX80?
This is the swag.
Yeah, that's the swag PX80. It has a little screen behind the carbon fiber side.
That's right. Yeah, that's the PX80. Sorry, my mistake. But there you go. It's a similar thing.
It's a swag. It's the same family. I've got that one too. Yeah. I like it. I really do. I even got the 510 drip tip, the 510 adapter for it.
Yes, I've got that as well. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I'm like, this is cool, man. I want to be able to use this all the time. I should probably move my Hell Vape mount to lung tank under there. I think that would be really nice.
Ooh, definitely.
Or I could put it on the Digiflavor side by side. We have so many wonderful retro vapes to choose from. And today's is this beautiful swag, the original swag, in the beautiful orange.
Yeah.
So that's going to be our retro vape for today. And, we're out here preaching the good word because teen use is all but gone. Teen cigarette smoking is in the past. Rip Trippers was right. Vaping is the future, and the future's now. And the future has obliterated cigarette smoking in the youth. But people our age are being gaslit by the government.
Yep.
Have been. For a long time. They've been ramping it up and spending more money and more money and more money. It started off with the Truth campaign, the Truth Initiative, the True Cost campaign, and then that turned into this horrible, disastrous anti-nicotine propaganda that we're all exposed to. But the facts reveal themselves.
It's not just vaping, it's just everything generally. It's all propaganda, all bullshit. They've all got an agenda they want us to follow, regardless, because they're all a bunch of you-know-whats.
Bunch of tossers. So let's jump into the news. Without further ado... Oh, sorry, I cut Kenny off, but we got a schedule to keep, I put it in the intro notes and in the description. 30 minutes. We start the news.
Very strict now, boys and girls. He's getting very strict now. He's a bit of a tyrant lately. He is.
Oh, my testosterone level grew 10 times stronger after battling Windows, not allowing our audio chain to work properly.
Oh, he's on a high horse today, lads. He's right up there.
We're on a tyrant raid. No, man. Today's episode has very, very few actual news links because it's going to be a conversation. I'm going to reveal a bit of information out there, and I want all of us to talk about it. Because it doesn't have to be boring and depressing every time you talk about vape news. Because I know the truth.
Yeah. Good news, everyone.
Deep down inside, you know that the genie's been let out of the bottle. Pandora's box is open. This technology cannot disappear. They can shove us into the criminal market. They can shove us into the black market. But there's going to be consequences for their actions, like we're going to see later, that, well, the tobacco wars in Australia have taken an innocent life. Because, well, the criminals aren't the smartest gang in the box, and they went to the wrong apartment and lit it on fire.
Oh, shit. Oh, gee. Oh.
Fortunately, it wasn't near a school like the one that was, back in December. But there still is a loss of life because of the tobacco wars. That wouldn't have happened if they simply legalized these products for sale everywhere. You don't have to go buy packages. You can buy the modern substitute equivalent that isn't going to kill anyone.
Hi, William.
And you're like, this gaslighting thing that you got on your thumbnail, what the hell is all that about, right? Like Mallory was crying the blues about, she's been arguing with Cornholio on X lately. And this guy has always got a smart comeback. Using the gaslit information that our government paid to put out there, the countless media outlets that they bought so that, they could push their anti-nicotine propaganda, despite the fact that, 33 million Americans are still smoking combustible cigarettes, and half of them are going to die because of their cigarette smoking. They're gaslighting us into thinking, well, maybe I don't understand fundamental science, like the fact that oil and water do not mix.
Medical gaslighting. Wow.
Here's your oil and water do not mix. We'll never mix.
The proof is in the pudding.
Nope. How many months ago did we mix this up? We shook the heck out of it. There was oil droplets all throughout that solution. And then once you just, put it down, it's going to separate. Hydrophobic versus hydrophilic. Fundamental science you get taught in 6th grade. Put oil in the water and it'll float on the top all the time. But they don't want us to actually, understand fundamental science. They want us to question everything that we think we know. And it's beyond medical gaslighting. It's public health gaslighting. Medical gaslighting is a real phenomenon. More prominent now than ever because of the opioid epidemic and how the simple solution is, well, we're just not going to allow people to be prescribed opioids. Doesn't matter if they have chronic pain, that they need the opioid. Nobody gets it anymore. Except for the, fact you can go on the black market and buy it.
Well, where there's a will, there's a way, as they say.
But medical gaslighting is a real phenomenon. Medical gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation in which the healthcare professionals undermine a patient's concerns and symptoms and experiences, leading them to question their own sanity and reality. That's what public health has been doing to all of us vapors out there. We are ex-smokers. A bastard hello and welcome. But they want to question it. No, you really aren't feeling better. You can't. Vaping's bad. Causes erectile dysfunction.
It's not
Your
just
wife
that. I
complain
mean,
about
sometimes,
erectile
like,
dysfunction?
it's just sometimes your doctors and like nurses, I mean, your doctors not make you feel like you're a pest and you're a hindrance when when you ring them up for an appointment. Well, what's the matter with you? Blah blah blah. Oh, well, do you really need to see a doctor for that? Fuck off! You're a receptionist. I want to see my doctor. You know what I mean? The receptionists think they're fucking doctors now.
Yeah.
So you've got to get past them before you get Nate gaslight the shite out of you as well. Unbelievable, man.
Dismissing your symptoms.
Yep.
Shifting blame.
Definitely.
Well, if you took care of yourself and you weren't such a fat ass, you wouldn't have these problems.
Lack of empathy as well. That's another one. They talk to you like shit.
Disregarding medical history. You were a former smoker. You now vape. You no longer have the same chronic problems you used to have before. Oh, it can't be because you're vaping. You should quit vaping. Vaping's bad for you. Really? I can go up a flight of stairs without being winded now.
Thank you, William.
Stephen L., hello and welcome. This is the reality that we're dealing with here.
I like that. William Dobson's a legend.
And it's wrong for us to have to seek a second opinion. It's wrong for us to have to find a doctor that truly is willing to understand this technological innovation called nicotine vaping and how it actually is saving our lives. I'm sorry they're not able to financially profit from it.
I don't know if it's the same in the US, but here, like, you've got your GP, which is your general doctor, where you'll go to if you're feeling ill or you've got long-term blah 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 blah, and then if you've got say something particular wrong, say you've got a dodgy heart, then you'll get referred to a heart specialist or a consultant, via the hospital, the expert in that area, and you'll find that expert in that area will say, oh, you need to take this tablet, or you need to do this, or you do that. Just go to your doctors and get the prescription. Okay, go to the doctors. My expert heart doctor told me I need this, this, and this. And the doctor goes, no, you don't. What the fuck? They're always clashing against each other. Because the problem is all your GP surgeries haven't got the funds to give you this medication. That's what it's down to. It's getting like America. It's getting down to the money problems.
And here, my mother is complaining about her medicine causing her worse problems than when she started taking it. Now she's got such low blood pressure that every time she wants to get up off the sofa, she feels like she's going to pass out. And she's like, Can you just cut the dosage in half? Well, no, you can't do that. Makes her feel like such a piece of shit for bothering this doctor because she doesn't want to take these pills. So guess what she did?
That's what I like.
She took her life into her own hands and says, you know what? I'm just going to take this and cut this pill in half and take half a pill a day. And guess what? Her symptoms went away. And she went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, oh, you look fantastic. Your color's so much better. She's like, how's that dizziness? She's like, I don't have it anymore. Oh, that's wonderful. See, I told you needed to stick with it. She's like, no, I cut my pills in half. Well, no, you can't do that. You got to take the whole pill. Why?
Nope.
Was I worse the last time I was here when I was following your advice? And am I better now that I'm not following your advice? Well, you just don't know. That's not going to help you.
It's like when you told me, remember when I was suffering from gout and I had them horrible tablets and you said you drank, was it cranberry juice or something you drank?
Cherry juice.
Like that?
Cherry juice.
I told my doctor that and they went, no, you don't do that. I said, really? Honestly.
I don't take a pill for my gout. When I feel that it's starting to come on, I drink some cherry juice. Just like a half a cup, 2 or 3 times a day. And in 24 hours, that symptoms that I was starting to feel like my gout was coming on, they go away. It's that simple.
natural remedies. There's probably more natural remedies out there than what there is tablets.
How many other remedies are out there that we're not allowed to find out about, we're not allowed to use? We have to take their pills so that, the big pharmaceutical companies can make some money. Which, ironically, the money trail always ends up, going back to these big pharma companies. And that's what we're going to get to today. Because they want to demonize us for our therapeutic nicotine usage.
Oh, really? Okay.
There are therapeutic benefits for the use of nicotine, especially as you get older. You start having some mild cognitive impairment. Guess what? You can vape, or you can get one of these pouches, or you can get a patch and stick it on your arm. It doesn't matter how you consume it. And you will see the firsthand results and benefits of this use yourself. And then nobody's going to convince you otherwise, no matter how much they try and gaslight you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're interested, there's a link in the description below to the Safer Nicotine Wiki Therapeutic Benefits page, and you can check out all the potential benefits for all the various illnesses that are out there. But we already know it includes, attention, ADHD, and this is one of the reasons why I'm an outlier here, and I don't have a problem with the kids wanting to use nicotine. What harm is going to befall these kids?
Nope.
Don't smoke a cigarette.
None whatsoever.
You want these pouches or the patches? You're allowed to walk into the store and buy the nicotine patch. If you're 16 years old, nobody's going to stop you.
Exactly. You can go and buy them, no problem.
But all of a sudden now, because it's in a vape, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. What?
It's going to kill you. No, it's not.
Like, I'm sick and tired of this characteristic that they have out there for this thing. Oh, the current use. Bullshit, it's not current use. Because you tried it, looked at it, or farted around it. Now you're a current user. If you've seen it or done it or smelled it in the last 30 days. Bullshit. Unless you're using it every day. That's just experimentation.
Exactly. It's trying it out.
So does that mean that, when you're binge drinking once a year, you're an alcoholic? Is that how it works?
This is it, isn't it?
I'm tired of people being gaslit and, giving into these idiots that are out there, making you question your own sanity. Speaking of which, did you know that alcohol use disorder is also benefited from nicotine consumption?
Yep.
You'll drink less if you're a nicotine user? Although it's kind of always ironic, every time I went drinking, I had to smoke.
Well, this is it. It went hand in hand, didn't it? A pint. Well, in the UK, it was a pint and a cigar. When, a pint and a cigarette was the same thing. But cigars were massive in the day.
Do you know that cigars are not as deadly as cigarettes are?
No, because I believe there's two different ways you can smoke them as well. You don't have to actually inhale them. You can just put it in your mouth, and blow it out. Or if you are an inhaler, I don't think they're as bad as. I don't know. It's because they haven't got as many chemicals in as a cigarette because there's no filter. It's just a leaf in it. At the end of the day, it's rolled up. So,
first off, you don't inhale it as deeply into your lungs. I did whenever I smoke cigars, but. Most people don't inhale it into their lungs, let alone deep into their lungs like you do a cigarette.
Yeah.
Right? And second off, as a cigar smoker, you don't smoke them one right after the other in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week like you do a cigarette.
I knew people that actually switched to cigars to quit smoking. And it worked with some of them. Some of them give up the cigarettes and just stuck with cigars. So, you know what I mean?
Do you know that if you have arthritis, your pain will be moderated or modulated if you consume nicotine?
Wow.
There's a whole list of medical conditions that could benefit from nicotine consumption. There's plenty of science already out there. Now imagine if they let the floodgates go and instead of only focusing on underage illegal usage of nicotine, they actually researched, the people that could benefit from it. how many more studies would back up what these studies have already told us? Renegade research, long COVID, treating long COVID with nicotine patches.
It's kind of the same scenario with the cannabis, blah, blah. You know, it's illegal. Yet again, that's got lots of benefits, including medical conditions as well. But, you know, it's a no-no. It's a nasty, you know. Well, in this country is anyway.
Yeah, well, the fact is they had to deal with the fact that eventually the truth gets out there, and then you got angry moms who don't want their children to take these pharmaceutical anti-seizure medications that don't actually stop the kids' seizures. And they find out that if they take some cannabis oil and they put it underneath their kid's tongue, that they don't have seizures. And we talked about the kid that had seizures and they got a nicotine patch, and the patch got rid of their seizures. Yeah. Nicotine gets rid of seizures as well.
Crazy.
Look at it. There's Parkinson's disease.
Bollocks.
I'm not going to go over it. We've talked about this numerous times before. And isn't it amazing how, you know, Trump put this whole block on federal agencies communicating with the public, right? And froze the funds. And then Elon Musk is going around with his Doge, finding out where all of our money's been going. And anytime he comes across something that doesn't make any sense, he just shuts it down.
Can you enlighten me, right? Well, what is Elon Musk doing in this government? He's not a politician. What's his game? Is he like he's the Trump's PA or something? Who is he?
Honestly, I think it boils down to the fact that he's scared shitless because the government is so far in debt that if we don't reverse course and start going back into the black, that the entire American economy is going to end up crumbling. We are paying so much on our debt, the interest payments on the debt we already have, that it already exceeds our military spending.
It's the same, yeah. Where the fucking this $20 billion pound black hole we inherited, you know, we're the fucking same, you know, the interest on the debt is just not fucking coming down. But even so, I mean, Rick, if he's going to be Trump's fucking little puppet, like, you know, stay away. He's making comments about our government, no country, you know, that's shit. Like, no, fuck off, mate. You're America. You get on over there. We'll carry on here. You know what I mean?
See, that's what happens when you get testosterone. It's kind of like when you go to the pub and you get your beer muscles, right?
Yeah,
you tell people what you really think.
Yeah.
You tell people when you get your beer muscles, you tell people what you really think. Because you're more concerned about getting it off your chest than you are about hurting their feelings. And quite honestly, mate, we talked about it. You joked around about it on the last episode on the dad joke section. When we showed the police showing up in the UK. Here in the United States, we have the Behavioral Analysis Unit where, well, it's a specialized group of law enforcement officers that study psychiatric problems in people that end up becoming serial killers, right? Do you guys have that in the UK, or you guys have people out there that are going out chasing people that are posting memes and, derogatory social media posts?
I've probably got a bit of both. It's probably the experts that's posting the memes.
And now the cops are going down to chase them in and throw them in a pokey. Free speech is for everybody, and it especially covers the speech you don't like to hear.
Yeah.
Because without it, they can silence everyone.
It's not just that, you know, it's that old saying, isn't it? The truth hurts. Mm-hmm.
But here we go. Here's the news. Here's the news for you. Ready? We just talked about it. Just like we talked about it last week. We talked about it a week before. I said I need to go and find some of this different stuff. I got the coffee flavored one. I got the citrus one. They're just dry, crappy pouches. No kid's going to want to abuse that. But the FDA authorized 20 flavored Zyme nicotine products and is appropriate for the protection of public health.
Ooh, very nice.
And they're bragging, like they did in the drug wars, that they confiscated $7 million worth of illegal e-cigarettes.
Whoa, that's an achievement and a half. Well, hey, what about the other billion that's still floating out there?
0.04% of the market. One time.
Yeah.
Guess what you missed the next day?
Yeah. Put a 0 on the end of it. That's what you missed.
And here's what I'm talking about, youth vaping. Oh my God, we're doing all right. We don't want to talk about how we're doing all right, but we've come down from 14.1% to 10% in 1 year.
Ooh, see?
And now it's 2025, 2 years later, and we still kept coming down. We're at the lowest nicotine consumption in youth in all of recorded history. When you add up the vaping, the pouches, all of it, it is the lowest nicotine use by adolescents in recorded history. But nobody's talking about it. Because if we stop talking about it, our funding's going to go away.
Exactly. Money, money, money. Motherfuckers.
So you want to talk about the money? Let's talk about the money. Here's this beautiful website. I discovered this on Patrick's show, Son of Liberty Radio, on Friday nights. And I came to realize, well, you could search anybody. Really? And you can track the money? So when, there's federal funds that end up in public charities' pockets, you can not only track the funds that came from the government that went there, but you can track the money that leaves there and goes to a whole bunch of other organizations who are also getting federal funds for their own job to do. Right? So let's start with one that everybody knows. How about the Truth Initiative? Would you be surprised to find out that you've got the Truth Initiative and then you've got a foundation that is a fundraiser for the Truth Initiative?
Wow.
Because money doesn't make money unless it's moving.
Mm.
And would you be surprised to find out that they take this money and they send it to a whole bunch of other organizations? And a whole bunch of other organizations send them money. So the Truth Initiative Foundation got $601,408 from the federal government. What did they do with it? I mean, they got $268 million in gross receipts. How did they get $268 million? Well, when you're rich, you get to form as many corporations as you want. And you get to form as many charity organizations as you want. So that, you can perform your philanthrocapitalism. It's called whitewashing the money. William Dobson, thank you for the very generous £5 donation. Very much appreciated. Half a coffee on me.
Thank you, William.
Thank you, sir.
Legend, sir.
Yeah, because I'm saving up right now. I'm going to end up trying to get my hands on one of these new 5070 Ti's that are coming out next week. 2 days.
Oh.
Got to update the graphics card. This 3060 just is not capable of cutting it with what we're pushing on it. Because I got a whole bunch of new special effects I want to put on here, but I can't because I'll break the computer. Anyway, getting back to our real newsworthy stuff here. So the federal government gave Truth Initiative Foundation $601,000. Well, they decided to route $6,000 to Trinity College, who also got $1.7 million of money from the federal government. For what? to bash vaping, to come out with some bullshit scare story scientific study where, Clive Bates, we haven't heard Clive Bates in a while. Where's Clive? Let me see if I remember this.
Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping!
Oh! Oh! Vaping causes testicular cancer. No, it doesn't.
Oh!
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Cures erectile dysfunction.
$1.7 million from the federal government was allocated to tell you that it did. And at the end of the study, it tells you, well, it's not what really we found out, but we don't talk about this. This is at the end of the conclusion thing that nobody ever reads because you got to read the whole study to get to it. And what we found out was cigarette smoking does that. It's nothing to do with vaping. We didn't actually study a vape. We had one in the lab, just to get an idea of how this could be like a cigarette. We couldn't figure it out. But so we wrote the story on cigarette smoking and called it a day. And then said we need more funds to do more studies to be more sure that we don't know what we're doing. So what else happened? Where else did this money go? Look at all these trails. $6,000 went to, let the Trinity College finish off this study that they got $1.7 million from. And, well, here we've got the Research Foundation for the State University of New York. What? So you've got a public university that has a research foundation generating money for them, even though they have money that they operate off of. But they got $708 million to come up with more anti-vaping propaganda. And this is like...
now.
What? So you wonder why Elon Musk is going around with this Doge and just shutting a bunch of stuff down. Well, if you came across and realized that they were spending billions of dollars to gaslight the American public, wouldn't you want to shut that down?
I can kind of see that one, yeah.
And you're like, well, you're just looking at scientific studies and stuff. Oh, yeah? How about the action on smoking and health? Did they get any public funds? No.
Nope.
They didn't.
Not a thing.
Well, actually, they did. From the Truth Initiative, they got $20,000. But they didn't get any taxpayer funds directly. They got it through the Truth Foundation. And, well, oh, my goodness. They sent $94,000 over to, where's this going? The East Bay Community Foundation. Well, what's the East Bay Community Foundation? I don't know. Wasn't able to find anything out about it. Look how complicated and convoluted this whole thing is. This is the money flow from just the Truth Foundation.
And I'd like to see, you don't think it's like this one big company thinking, right, we've got this much money, and if we've got this much money, we might, get taxed or whatever. So let's create this little subsidiary or this little company and this little company, and we'll just share the money around it and make it look like we're, you know what I mean? It seems like they're all just popping up these. I mean, a philanthropy advisor who they're just things you just wouldn't think of, you know what I mean? Who's a Rockefeller? I mean,
it's money laundering. Neil Pitts hit the nail on the head. That's all this is.
Money.
You would think that the philanthropic people that are out there that create these foundations take their billions of dollars and funnel it into, handfuls upon handfuls, fistfuls of these philanthropic organizations to divvy up the money to do good for society, right? No.
It's not.
They create these organizations to leech money off of the federal government by putting up for these grants and projects that are gaslighting the American public. $27 million to the Rockefeller Philanthropic Advisors Incorporated. What? Who is that?
I mean,
what are they doing?
Exactly. The fucking made up names. Some of these they've got to be.
Alzheimer's disease and related disorders is the name of our organization. Well, what do?
Nothing. You just get $30 million.
We funnel a bunch of money.
Yeah.
We give it away. It's a tax write-off for us. And it's a tax write-off for other organizations to give us money. Meanwhile, we just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, the federal government is going broke. You're kind of like the alcoholic that goes to the bar every Friday night and buys everybody a round of drinks. Meanwhile, you haven't paid your mortgage in 6 months.
Yeah.
And the sheriff's already put a notice on the thing that you got till the end of the month to get out. But you still showed up at the bar and bought everybody a round of drinks.
Shit.
You wonder why he's going around and shutting stuff off? This is why. Who's the National Foundation for the Centers for what? For what?
Centers for, yes.
George Washington University? Blackfield Community College? Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center? All this is interrelated with the Truth Foundation. Meanwhile, we've got a couple blokes over in England that created the Honesty Initiative that is going to tell you more truth than the Truth Initiative ever will tell you.
Honesty
But sure.
Initiative.
And this is just one federal tax code, employee identification number that I searched for just the Truth Foundation. You can search any one of these other organizations because they list their EIN number, and it shows you the money, and it shows you exactly which way it goes. Why would Champlain Valley Family Center for Drug Abuse, whatever, give money to the Truth Initiative Foundation?
Talk about sharing the love. Jesus.
That's just one organization. Link is in the description below if you want to go and do your own searches. All you got to do is figure out what somebody's EIN number is, and you can search their funds. And this is all compiled based on the 990s they're required to file every single year. Where they got money, who they gave money to. This makes the American Vapor Manufacturers Association little chart of money flow look like child's play.
It does like. Okay, now. Holy shit. It's madness, that like.
It is madness. And we're going to take it to the next level because, well, Stand with Vape posted this, right? Seriously, how the fuck does FDA Tobacco commit nearly an entire year's budget to anti-vaping disinformation? Meanwhile, Dr. Brian King has never taken a drug test that we know of. But he's good at telling people about how vaping is not appropriate for the protection of public health, even though as a market class, it is significantly less harmful than cigarette smoking. What?
Yep. Okay.
You collect a paycheck for gaslighting us like that?
Damn.
It gets better, dude. Let's look into this a little bit further, shall we? Let's talk smoking guns. And this is just one. I pointed to one. This is number 2 today. But here's a beautiful one. Ready? We knew that the FDA was funneling hundreds of millions of dollars into anti-vaping propaganda. Turns out it's been well over $1 billion. Just
really?
one company called True North Communications raked in more than $1 billion to run psyops against vaping, while the FDA approved 6,000 brand new combustible tobacco products and denied millions and millions of products that it actually admits is less harmful than cigarette smoking. But we're not supposed to get upset about it. Oh, no. Well, public health isn't public health. It's a time that we recognize the true facts behind all this. It's pharma-backed disinformation warfare against the American population. And you might as well be truthful and say, well, it's against the whole world.
Jesus. Holy cow.
Mike Bencyber has already exposed that PSYOPs aren't just for foreign wars that we apply to foreign adversaries. It is now being used against the American population. And actually, this financial data comes to realize that it's actually being used against all the population of the entire globe. And Data Republican is the website we were just looking at, right? So here's the actual figures if you want to check them out. Here's the grant number that was awarded by HHS. True North Communications, $569,417,914.31. Here's another grant, $287,075,594. Here's another one from HHS, $115,191,123.46. And here's another $115 million contract from HHS.
Oh, Jesus. Ouch.
To gaslight the American population.
Damn.
The FDA's $700 million disinformation machine funded by smokers and fueled by lies. How much did FDA really spend demonizing vaping? 500 million, 600 million, 700 million, $1 billion? Follow the money. That's one thing that's definitely going to be coming out of this whole Doge situation. As he comes across all this stuff, it's being computerized. And the American population is going to find out how much of their money has been wasted actually hurting the American population.
It's all about the children. It's all about
That's
the
the
kids.
biggest lie they have ever come across to brainwash the population into believing.
Right, man. Wow. Bit of an eye opener, like, definitely. Gee, and an eye water as well.
It's ridiculous. You want to get upset because your company was ruined? There was thousands of companies that were ruined because of this whole PMTA gaslighting that they're doing. They know that it can save Americans' lives. They don't care because their big pharma buddies need to make their profit, and they can't do it if you quit smoking.
Too true.
I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of uncertainty about different things, but I am not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things that I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask why we're even here. I don't have to know the answer. I don't feel frightened not knowing things. By being lost is a mystery of the universe without any purpose. Which is the way it really is, as far as I can tell. No! I have a purpose in life, and I'm here to save American smokers' lives. And smokers' lives all across the globe by bringing them the truth butter that they need to hear. The government's been lying to them. This product will actually save your life, not cause you any harm. Certainly not the harm that you're going to get exposed to as you continue to smoke cigarettes. Get lost, Professor Feynman. You have no clue what you're talking about. Because when the truth butter doesn't get out there, this is what kind of shit happens. Appley Tobacco Shop targeted an armed robbery. A tobacco shop employee has been threatened during an armed robbery at the tobacco shop in Brisbane's North End. Get the full story if you subscribe to our newspaper. You told me all I needed to hear already. Thanks.
I'm sick of hearing that shit and all. Subscribe. No.
Because it's all about profit. That's all they care about. Breaking news. I know, you're not supposed to get political. This is a vaping channel. But the facts of the matter is this is going to touch vaping in more ways than you could possibly imagine. Doge discovers USAID secretly funneled $4 billion to Bill Gates, plus another $800 million to the World Health Organization, which also received $700 million on a separate incident. So you wonder why they're panicking? Because Trump cut off the World Health Organization and said, we're not funding you. You're working against our interests.
Shit. Damn.
How many years has this been going on? And nobody knew about it because nobody bothered to look. But we should be upset because, oh my God, our funding's going to get cut off. We talked about that last time. There's a guy that was doing a study to determine if the wheels on the bus actually go round and round or not. And he was fired before he could figure it out.
Exactly. People don't... There's got to be fiddles like this all over the world. When I show you all these governments and government officials, they've all got their thumbs in some kind of pie, haven't they?
Meanwhile, this is what they're worried about. We got to protect the children. They're not doing it.
No.
Despite how much you've been talking about it. They're not doing it.
If anything,
cigarette smoking at 1%.
If there's anything that actually scaring smokers away from vaping, that's that aim. That's what they're doing. It's got fuck all to do with whether kids vape or not. They don't want adult smokers to quit smoking because they're making money out of it.
Well, they can't stop this evolution. It's not just, a revolution. It is now evolution of technology. Technology will march along whether you try to stop it or not. It doesn't care what you think.
It will, because you know yourself, whatever they tried to ban or tried to stop or try to, unauthorize, the industry finds a loophole. It finds a way to get around it. Look like you said.
Not only does it find a way to get around the loopholes, mate, it also tries to improve customer satisfaction.
Yeah.
Last month, I did the review on this product from Oxbar. This pod lets you adjust the ice from 0 to brain freeze.
Yeah.
What did they do this month? They said, well, that's kind of a ridiculous thing. Why don't we come out with a device that lets you decide if you want to turn the nick off, you can turn the nick off. You want to get off of nicotine? Here's the perfect product to do it. You can sit there and vape on a 5% solution, or you can click a button and go from 5% nick to 20 milligrams of nick. No, that's 30. From 0 to 10 to 30 to 50. Those are your choices. So if you want to vape with no nicotine, you can do it with this one.
That's cool.
You can switch your nick off.
It's like what I'm saying, like you say, with them banning just, single-use disposables all over the world. They're already one step ahead of the game now with all the other stuff they're bringing out now, so they're not going to win.
And we're going to see a new influx of these little pod thingies. This one here is by Kumiho. This is a Thoth C. Wotofo is coming out with their little pods systems that they got. And you got your choice of all the different coils, whether you're mouth to lung or direct to lung. They have every single coil to fit in between all the different choices. You could legit use a pod system for direct to lung.
Neil's kind of hit something on the head there. A kid puffs on an e-cig. We have to spend $1 billion to save him. But that same kid is drinking water out of lead pipes, and we don't have the money to install new pipes. How true is that statement?
Exactly.
Wow.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, mate, of how we have innocent casualties now in Melbourne. Fatal house fire in Trugonia, linked to Melbourne's tobacco wars. Police investigating a fatal house fire in Melbourne's West End, January, now believe that the blaze was an arson attack linked to the state's tobacco wars. Katie Tangi, 27, died in the fire at a townhouse in Dover Street in Trugonia in the early hours on the 16th of January. Ms. Tigana is the first person to die in a deliberately lit fire linked to the ongoing turf wars involving the state's illicit tobacco trade. Police say that Ms. Tigana was house-sitting for her brother, who was overseas on his honeymoon. She called OOO just after 2 a.m. on the night of the fire to say that she was trapped inside of a burning building. Detective Inspector Chris Murray from the Arson and Explosive Squad said that investigators believe that the deliberately lit fire was a targeted attack, but at the wrong address.
Oh, dear. Fuck. Ouch.
We know it is linked to the illegal tobacco trade. That's one thing we can say with high degree of certainty. This was always our fear, that someone would die as a result of the tobacco wars, and unfortunately it's come to its fruition. It's no surprise, unfortunately, that this person has died in the hands of individuals who are using arson as a means of conducting their criminality and controlling what choices are available to the people that are forced to buy these products in the black market.
Well, it's exactly, the government there has got blood on their hands now, for somebody has died unnecessarily because of all this fucking shit and bullshit that they're spraying all over the population. You know what I mean? Absolutely disgusting.
When are they going to learn their lesson? They need to reverse course. These products should be legally sold every single place you can get a pack of fags, a pack of durries, a pack of cigarettes. People are going to get their smokes. There's nothing you can do to stop them from buying them. Did it stop us when the price went up? Every time the price went up again to cross another threshold of a whole dollar or a whole quid increment, we cried the blues about it, but it didn't change our behavior at all.
At the end of the day, you used to say, if it goes over, I don't know, $5 a pack of cigarettes, that's it, I'm buying no more. Here we are now, like what, $70 in some parts of the world, and people are still buying them.
Yeah, but at $70 a box, you're not buying them from the store unless you have no other choice. If some bloke is going to offer you a $20 pack of smokes on the street corner, you don't care what brand it is or what country it came from or what other additives might be in those cigarettes. You're going to want your cigarettes, and $20, you can buy 3 of them for the cost of one from a legit store.
There you go. There you go. You've hit the nail on the head there, right? There's also, not only is there probably a massive black market for illegal vape products, but there's also a massive black market for tobacco cigarettes. But they don't seem to focus on that as much as they do with the black market vaping products. And yet there's probably more black market tobacco than what there is fucking vaping. But the tobacco doesn't get, no. They don't bust and seize $70 million worth of cigarettes and tobacco related. No, they go, we bust $2,000 worth of vape products. Great. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, this lady is now dead because of this ridiculous tobacco war.
Exactly.
It's like the insane drug war. Until you look at the economics of the drug war, you will never understand how it can never be won. The more penalized you make the system, the more profit you create for the criminal entities that are serving the black market demand. The harder you get on it, the worse this is going to get. The only way to win this war is to stop fighting the war. Legalize it all. Put a fair, equitable tax on it, and the black market supply will go away because there's no reward for them to sell it.
It's just shit, man, honestly. But we are dispensable. People like that are dispensable to the people in power. They're nothing. They're just dispensable, you know. It's just the way they work, you know. Well, else way down. Never mind. We're still making $1 trillion a day out of it, so who cares? You know what I mean?
Here's a good question. If pharmaceutical advertisements are considered free speech, why aren't tobacco advertisements? Why aren't vape advertisements?
Yeah.
Why can't vape shops tell the people that if you switch from combustible cigarettes to this stuff, you'll save your life? Here's a scientific study to prove it.
Henningham, that death was in Australia. It's all the vape gang was. I'm sorry you just missed what we're talking about. That's basically what it was.
Yep.
It's collateral damage. That's what they call it. You know, the government, somebody's died. That's just collateral damage. You know what I mean? Bollocks. That's what it all is. Just collateral damage to them.
It isn't for her brother, for her mother.
Nope, obviously not.
For her children, for her grandparents, for her friends and family and her neighbors. That's not collateral damage. That's a human being.
Yep.
Why aren't we more outraged at this constantly taking place? Our entire lives.
Oh, shit.
Here we go. Apathy Miller posted this lovely little statement. So let's go through it, shall we? If nicotine was so harmful, why don't they tell people not to eat tomatoes and potatoes and dozens of other nightshade family vegetables that have nicotine in them? Why are patches not age-gated like cigarettes are? Why can a 10-year-old walk in and buy a box of nicotine patches and nobody bats an eyelash to it? But, oh, my God, we catch that 10-year-old trying his friend's vape, and, oh, now they're a permanent tobacco user.
Yeah, it's permanent, even if you tried it.
Do you not think that the CDC and FDA are captured by Big Pharma and Big Tobacco, who makes up over half of their budget in user fees alone? America's health system is about keeping people sick in the status quo. Just like you've said numerous times that there's a cure for cancer. There's got to be cures for cancers out there. But they don't want us to find out what's causing the cancer, because if we figure out what's causing it, then we'll not expose ourselves to those toxins. But then there's no money to be made by anyone. It's
probably
sad.
in all the processed food we eat as well.
Vaping, snus, and nicotine pouches are a huge disruption to the big pharma and tobacco profit model. Pharma also funds our media, our schools, our hospitals, American Heart Association, Lung Association, Cancer Associations, almost every health organization in America and the world. And until FDA banned vaping, 99% of the products were not from big tobacco. They were made by small companies, former smokers who stopped thanks to their vaping, and the FDA gave the vaping industry to big tobacco because, well, the Family Smoking and Tobacco Prevention Act is actually the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act. It has nothing to do with stopping smoking. Just so pharma and tobacco can make up their budget because of money.
Definitely.
There are literally over 10,000 studies showing that vaping is a fraction of the risk of smoking. The Royal College of Physicians and Cochrane being just two of the largest organizations out there putting this information together for us to have access to. Does it mean that vaping is healthy? Well, it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the reality of the situation that you cannot confine people into a little pen and have them live their life out in this little confined area, it is healthy. We've already talked about how it's healthier than the alcohol that we're allowed to consume on the show week after week after week that'll never give us demonetized. Alcohol consumption has a higher cancer risk than vaping.
Mm-hmm.
But people are, gaslighted into thinking that, this is bad for you. Show me the science that I would actually believe that it's harmful to me or anybody, regardless of their age. I could go on, but you guys can only handle so much of my pontification week after week after week.
Right, no. We love it. We love it, mate. We love it when you go on your soapbox. It's great.
Tonight in a serious condition after what hero neighbours have rushed to the aid of a teenage boy found stabbed in front of his Salisbury North home. The victim is tonight in a serious condition after what's suspected to have been a vape deal gone wrong.
This blood-stained car, the aftermath of a brutal stabbing attack against a teenage boy.
If it wasn't for us, then you never know.
Qasim Al-Hariri and his dad used their own Camry to rush the victim to hospital after hearing his distress in the street.
He just said, "Help me," in a low voice. I walked up to him and I saw that his car's filled with blood and his stomach's filled with blood. Like, it was a mess. It was a mess.
The drama unfolded in front of the victim's Leon
you know what he
Street
done
home
first,
in
didn't you?
Salisbury North just before 8:30.
You know what he done first? Fuck you bleeding. Put that vape down.
Mate, we covered this when this originally came out 3 months ago.
Yeah.
You see the date on there?
Yeah. 1st the 9th, 24. Fucking hell. Unbelievable.
And here's the difference, okay? For years upon years upon years, these regulators have only focused on their policies and procedures. Who in all of creation has stopped for a moment to go, are all these things that we're spending money on actually accomplishing what they were originally intended to accomplish? The PMTA process was put in place to create a pathway for tobacco harm reduction for products that are appropriate for the protection of public health so that they can consume these products and these products can replace the combustible cigarettes that we know will kill half of all people that use it as directed. Nobody's done that.
Yep.
The regulators are happy to go through the machinery process that they've imposed on themselves, blanket denied all these products that aren't going to kill a freaking soul out there. Meanwhile, we've got 6,000 brand new combustible tobacco products that are authorized because of the regulatory process that says, well, it's substantially equivalent to the shit that's already going to kill you, so you're allowed to fucking sell it.
Yeah.
But in their infinite wisdom can say, well, as a market class, these products are substantially less harmful than cigarettes, but it's still not appropriate for protection of public health for you to sell it. What?
Yep.
And they've gaslit the public into believing that there's any logical pathway to that? Bullshit. One of the greatest mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions. No, it's time we fucking look at these policies, look at the spending, and go, what results have we gotten by doing this? By spending our money on this bullshit, where has it gotten us? It's only made the situation worse, and now we've got innocent bystanders that don't even frickin' use this stuff that is now dead because of it.
Yep.
It's time to reverse course.
Man.
We talked about, Klein Bates had this discussion with Brent Stafford on Regulator Watch, which I thought was comical when I watched Vic's last UK show, where he talked about, have a conversation with the guy that makes the mods and stuff.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
think that Brent Stafford's an American bloke.
Really?
No, motherfucker. Regulator Watch is a Canadian show.
Wow.
He's a hoser, not a bloke. He's not a bogan.
Well, there you go.
He's a hoser. Canadian. Week after week, we're out here pontificating about this. If someone cuts their cigarette consumption from a pack a day to half a pack a day, they've reduced their risk of suffering from a smoking-related cancer by as much as half. It's common sense logic. That's why I've advocated for a long time that says every puff you take on a vape is a puff you're not taking on a cigarette. How is that not appropriate for the protection of public health? People need to stop being stupid and stop allowing their beliefs to be gaslit. It's time for us to get the facts out there. Let's fall back to fundamental basic science, like the fact that oil and water cannot mix. I don't care how many times he tells you that they're miscible in this, miscible in that. Well, yeah, oil is miscible in eggs if you beat the fuck out of it and then call it mayonnaise. It's time for this guy to wake his ass up, too. Can somebody tell me how non-smoke nicotine became political? Excuse me?
Pardon?
Where the fuck have you been the last... Your entire life. My entire life as a cigarette smoker, I was constantly bashed and berated for my choice to consume it. And now that we've quit combusting cigarettes, we're still bashed and abused and berated for our choice to continue consuming nicotine in a safer product.
What exactly have you got your PhD in, mate? You know what I mean? Dumbness.
Well, you mean, is he like Dr. Phil? That's not really a doctor?
Yeah. Just got some initials on the end of his name.
Speaking of Clive Bates, a broadly applicable idea comes before us today, and it includes intractable social systems more than many realize. So the drug market is not quite as you thought it was. The nicotine market is also not quite as you thought it was. And, well, it's time for us to face reality. Public health is not quite as we thought it was either.
So the universe is not quite as you thought. So the universe is not quite fucking hell, really?
That's the wonderful thing about science, man. Shit. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't fucking understand.
Yeah. Wow.
A smartphone app to help them give up vapes. The government's encouraging young people to kick one addiction by replacing it with another, launching a smartphone app to help them give up vapes.
It's the latest attempt to clamp down on a health problem that's spiralling out of control.
Frightened.
Spiraling out of control, mate. People are giving up their dairies and we can't have that. Oh,
no!
Neighbours had to flee their homes after the weekend's second firebombing attack. A tobacco shop in Pascoe Vale was hit just before dawn, sending fierce flames dangerously close to nearby apartments.
Hero neighbours have rushed to the aid of a teenage boy found stabbed in front of his Salisbury North home. The victim is tonight in a serious condition after what's suspected to have been a vape deal gone wrong.
Disposable vapes are behind a dramatic rise in fires at recycling plants because of their lithium-ion batteries. Despite sale restrictions, there's been a 140% surge in the single-use product being thrown into the rubbish, according to Clean Up Australia. The government's encouraging young people to kick one addiction by replacing it with another.
Every single story there demonized vaping. Not one positive story. Everything demonized it. And no wonder.
And the best part of it all, none of the stories admitted their complicity in the situation that they fucking created.
Exactly.
It's their demonization of tobacco and nicotine that created this drug war.
Exactly. Christ. Holy moly. You've got to laugh.
It's kind of
at
funny
them,
because
like,
before the stream started today, we had a conversation. I think it was Robert Lawyer who was having the conversation with me and talking about families and stuff. I talked about how my son has moved back into the house after a long-term relationship that, you know, we essentially treated her as our daughter-in-law because it's been going on for so long.
Yeah.
They've been living together. Well, he all of a sudden woke up one morning and says, you know, this isn't for me. All right.
Okay.
I don't want you living out of your car. You got a room downstairs that's not being used anymore. Your sister moved out. She's in California. And I just found out that she's pregnant. So I'm going to be a granddaddy before the year's over.
Yeah. Congratulations on that.
But neither here nor there, the conversation devolved into the fact that back when we were children, this is what holidays looked like.
Yep.
Family traditions, having relatives over, passing traditions on from generation to generation. That's all gone by the wayside because of the shitty economy that we're living in, where both parents have to fucking work full-time jobs and maybe another part-time job just to make ends meet. And then you wonder why kids are picking up a vape. Mommy and Daddy are never home.
It's because it's all stress and bullshit that, you know, it's being forced on them now. Life was so much easier. Do you not think, like, technology in a sense has put more stress on people's lives than when we didn't have it? Because we didn't have technology. I think we were more carefree, you know. We didn't care, you know. We just went out, we played all day. We didn't rely, you know, weren't glued to a phone or nothing. Even the TVs, you know, and video recorders, you know, it wasn't a single person that sat and watched videos. Did your whole family? Oh, look, I've just rented this movie from Blockbusters. Yeah, right. We'll get some stuff. We'll all watch the movie. You know what I mean? It's
as a family.
Now it's piss, and families don't do anything together anymore. They just don't. They say they do.
You can't
know,
afford
the adverts, oh, let's all go on holiday. You know what I mean? These holiday adverts. Look at us all in the swimming pool together. That is not real life. You be in the swimming pool on your arse, on your own, while the kids are in the hotel sitting on their smartphones. That's real life. You know what I mean?
In 1947, this housewife posed with a week's worth of groceries, which cost just $12.50. With that budget, she managed to feed herself, her husband, their 4-year-old twins, and even the family cat. Adjusted for inflation, that is now going to cost you $166.
Wow. Jesus. Damn.
Meanwhile, minimum wage has only gone up $1 or $2 since 1947.
Shit.
You remember the teenage parties you used to have?
Remember the
Get together with friends over a weekend, playing video games, watching movies, whatever, just hanging out in somebody's basement.
Yeah. Brilliant. Good times. You made your own entertainment, you made your own fun. It was great, man. Brilliant times. Ooh, that car's taking a chance crossing them tram lines. Oh, Jesus.
Sure is.
Holy moly. God almighty, man, look at that. It's kind of cool the way they've colorized that as well. Damn.
People used to take pride in their homes.
Yeah. Everybody was out cleaning their front doorstep, even here. All the old women be out.
Not
scrubbing
now.
the doorstep. Yakking. Oh no.
This is what our parents grew up with.
Yeah.
Having a holiday every single year.
Together.
I grew up as a child. My parents took me to their motherland of Hungary. I got to meet my family that I never got to see not growing up in my parents' homeland.
But again, you know, my childhood, you know, you could never afford to go abroad all the time for holidays. You know, you had English holidays, you know, and they were brilliant. Lake districts, beaches, all that kind of stuff. Awesome days. And it was on your doorstep.
Well, this latest turn of the economy, we've had to give up our camp. The only thing that we did to enjoy ourselves, we can no longer do. Oh, we're back to this malarkey again. Where's my mouse go? It disappeared. I can only see it on OBS.
Oh, God.
Can you solve the mystery of the disappearing mouse? Dun, dun, dun!
Holy shit. I didn't see it on here. And on there. God,
I see it on OBS. I don't see it on the actual monitor.
It's a black hand. That's why on the stream it's the hand one, it's black. Holy shit, man, for God's sake. It's been
so
a very
continuing
difficult
on with
start
our ministerial session of vaping, the Church of Vaping today. These shops will help 500 times more people than any convenience store will ever attempt. Perfect example. We got this corner shop open up right next door to me, right? They sell vapes. They got 2 display cases sitting there, and they actually put a whole new wall in of disposable vapes to choose from. Guy walks in, smokes 3 packs a day. He's like, which one of these is going to be the best for me to buy instead of buying more cigarettes? Well, what flavor do you want? I've got all kinds of flavors. He's like, well, I just want my same cigarette flavor. Oh, well, I don't have cigarette flavor. Probably because most people that, buy the cigarette flavors hate them, and it doesn't actually help them. It just reminds them of smoking, so they go light up a cigarette.
Yeah.
He did have some common sense in telling the guy that. Needless to say, I walked over for a loaf of bread. I walked out with my loaf of bread, and I waited for the guy to leave the store, and I go, dude, here. I want to give you something, okay? Here's this, right? Here's a bottle of liquid. When this gets empty, you can take this bottle of liquid, and you can pop this rubber thing in there, and you can refill it. And you keep using this until this tastes like shit. Then you're going to have to order more of these. Okay? You'll save way more money with this one thing than you will ever save, buying their disposables and coming back at the end of the week because it's dead.
True.
What flavor is it? Don't worry about it. You're going to like it. And if you really, really don't like it, go to a real vape shop and they'll help you pick out a bottle of liquid that you can refill the pod with. Go buy some new pods, fill it up, job done. You're good to go. He's like, dude, that's like the same size of my Zippo. I'm like, yeah, ditch your cigarettes, ditch your Zippo. Now you got a vape. Now you're not a smoker anymore. Because every time you smoke this, you're not smoking a cigarette.
Awesome.
Won't take long for you to
true.
Forget about your cigarettes.
It doesn't. Wow. The fuck's that?
Oh, the lovely video of the lady vaping on a plane. I think it was staged.
Ooh.
Why was the girl being filmed in the first place?
Yeah, who's filming her?
If you're smart.
Wow.
Like when we went on our Caribbean cruise.
He already knows the tricks. Look at him. Are you vaping, man? Yeah.
No, wasn't me.
No. Well, I've done a little bit of news for you. Actually, up here in our part of the world, we have a metro train system, like a local train system. They are now going to impose They are now going to impose £1,000 fines for anybody caught vaping on a train. Exactly the same rules as a cigarette.
The bullshit. It's not going to harm anyone.
They're going to do that. £1,000 fine. Horse.
Shout out to Robert. I don't see him in chat. He probably watches the replay. I was so proud to be British when I first heard of the swap to stop scheme. And then the news of the vape tax was released, and I realized with only a state pension to live on, I would not be able to afford to vape anymore. Utterly devastating.
Yeah.
Sure you will, Robert. You're just going to have to make your own and use a rebuildable like Kenny's little mouth-to-lung tank that he's living his life on now.
Lovely, mate. Absolutely lovely for being on a bus and sitting in the ass. Lovely.
And shout out to Kevin Crawley for his lovely Post and Vapers Digest to get our news. So if you miss the actual news that we do here week after week after week, well, you can go check out the link in the description of the video below, because here's Monday's news at a glance. Are you ready for it? GFN Photo Festival, Great Britain pouch use revealed. Nicotine less harmful to the brain than previously thought. Brand new study. Media Watch, more BBC fear-mongering over nicotine pouches. We've got a lawsuit from Denver against the FDA. In Africa, we've got harm reduction in smoking. Professor Dave Kayat advocates for a pragmatic approach. Is vaping really as bad as smoking? No, it's not. What a ridiculous question. Anyway. Here's the whole list of stories you can catch up on if you really miss having news to talk about. Because today's mission was not to talk about all the depressing news, like Vic says that our news is always depressing or anxious, anxiety creating. But we're not about
at the end of the day, we're reporting on what's going on in the world, not these sugar-coated stories that make everything look so rosy, or scaremongering stories. We're showing you what's going on, the facts that, everybody wants to know facts, what people are doing, what people aren't doing. So, vape news
and the perfect example is you. Kenny, you are the perfect example. You are just like my wife. You start using these disposables because it's easy to pocket this and go to work and do your business and then sneak a toke when you need one.
Yeah.
And your job done. And then eventually catches up with you like, why am I spending 15, 20 quid to buy a product that I'm throwing in the bin at the end of the week?
Yeah.
Let me go spend 30 quid on a tank that I can rebuild, refill. Job done.
Well, it was kind of a bit of a nudge with me family as well, because they're going, Dad, I was going, yes. You know how you've got lots of tanks and lots of vape mods and lots of pods and all that stuff? And I went, yes. What the fuck are you buying disposables for?
Because all of us are inherently lazy. It's so annoying for me. I'm a vape reviewer, right? I've got 6 things right now that are currently in the process of working. And quite honestly, I've gotten to the point now where I'm going to do like Steve. I'm just going to do a one take after for my final thoughts. And I'm going to maybe use some segments from my original recordings. But like the perfect example is this Oxpod Elite. I've recorded this 3 times. Each time I've opened up a brand new one, did a brand new recording because, well, the audio was bad or something's not right with it. But I finally came to the realization that the reason why it hasn't been published, because I'm not that much of a fan of it. And my facial expression gives it away. I can't tell you that it's fantastic if I don't love it. It's okay. Is there anything wrong with it? No, but I don't love it. The first one I opened up, I put this 30 milligram, peachy mango stuff in there, figuring, my wife is going to love it. It's a beautiful little sexy little gold, and she doesn't have to fill it. It holds 9 mils of e-liquid. You don't have to fill it. You can use this thing, and I'll top it off for you when you see you have it plugged in recharging. She doesn't want it because she thinks it's a refillable. I hand her this beautiful pod. She's like, I don't want it because I have to refill it.
Sorry, I'm just like William Dare's having a fair old day. I can still use it, mate. You're not getting it, so piss off.
Hey, I'm jealous. He's got a hand check he submitted this week. I want it.
I know, exactly. You give us some of your stuff. I haven't done a review for this, William, because, I thought I was a bit late to the party, but if you want to review it, I can review it. I just haven't reviewed it because I think it's been out a while now, hasn't it? So, but I can review it if you want us to. Not a problem.
So, time to get the word out. I've given him a chance to get into office. Robert Kennedy has finally been sworn in as HHS secretary, right?
He is.
4 days ago, I posted and I tweeted at him, and I got like 3 views, 1 reshare or some ridiculous crap like that. So this morning, I says, real Donald Trump, I've got a small request to make America healthy again. Since I posted this last week, 4 days ago, Robert Kennedy is now HHS secretary, and another 5,580 Americans have died because they don't know the THR works and vaping saves lives. Can you please authorize therapeutic nicotine products which will not kill anybody? Cigarette smoking is going to kill almost 500,000 Americans this year.
Yeah, I think you finally got your wish. Little Kennedy's in now. But
18 views, no likes, no repost. Nobody gives a fuck.
That's the dividend, mate. That's the sad thing about it. It's like you said, a lot of people expect like other people to do it for them, and then, but obviously it all goes tits up, and they're going, well, why didn't you do nothing? You know what I mean? Well, why didn't you get up your ass and do something about it as well? You know what I mean? Everybody expects somebody else to do it, don't they?
Well, that's just like this whole thing about Robert Kennedy. Nancy from New Zealand posted something about, did you see Robert Kennedy got sworn in as HHS secretary? He's the vaccine conspiracy guy over there. It's horrible. And everybody else was chiming in. Yeah, oh my God, America's gone down the tubes. I'm like, have any of you fuckers out there actually read anything this guy wrote or listened to any of the podcasts that he was on when he was trying to run for president, where he explains himself and what he believes? All he wants is for us to have a safe supply of vaccines, because God forbid that we actually need a vaccine for something like polio. Well, wouldn't you want to know that it's been tested and it's actually going to create more health benefits than it might actually cause you health harms in the long run? And people are like, well, that's crazy, man. Vaccines are safe. Really? Let's take
Not
a
all,
moment and
not all.
let's take a moment and wonder if maybe our supposition about that isn't what we thought it is.
Because of Donald Trump, we had a meeting at the NIH that I went to with Robert Kennedy Jr. when he was first president. And we said, why in all of these can we not find a single placebo trial of any of the childhood vaccines? Are you not doing placebo trials and establishing safety the way every other drug is established? Or are you just not publishing those trials? There was silence in the room, and finally Tony Fauci admitted, we don't do placebo trials on vaccines because it would be unethical. Unethical. So what does that mean? What does that mean for the safety of our babies and our children? A day one old baby is getting a product that we only cared to test for 5 days. Does a healthy child not deserve better than that? Because a cancer patient does. Our grandparents get products that are against placebo for years. Why are our babies not mattering? And by the way, America has the highest rate of first-day baby deaths in the industrialized world, reported by CBS. Is that caused by hepatitis B? I don't know. Is it caused by bad hospitals? Are we a third world nation? Do we not know how to treat a day one old baby? Robert Kennedy Jr. is about to start having investigations into these horrible stats.
You know what I was really shocked to find out? Those 5-day studies where they actually do the trial on the vaccine.
Yeah.
Every single person in the trial gets a vaccine. Nobody is getting a saline shot. So if you're going into, let's say you have an MMR vaccine that you're doing a trial on, they'll give the other people in the trial the flu vaccine. They're not getting saline, so you have a control group that doesn't have anything given to them other than the psychological belief that they got a vaccine. They're giving a different vaccine. So if everybody in all of the trials got a vaccine, how can you rule out that the vaccines are causing problems? That's not science.
Yeah.
The guy isn't a lunatic. He's a very well-versed lawyer who's come across multiple things and dug into things like we had to dig into vaping to go, yeah, I can stick with this because this isn't actually going to ever kill me.
So true. Wow.
The vaping market is a case study in regulation gone wrong.
Big style. Well, this is the thing. This is the contradiction, right? You're seeing there. You've just touched on a thing, a 5-day vaccine, right? And they say, oh well, there you go. There's a vaccine for that. Yeah, there you go. There's a vaccine for that. Okay. We've been vaping over 10 years, and they still conclude that it's. You know what I mean? Where's the trial on that?
120 million people across this globe every single day puffs on one of these devices so they don't smoke cigarettes. How can you say we don't know? You can't recruit a couple thousand of these people that are vaping and look at their health records before and compare them to their health records now?
Yeah, but yet you'll condone a 5-day vaccine on whatever bug and say it's fine.
Yeah, they developed antibodies to the thing that we were trying to give them a vaccine for, so they're good. Vaccine's good.
Okay, yeah. Wow. He's a very...
Have you ever wondered why doctors know almost nothing about nutrition or herbs or the importance of actually exposing yourself on a routine basis to sunshine? Or have a holistic healing solution for your ailments? Would you be surprised to find out that this could all be tied back to John D. Rockefeller when he decided that only oil-based drugs should exist?
And he done it.
And he did it.
Yeah.
In the early 1900s, half of U.S. doctors practiced holistic medicine. You used to have one doctor, not 15,000 specialists that you might be sent to if the doctor goes, oh, well, this is, a subspecialty. I can't, give you a treatment for this. Doesn't follow my specialty. I can't bill for it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do bill for it and you don't get better, then you could sue me because I'm not an expert. So let me send you to an expert. Meanwhile, before 1900s, half of U.S. doctors actually practiced holistic medicine because they were the only doctor in town. So no matter what conditions or problems you had when you went to them, that's who you saw and that's who you got your prescription from or your course of treatment.
Yeah.
But Rockefeller, America's first billionaire, saw a huge problem with this. You can't patent natural cures. And around the same time, scientists discovered petrochemicals, chemicals derived from oil that could be used to make synthetic drugs. And Rockefeller saw the opportunity. Monopolize medicine, just like he monopolized oil. And profit is the only goal that he ever saw.
Yeah. All about the money.
So he teamed up with fellow plutocrat Andrew Carnegie and funded a nationwide medical review. It's called the Flexner Report, to shut down natural medicine schools and replace them with pharmaceutical-driven institutions. Using political influence and a bunch of fake science, we've seen plenty of that about vaping, the Flexner Report labeled homeopathy, herbal medicine, and nutrition-based healing as quackery. What do you mean you can't treat your gout with cherry juice? You got to take this pill every single day to prevent you from getting an outbreak. But don't people get outbreaks that take this pill every day? Well, yeah, that's when we'll give them steroids. What? So then what's the point in taking the pill every day?
Exactly.
I don't take a pill every day. And if I feel a gout attack coming on, I drink some cherry juice. And before that bottle's gone, well, my gout attack never showed up.
God.
Yeah, I know. Wow. You sound like a quack sometimes, but you know what? After dealing with this battle with vaping and seeing all the propaganda against it and all the financial vested interests, and the only ones that end up winning are the big tobacco, a lot of this other stuff becomes a lot more believable.
It does. That's the thing.
Why is the legal cannabis industry continuing to sell smoked products rather than focus on selling non-smoked THC products? You know, as with tobacco, smoking is way more harmful than vaping or gummies.
Got a point, because like I say, a lot of people smoke weed. That they're lighting it up and it's combustion, inhaling combustible, whatever it be, tobacco, weed, whatever, or mixed with tobacco,
All the off gases of combustion, which are already proven to kill people. Doesn't that negate the health benefits of cannabis use?
Yeah.
See, this is what happens when you revert back to fundamental science principles that any adolescent could truly understand. And then you'll understand why they're not trying cigarette smoking like we did. They're trying vaping because they can understand the fundamental principles behind consuming a water-based product versus lighting something on fire and breathing in the smoke.
It's just this thing, they've got that choice now. I mean, back when we were smoking, you didn't have that choice. That's all it was. It was just a cigarette, just different brands. But now, there's so many alternatives. You know, you've got choice. We didn't have that back in the day. So when people go,
and
well,
with cannabis, you
the
got all
vaping-
kinds of choices.
Oh,
They have
cannabis.
chocolate.
Yeah,
You can have little tiny pieces of chocolate to get your THC. And
yeah, there was many a time we used to.
it is way
indulge in the
more
odd,
potent than any of the
cake.
cannabis I ever smoked in high school.
Yeah. Well, when they used to make the well, back nowadays, like when they used to make the likes of like the cakes and the biscuits, they used cannabis resin, the oil from the resin, not the actual bush. And it was a big difference. Holy, was it a difference?
Are you ready for
It
some
took
new
a while.
quackery?
Oh, we've got some quackery.
We got some new quackery.
got some
Something
quackery.
that they finally come up with, right? This is not quite as good as our cardiologist we laughed at the one time that said that it shoots it in your lungs. Remember that one?
Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Oh, yes.
These vapes shoot it in your lungs. Well, guess what? If you can continue to use your e-cigarettes, you'll get cotton lung.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Quite rapidly, in fact. You know, inhaling those oil fumes is worse than smoking.
Oil?
It's not oil, you daft cunt.
Yeah, I tell you what it is, you just keep playing bingo with your old, senile friends because you've obviously got no knowledge of whatsoever. Jesus Christ. Oil. Oh, dear me. Misinformation at its finest, folks.
Is there anything else that we needed to cover? Or should I just jump into some vape science and dismiss the rest of this poppycock that we have here?
We can always save that for another day because there's always plenty of that, isn't there?
Yeah. Here we go. Ready? Are you ready? Basically, exposure to formaldehyde 100% does cause cancer. Okay. There's this thing in science that you learn when you get to high school level science. It's called the Krebs cycle. Okay. And one of the things that are a byproduct of your body's natural consumption of sugar is it creates formaldehyde.
Oh, my
Your
God.
body creates it, and your body excretes it. You piss it out. Okay? Why are we convoluting people's mental acuity to fundamental science? If they wanted to become a PhD in science, let them go become a PhD, and then you can talk about whether formaldehyde is a carcinogen or not. Meanwhile, 1 200-gram pear contains 12,000 micrograms of formaldehyde.
And?
Someone taking 300 puffs on a cigarette that's not a cigarette, it's an electronic cigarette, is exposed to 4 micrograms to 112 micrograms of formaldehyde per day.
Really?
Why are they even talking about formaldehyde?
What the fuck? Another scam.
So if you eat a pear, you're going to get 12,000 micrograms of formaldehyde. Meanwhile, at the end of the day, if you vape through a big cloud chucking tank that you failed to, change the wicking and clean your coils on a regular basis, you're going to be exposed to 112 micrograms of formaldehyde per day. But a pear has 12,000. Sure, let's keep talking about formaldehyde in your vape.
Fuck off, man. Bullshit.
And here's our science. It's linked in the description below. Electronic cigarettes for smoking cessation. Brand new study out. Happy hippie, hello and welcome. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. And Henning Nam, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier when you were here. Maybe I am a bogan. I don't know. Not just a bloke.
Nobody likes a bogan.
Nobody likes a bogan. Actually, there's a wonderful song on YouTube. I wish we could play it on the show here. There's a bunch of girls from down in Australia. I think out Sydney way. They got together and they did a little song about how they love bogans. They want to slurp them up.
Well,
we'll get to the dad joke section later.
Anyway, Vape Science, electronic cigarettes for smoking cessation. What did they find out? Well, electronic cigarettes are handheld electronic vaping devices that produce an aerosol by heating an e-liquid. People who smoke, healthcare providers, and regulators want to know if electronic cigarettes, aka nicotine vaping, can help people keep smoking, and if they're safe to use for this purpose. This review update, conducted as part of a living systematic review, is determined. Are you ready for this? Drum roll, please. There is high certainty evidence that electronic cigarettes with nicotine dramatically increase quit rates compared to nicotine replacement therapy.
Hallelujah.
And here's the part that really baffled me, right? There's now moderate certainty evidence that using a vape, even without nicotine, also increases your crit rates compared to electronic cigarettes without nicotine.
Hi, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. A vape, even without nicotine, is going to give you a better chance of quitting than putting a patch on.
Exactly.
Imagine if you did both.
Exactly.
Wow.
Happy. That's something that's actually positively, actual positive news on it. My God. Holy shit. What can we see? Whoa.
It's unbelievable, dude.
I come from a land down under.
Unbelievable.
I come from a land down under. Women go in men under. Oop, might get a strike. Shh. I don't know. Oh, hell, Christ, I'm getting copyright singing somebody's song. I wonder if you sing somebody's song badly, they'll just copyright you anyway to ban you from singing that song so badly.
Mate, why do you think they sing songs in movies all the time? They don't want to pay the royalty rights to it. So if they do a compilation from the actors of the movie, they've created a brand new song. It's not the same song. All you gotta do is change a couple words. It's kind of like copyright with images. I can have AI create all kinds of images, and as long as I don't use the original image in the original format, and I manipulate it somehow and add other stuff to it, like this has been long fought over a long time ago. Somebody took the Mona Lisa and recreated a Mona Lisa, but put a mustache on it. Not a copyright claim. Not viable copyright claim.
It's kind of the basis how AI works, doesn't it? It just takes loads of other images, like a generator, and takes it. But same with music and everything, and that's why all these things. It's taking some of my music, but it's taking some of my music. Yeah, but their actual output,
it's a whole new song.
The thing is a totally different song, just like they did with like Ed Sheeran or something, these chords that he had was a chord because these chords sounded similar to another chord. Every song in fucking history uses the same 4 fucking chords, but just in a different order. You know what I mean? What? Oh, Jenna.
There is not an infinite combination of chords. There isn't.
No,
There's a finite amount of chords, and you're going to reuse them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, as Albert Einstein he's took out copyright. Hell no. That's how. Like I used to wonder how you get these these reaction videos where they play these guys' videos, but they do because they stop it and don't play it continuously. That's how they get away. They stop it, have a little chin wag, then they play it. So when they do the pause in between, that's how they get away with it. If they played it continuously, then they might get a copyright strike.
And they're not afraid to fight for their right to use fair use.
It's fair use, exactly.
Everybody is terrified to challenge a copyright claim because, oh my goodness, if I'm wrong, they're going to strike my channel. You know what? When you get people that are at the end of their line, they've got nothing to lose. Why do you think my mouth never stops running on this show? Sue me. All you're going to get is my debt. Go pound salt.
At the end of the day, you know, if you're like playing a song that you like, are you not, as long as you're not using it to promote your brand or something or whatever, and you're just listening to it for the pleasure of listening to it, then surely you're promoting the music in a sense, aren't you? Not copyrighting it, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
My favorite is when, you know, we were going to see an actual concert of a brand new artist that all of a sudden just started to make it big. And we talked about their show and played a little snippet of their music, and they copyright claimed the whole 5-hour show of ours for our 5 seconds of this person's song that we showed on there.
Ridiculous, man, isn't it?
I challenged it. Well, so what? They'd take my channel away. What did they do? I was going to lose, what, 400 subs? Start over again. Who cares?
Yeah.
Crazy, and they released it. It was 5 seconds of a show, and I was promoting the concert I was going to.
Exactly.
As a DJ, they send me they used to send me CDs of songs they wanted me to play.
We did demos for the radios, all that kind of stuff. That's how we had our famous, God rest his soul, John Peel show. He discovered all the magical, historical English rock bands because they sent him demos and he played them on his radio show. That was the break, the lucky break. John Peel, remember it? It was from 11 o'clock till 12 midnight. I used to always sit up because I was always told I should be in bed. Now I'd be little fucking earphones in, be basic fucking, you know, the old-fashioned little shitty Walkman things, you know, and you listen to John Peel on the radio. All the new bands, your Black Sabbaths, your Led Zeppelins, your Deep Purples, all them. John Peel, Hawkwind, Magnum, everything. All probably first appeared on John Peel. There you have it. So,
I used to look forward to Acoustic Sunrise every Sunday.
Yeah.
Where you got to listen to acoustic versions of the pop songs that were out on the market right now in the radio.
Yeah.
I used to love listening to Acoustic Sunrise. And you couldn't find those songs anywhere. Like, how did he get them? The artist sent them to him for him to play.
Right.
It was a unique marketing opportunity. They got people interested in these artists and go, wow, if that's the acoustic version, I want to hear what the actual fully processed version sounds like.
Yeah, then you start to get like artists actually doing it, where they're doing unplugged gigs where everything was just done acoustically. You know, name rock guitars, it was all done. Nirvana done it.
And then you got to find out who the real artists are. Who is the actual talented artists that are out there that are capable of entertaining us without all the processing, without all the high technology that goes into producing music nowadays?
But it was around before now. I mean, Elvis Presley, his famous concert, you know, when he was in black leather, all acoustic and everything, you know, he's one thing. How much? £900 for Black Sabbath tickets. Fucking hell. Whoa.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. The one reunion concert, and that's it. £900. Jesus.
That's like my wife was like so excited to find out the beer brewery across the river from us is having Alabama show up and play. She's like, I know you got your fill of Alabama and we went to saw them in concert last time, but, you know, I figured you would enjoy going to listen to them again. Until she found out how much they wanted for tickets to play at a little brewery. It was almost as ridiculous. And she's like, no fucking way. I'm like, no, I wouldn't go listen to them for that.
No. It's where they get when they get famous, they get a bit greedy, you see. That's the problem.
It's utterly preposterous.
It's ridiculous, man. Ooh, what's that?
You know, I remember when we were growing up as kids, a lot of these bands, when they went to play, the cost of the ticket was dirt cheap because the artist never got a penny of it, right? Maybe $1 of the ticket price the artist actually got. The rest of that artist sales at that day for t-shirts and hats and all kinds of other stuff like that, glasses and mirrors and all kinds of stuff, that was their profit. That was their income for playing these concerts.
Ooh. Just
but like anything else, the big corporations took over the whole scenario now. You only have 2 or 3 that actually like control all the concert venues in the entire country.
I've just clicked on hold on, Mallory Gates' little link there. I'll just show it on my little screen. There you go. That Lance Churchill, over a month without vape-related warning, that the FDA publishes 6 new ones. And they're all in there. Smoke and Vape, including Backdoor Smoke Shop, A to Z Tobacco, Gorilla Vapes of East Brunswick, Walker Enterprises, Mad called Steep Slope Vape, and Route 66 Vapor. Ooh, all new letters. So there you go. Click on
Walker Enterprises. Is that Wayne? Is that DIY or Die Wayne stuff?
I don't know, is it? Yeah, I'll have a... Can you click the link? No, you can't click the actual link. Yeah. Wow.
Doing business as Mad Cat Vapor? No.
There you go. Mallory has posted that one, so have a look if you want to look. Have a look if you want to look, as they say.
And feel free to join the Discord server and drop your news in there to share with us. And, you know, if I catch on to something, you know, I'll feature it in the show. Mallory's done that a couple times already.
Yeah, anything you find, come on down and put them in.
Well, sir, I think it's time for a little flavor explosion and...
I'm going up market this week. Yeah.
I'm going
up market. Oity-toity.
Well, you get to go first then, because I just have, you know, well, you'll find out. Well, folks, my mate's not back yet, so you're going to have to deal with my little selection for today. Stella Artois, a beautiful premium lager beer. And I believe this is like 4.5% alcohol by volume in a 12 fluid ounce can. I really like this thing. It's nice, crisp, and refreshing. I'm definitely looking forward to summer when I can actually enjoy it there as well. Very simple beer. Cheers. Very, very nice. Very simple beer. Crisp, refreshing. No real hops flavor to it. Just kind of a subtle background note in the corner of your jowls. Very refreshing beer. And one that doesn't flare up my gout. I hear his door. looking at your beautiful sign.
Coming. My apologies. Sorry. I found the drink. I couldn't fit in the bloody glass. That's what I was looking for. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we'd have a rather distinguished tip of the day. And I'm going to be drinking a nice bottle of red wine. Today we are drinking some Merlot. This is from the Valle de Mampio Chile. It's a Chilean wine, and I made a total hen balls arse and hen's arse of trying to pronounce that in Chilean. But it's a Chile red wine, the grape style and taste. It's rich and complete, ripe dark fruit, hard cheese, goes nice with hard cheese and roasted nuts. It is 13.5% volume and 75 CLs, and I'm getting zapped to death. And as just a washy downer, I've also got some Copperberg with raspberry, which is 3.4%, and we're just going to wash it down with that. That might start with that, so I need a drink after all this. So cheers, mate. We'll start with a bit of Copperberg, yeah? Cheers.
Cheers, mate. Bloody Stella Artois.
Oh, I like a nice Stella. See, I knew you'd like Stella. It's good beer. And now we'll just pour a bit of this red here so we can, see the nice colours.
Well, I think while you are sitting there pouring that, I should probably show off something that's in the review queue right now.
Oh.
Here we have the Hell Vape Dead Rabbit J Edition. Look at that. Glossy finish. Beautiful smiley face on that side. Beautiful Dead Rabbit logo on that side. Custom gold drip tip.
You are well into this Dead Rabbit shit lately, aren't you? You're well into their products. Done a lot of their stuff lately, you matey. Huh?
Aye, and I got a bunch more coming too.
Wow.
Can't argue, it's a dripper. I personally don't really like the way that they have the elevated rabbit ear platform so you can snip the things off. Because getting them to the right height so that the coils are at or above the airflow openings, I'm not. That's the reason I wasn't a big fan of the Dead Rabbit in the first place.
That's kind of the same reason for me. Your coils sat too high, for the airflow to hit where you wanted to hit. If you wanted the, airflow to come underneath a bit, you had to get them really high, and then your wicks were just so long. Yeah, look how long your wicks are. Fucking wicks are fucking huge.
In order for you to get the coils up to the airflow openings in this, you have to, and that's the whole thing. You're supposed to be able to drop your coils in and then snip the wicks off of the thing, and then it's like, well, I still got to drop it a millimeter. So, no.
I think the first one, they had the air holes like sloped downwards. I don't know if that still is the case with the newer ones. You know how they would used to be pointed downwards?
Yeah, the airflow holes do go that way, and you've got the honeycomb airflow openings in there. But the slotted ones do angle it down.
Yeah, but it still didn't, in my opinion, didn't help that much. You still had to sit your coils pretty high.
Yeah. But it does drink the juice, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, most modern tanks and drippers do now, don't they? I mean, Christ. Plus, like, see, it's
and the advantage of them having the coil so high is that you could literally flood this, and you don't have to drip it as often.
Yeah. I think that's where they kind of went drippers. You'll find a lot of them, the coils everything's sat way up high, so your deck could, take more juice, basically, you know what I mean? Without flooding.
And the thing that really gets me is, boy, does it change the flavor of this watermelon. Like, inside of there, the cantaloupe flavor is so saturated on your tongue that's the first paramount flavor you get. And then it goes into this kind of like wild melon, watermelon flavoring. And then the apple is basically just a juiciness of this. So it's a wet vape.
That's RDAs for you. I mean, you can have all the best tanks in the world, but to me, you still kind of beat the flavor of a good RDA.
Yeah, and it's inspired me to do a bunch more reviews. I placed an order and got myself this Geek Vape Tsunami. I want to go and revisit this and see what their reborn ZRDA is. I've really fallen in love with these drippers. I know it can be a pain in the ass, but with me having all these little e-liquids, the little 30 ml bottles that we make up, it is so awesome to throw a dripper together, and I can sit there and vape on that for a couple days, set it aside, come back to it, and after a week make a decision of, am I going to vape this or am I ditching it?
Yeah.
Am I going to bin this e-liquid, wash the bottle out, and use it for something else?
I think William Dobson just said that the new Bonds Pro, which is basically just a dead rabbit deck. But that's nothing new. I think, like in the early days when a lot of like reviewers were designing products and all that, they were just pinching bits off other, decks of this, and they were just combining them into one. They were just kind of doing that, and I think it's still kind of going that way because there's nothing really changed. There's nothing much more you can do with a dripper, really, is there? When you think about it.
And that's the exact reason that Trump and Kennedy need to completely revamp this whole PMTA pathway. PMTA pathway should be exclusively for tobacco leaves or pieces or parts of a tobacco leaf. If it's a pure pharmaceutical grade nicotine product, it should automatically be placed into a registry for harm reduction products, because that is appropriate for the protection of public health, to have a mass availability and mass constant improvement of this technology. Look how far vaping has come in the last 20 years. We had 90% of the products are shit products that you had to have reviewers constantly putting out a video about, oh man, this one's crap, this one's crap, this one's crap, this one's got this problem, this one's got this problem. To the point now where almost everything that comes out is fantastic and an improvement over the last generation of the same brand.
Well, you probably noticed yourself, when you're doing reviews on this new stuff, it's very
hard to find something wrong with
negative.
it.
Yeah. On the good news, though, thanks to your review of this dead rabbit, MTL, my 1 millimeter air hole was burr free. It was clean as a whistle.
Oh, that's awesome.
No burr.
That's
clean
fantastic.
And that's what I've got in now, the 1 millimeter. So they've listened and they've done it. So that's a good thing. I don't like that drip tip, man. I just, it's like sucking through a fuck. I cannot get away with it. I feel like I want to play a tune on it, like a piccolo or something. No.
Well, see, it's not my all-day vape. So I look at it when I pick this up and I automatically get nostalgic about vaping. I've only been vaping for 5 years. It doesn't take much to tickle my fancy or bring up some nostalgic feelings. Like, I missed a whole generation of these drip tips.
I feel like I want to play a tune, like the Pied Piper or something. Piccolo. Like a Vapor.
And you know what? Even those El Cheapo pod mods that they have out nowadays, this is a plastic body, right? I can't frown them for that because this thing costs less than 10 quid.
Fuck off, William. You just fuck off.
But what did he say? 1 millimeter. That must be as tight as trying to get someone with Newcastle to pay for a pint.
Fuck you.
At least his wife's not measuring him in millimeters.
Well, this is it. Shit. We are very generous up here, mate, as you will soon find out if you ever venture up here.
All right, we're going to do some doggy time, and I got to manually fire it because for some reason, now that my computer's upgraded to Windows, it doesn't want to talk to each other.
Oh.
You want a bone? Who wants a bone? What'd you do to your bed?
Oh,
Holy cow!
What the hell?
Ready? Go get it. Go get it. Ready? Go get it. Go get it. Ready? Go get it. Go. Go get it. Nobody's gonna get it for you. Go.
Nah, saying no. I want it placed in my. Oh, there's the other one trapped in. There you go. All three, did you? Nope, it's away.
I'm leaving.
It's gone.
I hate cameras. I'm out of here.
Yeah, gone.
Made me go get my bone. Wouldn't put it in my mouth. Dirty bastard.
He didn't like the cameras, that one. Like, did it? I'm going to take my
No,
dog
he
dog
never
out
has
of
liked
here.
cameras. He's always hated cameras.
Mm. Bless him. Bless him.
And we only have one poochie submitted for this week's doggy treat time.
I'll tell you what was nice. That was shown on the news today.
That's Murray.
Oh, he's a stunner.
My wife would fall in love with him because he kisses on the first date.
Oh, yeah.
He's a licker. You were saying?
They've actually, I don't know if you've seen, I don't know if it's been on the news in the US, but in China, they've just showed the new baby pandas for the first time. They're only 6 months old, and they were on swings and they were falling off, and they were cute factor, catastrophic. They were fantastic. They were on swings and they were falling off. Oh, they were so cute. Two baby pandas.
Exponential, adorable characteristics.
Yes. God.
So something I think I'm going to start doing, I did this week, is in the Discord server. The night before, I put a little clue about what the show's going to be about.
Very nice.
So I uploaded this picture to the Discord server this week.
Very nice.
Vapor gaslighting here. Because these fuckers want to keep suppressing the science that we already know to be true.
Yeah.
If you read the science, they will not be able to gaslight you because you will know the truth.
That is such a good picture, that, Noel. That's brilliant.
That's from 2016.
I love what they've done with it. I love what they've done with it. It's brilliant. Yeah. In fact, it's worse. Remember the same. You could say it's worse now.
Now you understand why I said that this week's episode is government-funded gaslighting.
Yeah. It's
the
across
FDA
the board for
is
everything.
purposely misleading the public to hate nicotine and to hate cigarette alternatives for their own survival.
Yeah.
If people give up cigarettes,
Oh, shit, man.
there goes their funding because they no longer will get the funding from the cigarette sales. So here's an appropriate warning to be placed on every vapor product out there.
E-cigarettes called
true.
less smoking. There you go. Without a doubt.
That's the only health warning you need to have on there. It's 100% true. And now you can truly understand why the FDA has authorized 3,232 brand new cigars, 1,291 brand new pipe tobacco products, 1,073 brand new hookah tobacco products, 973 brand new brands of cigarettes, and only 34 vapor products.
Which are probably shite.
They are. The only one that isn't total shite is Enjoy. And guess what? Now that's going to be tossed into a patent war, and it's going to be under the same stringent requirements that heat not burn is in the United States. There are no heat not burn products in the United States because it got tied up in a patent lawsuit war, and they had to take them off the market.
Yeah.
Never forget this, folks. Never. Calling this tobacco is like calling this a banana.
A banana. A banana. A banana.
Because here's the facts. Marketing orders for substantial equivalent grandfathered tobacco products, 100% authorized, will kill half of all new users to the product.
Yep.
Versus 99% less cancer risk vaping, actually 99.6% less cancer risk vaping products. Well, those have been 99.999% denied.
Pretty much. God.
FDA is not appropriate for the protection of public health.
It isn't. It is not. I wonder if they're getting like other funding. You know, like on that graph. Have you done them? I wonder what any other funding. What other funding comes through them? But big pharma and big tobacco, big players.
See, but the thing is, the big pharma and the big tobacco players do their own science to submit their applications. Not because, they want to fund it, but because if they don't, it's going to be 5 years before their products get authorized. Whereas if they have their scientists submit all of the science that FDA was going to do anyway, FDA only has to read the science and go, okay, you're right. It's still going to kill half of people that use it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we know the science is out there, and they know it because they've read it all, that as a product class, you shouldn't have to submit science with these products. You fill out a fucking application, you go sell the next day. Job done, appropriate for protection of public health.
You would think that they would know the science anyway. That's the point. You know what I mean?
And then as time goes on, they can formulate a list of ingredients that are prohibited from your products.
Yeah.
Because they do the science like they do the science for turkeys that, are sold in this country. They go on, they test it, and they go, okay, well, this one is the same as everything else. Oh, we've come across a study, and we've come across an ingredient that is bad, like cinnamon-aldehyde. 15 years ago, the vaping industry got away from using cinnamon-aldehyde because they realized, well, that flavoring actually is toxic. Can cause cancer, can cause a bunch of other harm, so we just simply took it out of the market chain. And no products had it in there. And flavoring companies wouldn't sell you that thing. They had to reformulate the cinnamon flavors. That's the solution.
Good news.
I did the math on it. It's astronomical. Wow. If all the products that were originally got put in for PMTA and were denied got to fill out a registry form and pay $50 or even $100 per product that they're selling to register for sale in this country, you could generate billions of dollars to fund science for the next 10 years on vaping.
Exactly.
And in 10 years, how far is this industry going to refine these products and further reduce harm?
Crazy.
FDA has the authority and the power to shape the global vape market. But the first thing they need to do is incorporate all the products into a registry.
And I thought like Trump was going to give it a big shake up, or if anything, get rid of it. And
he said he's going to say vaping. He didn't say how.
Yeah. Well, he's got to
right
go
now.
through
Kennedy's got bigger fish
to
fry than to worry about vaping.
Oh, without
First
a
off,
doubt,
we got to
but
get
I'm just saying.
Dodge. We got to get Doge to get their way through the FDA and find out how much more of this crap was funded by them. Meanwhile, they're crying the blues. They spend $1 million a day at the FDA Center for Tobacco Products. And they're crying the blues. They need a bigger budget. Go fuck yourself with your bigger budget. Take the money that's given to you and spend it appropriately to protect the public health, not gaslight the American population into thinking that this technology isn't life-saving.
Wow.
Go pound salt.
On the plus side, I did manage to get my blaze sorted out.
Oh,
I did not need to file it down anymore. I needed a decent set of keys to tighten it. So therefore, I bought a full set. So now it's fully tightened, fully nipped up, and there you go. The tools for the job were needed. The tools for the job. And these ones go from 0.9 millimeter all the way up to 3 millimeter. Oh, there you go.
You only need two. You only need two for, I'd say, 99.9% of the vaping products out there. 1.3 millimeter for the small ones and 1.5 millimeter for the fat ones.
I will still find a use for everything. I will still find a use for them. Don't you worry about that. All sizes will be used. Because
best thing I ever did was buy that Wea set. Yeah, and I kind of laugh because I also happen to catch Mike Vapes using the same set now.
It's not that though.
Not that I think he watched my video to find it, but it goes to show you that when you find good tools, everybody will start using them.
They were mint. They're long, they're spot on, they're not cheap shit, they don't strip, I'm over the moon with them. And they didn't cost an arm and a leg. You know what I mean?
No, and it's so much easier to actually tighten them properly. Yeah. And once you tighten them properly, they don't loosen up on their own.
No. I mean, you've got to, be careful you don't over-tighten, obviously, because you've got a bit more oomph, you know what I mean? But, you can get a bit firmer than fiddly little Allen keys or them star key things you used to get, the shit, man. I know you don't need to crank it down, but you can't get a nice firm nip.
The whole idea behind it is to get a greater tension on that pin, on that 510 pin, than any force that's going to be exerted on it by you taking it on and off of your mod.
Yeah.
So if you got a mod that's got a really heavy duty spring inside that pin, you're going to be under a lot more force than if you have a weak 510 pin in a mod.
That's right, yeah.
So once it's tighter than that, it's not going to loosen up by itself.
Hello, welcome.
Devin Jeff, hello and welcome.
Yeah. Devin Jeff, yeah. I looked there though. That's a weird name to pronounce it, but I was thinking of
what else is really cool on the Discord server? I don't know if you guys have noticed. Every single one of these, this is printed on a thermal printer, thermal receipt printer, so I get black and white pictures of stuff. Go on the Discord server. Every single one of these receipts is uploaded to the Discord server, and you can see people's actual colorized profile pictures. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And all the super chats I've ever gotten is there, so.
Yeah, man. Get yourselves in there.
Not very active, but it's growing.
It's like everything, you've got to start small and work your way up, and people will get into it. But we've got to push it. Everybody get on the Discord, please. Help us get some stuff.
Look at Mallory. Mallory's like, I just discovered that the word nothing is a palindrome. And backwards it spells Nicotine, which also means nothing.
Okay. You've got too much time on your hands, Mallory. You're thinking about stuff like that.
No, that's our segue for the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I own. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
What is a Vaper's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Lost.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die.
Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
This is me going to pee after I got all comfy in bed last night. All right, folks. How many have used this? More importantly, how many of you even know what this is?
Is that the nail manicure set?
No.
No. I see it because I've got no nails to manicure. I use my teeth.
Okay, go lay down. No. Neil Pitts got it. See, he knows I've been like digging this up in his living room. I stash it and I take pictures and jump in his house and like take pictures of all of his classic archaeology type.
Oh, the pennies dropped now. Yeah, the pennies dropped because that bit on the left, that's a nutcracker, isn't it? The big nutcracker in the box. Yeah,
it's a nutcracker and then little picks for you to be able to, get the shells,
Pick the
pieces
nut
and
out.
parts off.
I never knew that actually existed.
Oh, how many of you all remember these nuggets of joy?
I don't think we had that pleasure over here.
We used to get them at Christmas time. It's dried fruit and nougats. Remember when we all used to do this?
Oh, the white soul thing. Well, God, I remember that. You still get them. The white plimp soul fucking thing. Jesus.
Yep, you can still get them.
Oh, yeah, man. Really?
How many people even
Holy
polish their
Lord.
shoes nowadays?
I do. But it's not like a full polish. It's one of them like quick buffing pads. You just buff it up and it comes up with like a shoe shine. That's what it's called, a shoe shine.
Insta shine.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
This is all of us looking back at the last few years.
Like, oh, yeah.
That was pretty shitty back
Rather
then.
forget about that. Would rather forget about that.
Kids today will never know the legend of Booger. If you do that long enough, you will burp.
Really? I'm not going to try it.
How many of y'all know this lovely lady?
Cindy Lauper. It is. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, girls, they wanna have fun. Oh my God.
Before cell phones, how many of y'all had pagers?
It's a pager. Boop, boop, boop. Still use them today in hospitals. Paging GPs and surgeons. Still use them.
Some of them. When I was a kid, this would have been a gold mine.
Oh, yes.
It's still a
Straight
gold
back
mine,
to
man.
shop.
You know how much the collectors
Yeah.
want for that stuff nowadays?
God almighty, it's worth a fortune, that stuff now. Even the wooden crate, you get a fortune for it. Oh my
Who
God,
among
a
you
little
had
transistor
these?
radio. Yeah. Remember that, the AM band where you could where I don't know if you could in the US, but in America, if you had an AM band radio, you could tune into the police radio frequency and listen to the police.
No, not here. But it was cool because the AM radio stations propagated a lot further than FM radio stations. So you could pick up stuff like clear from the other side of the country.
Yeah,
especially if the weather was right.
Yeah, because I remember like in the early days when CB radio first hit the UK, it was all AM bands, and you could talk to anybody in the world on one of them if you had, like a powerful enough CB.
Yeah, because they had mid-side chains.
But at the time, like I say, all the emergency frequencies were on AM, even air traffic controllers. So that's why they made it illegal, because it blew them all out it blew them all out the water type with frequencies and signals, So they were like
when I first got started with the fire company, the radio frequencies they used were like 33 megahertz, right? And when you used to get the right atmospheric conditions, like if you were hanging out at the fire hall, like polishing the truck for the parade the next day or something from Memorial Day, late at night, the atmospheric conditions would make it so that we could actually hear a dispatch center in Los Angeles, California coming across our radio.
Really? Wow.
Because of atmospheric skip.
Plus, they used to, if you had one with like a power band on, like a power pack on it, if you had like the old TV, imagine like the old TVs with the aerial, you used to wipe the TV out. You could actually come through the TV.
I used to love, when I was in high school, a shortwave radio. Because you could pick up signals from all around the globe. I used to be able to pick up the BBC in the United States on a shortwave. But then again, the antenna for that was literally like a 500-foot piece of copper wire that ran from the back of my house to the tool shed. That was the antenna for it.
I bet it had to be. Wow. Coconut and lime.
Put your lime in the coconut.
Put your lime in the coconut.
Remember the song?
Is this an American thing here that we're talking about here? You know what I mean?
You put the lime in the coconut. You gotta remember that song.
It doesn't ring a bell, no. Lime, no.
Then this definitely isn't gonna ring a bell for you. I miss Ponderosa Steakhouse.
That looks so nice as well. Ponderosa.
$7.99 for a chopped steak. And if you got it as a complete meal with the salad buffet, it was $15.
Fucking for now, isn't it?
They're gone. And this is what I was talking about earlier, folks, the Dunning-Kruger effect. A bunch of these morons out there that have been gaslit by the American government and all their propaganda machines think they fucking know it all. And they're at the peak of Mount Stupid, arguing with you. That's way over here on the vaping competency scale. And then as you start to educate them, they end up in the Valley of Despair. Because they really have no fucking clue what they were arguing about, and they feel like a complete fool.
Yeah.
And then as you continue to engage with them, you bring them up this slope of enlightenment until you get to the plateau of sustainability where you constantly understand the new technology innovations in vaping, because they're just incremental, tiny improvements.
Exactly. Let me educate you people.
Let me educate you to my childhood and what was in my Happy Meal. How many remember the French fry grabber?
We never had anything like that over here. It was shit.
My little scissors. But they weren't scissors. They were little grabbers.
What mint?
You could steal the French fry from the guy sitting next to you.
Yeah, there. Come here, you bastard. That's awesome.
And there's Ponderosa from the outside. This is what they ended up looking like before they went bankrupt and closed.
Nice shop sign, isn't it? Lovely. Shame.
I'm so old. I remember typing class was actually a subject in school where we actually typed on typewriters.
Well, that's what they were, matey. You know what I mean? Hello.
My freshman year of high school, typing class was on typewriters. My sophomore year, for the people that didn't take it their freshman year and wanted to take it their sophomore year, actually did it on a TRS-80.
Just didn't know how good you had it, man.
Hey, speaking of not knowing how good we had it, how many of you remember doing fundraisers like these? Hoagie fundraisers.
Ooh, what the fuck's that?
You had a form to fill out. You got to choose whether you wanted, you know, an Italian or a bologna or a ham and cheese hoagie. Used to sell them for $5 a piece. And your department or your football team or whoever was selling these got $2.50 out of every hoagie you sold.
Wow. Never quite done that.
School
Always was just raffle
fundraisers.
tickets. We should just do raffle tickets. Definitely American.
Definitely a
thing.
USA
Definitely.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of American thing, when you become officially older than the folks you used to watch on TV, you come to realize life isn't as long as you thought it was going to be. Sanford and Sons was 48 years old. Same age as Archie Bunker. Mr. Diabetes. Three's Company. The landlord was 53 years old. Flo. How about Brady Bunch? The maid on Brady Bunch was 43.
That is the only one I recognize, the Brady Bunch one. Everybody else is, whoa, nah.
Oh, Archie.
Yeah.
She was 44.
Archie.
Golden Girls, she was 51.
I can vaguely remember the Golden Girls. Vaguely.
Blaine.
Never a big fan.
You know, growing up in the 70s and 80s, we thought that 2025 was going to look like this.
Yeah. My wife still thinks we should have hoverboard. My wife still wants a hoverboard like off Back. My wife still wants a hoverboard like off Back to the Future.
Instalace shoes. You put your feet in them, they automatically lace themselves up.
Yeah, never happened.
Do you know that everything from the west coast of Africa to Central Asia is nothing but a fucking desert?
Pretty much, yeah.
That was shocking when I realized how big that is.
It's the same shit about like when people think of America, they think like, you know, the big cities like New York, Washington, all that shit. But America, technically, it's a big barren land. You know, it's countryside, open land, and you know, it's not what everybody thinks it is. A big metropolis from coast to coast, is it? It's open. Like you said, when you've done jury duty, you've got like a fucking 4-hour drive. You know, it's fucking middle of nowhere to do. It's all big, isn't it?
Yeah. It was a fucking 40-minute drive for me to go to jury duty.
Yeah. Shit.
I think William Dobson discovered that Jessica Fletcher was a serial killer because everywhere she went, somebody died, but she never got suspected of it.
That's so true. It's like we've got like a detective scene called Midsummer Murders, right? It's a village of a population of about 100 people, and yet how they've still got a population because every week there's some fucker gets killed.
And Robert Lawyer corrected me. He's like, the rest of the world, they weren't called hoagies. They were called subs.
Subs, yeah. We call them subs.
Submarine sandwiches.
That's where the name from the shop, Subway. The Subway. I don't know if you've got a Subway in America.
Yeah,
we've
we got Subways
here,
all over the place.
Yeah.
That was actually started by a physician. That was actually started by a physician who was creating a restaurant where people could go to and get healthier meal options. Meanwhile, have you looked at the chemicals they put into processed meat?
Oh, yeah. Mallory.
Listen,
Where do you find it?
Did you know falcons only live 12 to 15 years? That means every falcon alive right now was born in the 21st century, which makes them all millennium falcons.
Oh, God.
What does gaslighting mean? It sounds like you made it up. No,
I bet you made it up.
It's not made up. Gaslighting is a real thing where they, like narcissistic people, will convince you that you're fucking crazy because they make you question everything.
All about control.
They bring little tidbits of knowledge to make you question everything that you already know. You know oil and water cannot mix, but he keeps using the word miscible to get you to think, oh, it can be in certain circumstances. No, motherfucker, oil and water will never mix. Go pound salt.
Oh, Mallory, man. Mallory's on form.
How many of you remember Elias's Big Boy?
Well, speaking of big boys, there you go. That just leads us on to Mallory's latest comment. A single sperm contains 37.5 megabytes of DNA information, which means that a normal ejaculation represents a data transfer of 1,587.5 terabytes. That's a lot of information to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Big Boy reminds me of Austin Powers. I love Big Boy. It was a nice sit down restaurant, classic burger type shake and stuff like that. And there's actually still a Big Boy in operation in Cleveland, Ohio.
Really?
Love it.
Wow.
Always be proud of your children, no matter what. My son was inmate of the month at Jackson County Jail.
Hey, well, that's it. Why not?
Ozzy Osbourne and Joan Jett and Lita Ford of the Runaways at the Chelsea Hotel in New York City during their 1976 world tour.
Joan Jett.
Sorry.
I love rock and roll. Put another dime in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll.
Yeah, Joan Jett. Joan Jett and the Black Horse.
Actually, that's Three's Company.
Yeah.
But they might be able to pass for those three in today's society. Where they gaslight you into believing everything is bullshit.
It's bullshit. But I still like Joan Jett, though.
How many of y'all remember the diner at Kmart?
Not for them prices, you can't. Jesus Christ, $2.49 for
when
a
we were
full
children,
plate.
these were in the paper, in the Sunday paper. Kmart was America's favorite store, the saving place.
Then
and
it
they had a
changed to
little
Walmart.
diner inside of it, and they had specials every day. $1.99
become
barbecue
Walmart.
sandwich plate.
And Walmart stepped in. You fuck off, Kmart. You're now Walmart.
Actually, Sears partnered up with them as they were going under. Sears were closing because of bankruptcy purposes, so all of the Craftsman tools and stuff got sold by Kmart, who was also not long left to live. Your favorite. The Pink Panther.
The rinky-dink panther, rinky-dink panther. He is plain as you know. He's the one and only truly original. Ever Pink Panther from head to toe.
It's a good joke, but I don't think it really applies to the Pink Panther. This is me giving myself a pep talk every day before going to work. You're broke and these bills ain't going to pay for themselves. Get moving.
The rinky-dink panther never spoke, and he never done a day's work in his life. If anything. A different character, perhaps, yeah.
The price of eggs are so high, we're going to have to paint potatoes this Easter.
Well, yeah, I can see that one.
How much are eggs in your country? Last time we were at Walmart, we stopped after our anniversary date. Stopped at Walmart and bought our groceries there. First off, what the fuck happened to Walmart? They try and like imitate Target now? Like all of their clothes shoppings have like spotlights and little antique booths and all kinds of fancy schmancy crap. And their prices are the same as Target now. Outrageous. Long story short, we bought 18 eggs. Cost us $10.
Oh, ours is cheaper than that.
$10 for 18 eggs.
No, we're way cheaper than that. I mean, here, there's an example there. For a pack of 6 eggs, medium free-range eggs in one of our popular supermarkets, fuck it, I'm naming it. For Tesco supermarket, you get 6 eggs for £1.65.
That's what the prices used to be like here before December. And for those of you that don't know, the reason why eggs are so outrageously expensive is because in December, one of the last things the Biden administration regulatory agencies did was call 600,000 chicken-laying eggs and half a dozen egg-laying plants across the country, blaming it on bird flu, which the one farmer, the one guy that ran the manager for that plant, says none of their chickens tested positive. But they had an FDA inspector come in and mandated they call the entire herd of chickens. You ain't going to convince me otherwise. This is done on purpose.
Costco said they're doing them for $5.99 a carton of 18. Happy Hippie Walmart has 60 eggs for $27. I mean, they're still relatively cheap over here. The only thing we've got going on here at the minute is like this bird flu crap.
That was the reason that they called all those chickens.
Yeah, but I think generally our eggs here are still pretty cheap. They're not too bad.
I'm lucky to have grown up with grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup, or tomato soup as you want to pronounce it. Matter of fact, that's what the wife and I are having for dinner tonight.
Cream, we have like Heinz cream of tomato soup. Drop a bit of cream in it. Delicious. Absolutely lovely.
I like rice in my tomato soup.
That was one of them things, you know, when you're poorly and you've got the flu or you've got a bit of cold, you should always get a nice bowl. Not of any other flavour, it was always tomato soup. Didn't have chicken soup, didn't have vegetable soup, it was always tomato. And it just had that warm feel, didn't it? Just having a bowl of tomato soup, you just felt warm and cozy, you know, and it was mid when you're cold. Oh my God.
What in the absolute methamphetamine infested slums of town is this crap?
Yeah, that's obviously a SUV and a pickup combination, I believe.
That's like a Ford Ranger mini pickup truck with a Plymouth Astro van in the back.
It is like an SUV or something, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Some people, I mean, you've got to give them 10 out of 10 for imagination, however. Even though it's stupid.
Folks, my cousins are one of the reasons my childhood is so awesome. It's also one of the reasons I got a Maryland bridge across my teeth. But neither here nor there. I do really feel sorry for people that never got to enjoy the life before everything had to be bubble wrapped.
Yeah. Them were the days, man. They were brilliant. And you weren't a Nancy Pantsy about it either. You know, you just got on with it.
Meanwhile, today's stage of legalized marijuana consumption, somebody's high as fuck.
What the fuck?
Thought that was a parking spot. Get the fuck out of here. You should not be driving.
What the hell? Holy moly.
Eat your gummy on your way home, not on the way shopping. My wife, after having just spent over $200 on groceries, and I suggested that maybe we should stop and get something to eat while we're out.
Yes.
You're wild.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes, I can do that. We can do that.
You want to know how much we spent? My wife and I went out for our anniversary trip to this Hungarian restaurant called Huszar in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
I understand why realtors say location, 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 right? Because this location where this restaurant was at was shit. 2 buildings over, they bought the empty lot after the city tore the building down, and that was their parking lot.
Yeah. Right.
Could barely get the exploder into that parking lot because there was a pickup truck parked in the front spot. Why he wouldn't have backed all the way into the back, I have no clue, but whatever. So it was just the 2 of us. Granted, we did get appetizers and we did get a dessert.
Yeah.
It was $100 for the 2 of us to eat.
Wow. Oh. I hope it was worth it.
Yes, it was worth it. It was something new to experience. The flavor was authentic Hungarian cooking. I had obviously chicken paprikash chitka, and it was big batch made, full flavor, full fat. Like, it was a small plate. Half of it was the noodles. The other half was the chicken paprikash. And I was stuffed after eating that little plate because of the fact that they actually cook in lard, not, seed oil and whatever. Full flavor, delicious.
Wow.
Brought back memories for the palacinta, for the crepes that we had as our appetizer. And the fried dough.
I can kind of see though, like when you go to a restaurant like that where you're looking like for an authentic food, you pay that for quality, you know what I mean, and that's what you got. So I think it's probably money well spent, mate. You know what I mean?
Each of our appetizers was like $13 or something. Our chicken paprikash, we both had the same thing. That was like $18. The dessert I had, which was a crepe filled with like a nut filling and chocolate sauce and whatnot, that was like $15 to $16. I had a Czechoslovakian beer while I was there. It was a half-liter bottle. That wasn't cheap either. So, I mean, stuff does add up.
See, when I took my wife to like a famous Mexican restaurant, and we had like, the usual stuff, but it cost more for the drinks than what it did for the fucking food, because it was like a cocktail bar as well. So the waiter kept coming over. Come on, your wife's glass is empty. Get her. So I thought, well, get her a fucking pitcher this time. It was £10 a cocktail, mate. Just a little glass, £10.
The same here.
Get her a jug. Get her a jug. You know what I mean?
I don't even want to know how much that beer was I drank.
I think I must have paid about £20 for the food and about 60 quid for the drink. I was only on binge. Wow.
Mallory said, my wife said that I look like a Greek god. Her actual words were, put your clothes on. We're in a museum. But I know what she meant.
Yeah, definitely. Quality.
No, she really didn't. No. I'm on my last
On my
leg.
last leg.
Got a buck?
Right.
The sad thing is she's probably a vet.
Normally
I
the
ain't
case.
taking any chances. Got a deadbolt on the gas cap.
Oh, that's what you call a locking cap.
No one. We need a movie about arm wrestling truckers. 1980s? Go on, I'm listening.
Yep, I'm listening. I remember that. Christ. I thought it was a canny film. I thought it was all right.
It's all right. Something new. They don't do anything
But
new
it was your
nowadays.
But it was your typical 80s movie. That's what it was. It was cheesy, and they were all
Yeah,
cheesy movies in the
it's
80s.
fun.
And that's what what it was all about.
Speaking
Bit
of
of fun.
cheesy, it doesn't matter if it's zip ties or OEM parts. Fixed is fixed. Why am I going to spend $180 on a new exhaust pipe for the truck that I drive maybe, I don't know, 12 times a year, 15 times a year? I can get that aluminum downspout to replace the exhaust that's freaking got a hole in it. That thing's never going to rust out. It's aluminum.
Oh my God.
That whole repair is going to cost me less than $20.
Yeah, but what happens when you have to come to your vehicle inspection? The tester's going to say,
My
what the
truck's
fuck is
26 years old. There's no more vehicle inspections. It's an antique. They don't
Really?
care what I do with it now.
that? I think that happens to us all
How
eventually.
many of y'all remember Where's the Beef? Where's the beef?
Nope.
Where's the beef?
Nope.
And just because when you thought that was a Wendy's thing exclusive,
Wendy's. Sugar corn syrup. There we go. Boom.
I have
all the
questions.
bad shit. Yeah. Artificial flavors and colors. Oh, Christ. Exactly. Where's the beef?
Put in to maintain freshness.
Oh,
So this was a gaslighting advertising campaign too, to get you to focus on where's the beef? Where's the beef? Instead of the fact that they are now augmenting the food with all this crap that actually is going to end up killing us.
yeah.
Because the original Wendy's, Dave only used quality beef ingredients.
Damn.
Remember the days when there was no devices to check in on and all you did was, live your life and have some fun?
Hell yeah. It's when people talk to each other. Had fun.
Before calculators, people used an
abacus.
Just when you thought that a dad joke wasn't going to come back to haunt you.
Fuck off. Get to feck.
Fuck off.
An abacus.
No excuses. No snow days anymore. Have a nice day.
Awesome. Love that. I would love to play with
That
something like
right there be
brilliant.
life in Alaska.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Meanwhile, we've got Ice Road Trucker Summer Edition coming out soon.
Yeah. Submarine edition, more like it.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
All right. You guys don't remember the restaurant earlier? How about Arthur Treacher's? Anybody know Arthur Treacher's? Fish and chips?
Fish and chips, man. Delicious.
The only place I ever had fish and chips, other than, little pubs and stuff, was main chain restaurant, Long John Silver's. I think they ended up with 1,800 stores before they declared bankruptcy. Started in Pennsylvania, out near Philadelphia.
Fish and chips was massive in my childhood because I used to live next to it, like literally live next to the docks, you know, where the boats come in with all the fresh, with the catch, you know, just awesome times. Fresh fish.
Long John Silver's Hush Puppies. My wife makes much better Hush Puppies than Long John Silver's. Meanwhile, back in our childhood, this is what McDonald's gave you the best time you could possibly have with your glasses on. 3D Happy Meals.
Gotta remember. Remember the 3D glasses, Jesus.
Remember going to the movies, watch stuff in 3D?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I've seen. My Bloody Valentine in 3D with the glasses.
Ooh.
And that was mint because you had the short, you jumped into the screen with this chainsaw and you're like, whoa, get the fuck back, motherfucker. That was really good. Like, it was whoa. But that was the
Why does a rooster crow so early in the morning? It wants to get a word in before the hens wake up.
Yeah, that's so true and all, isn't it? Christ almighty, is it true?
Back when Uncle Dave made real hamburgers at Wendy's, they had double up days. 2 quarter-pounder single hamburgers, $1.59.
Bloody hell, you're going back there, aren't you?
2 bowls of chili, $1.59.
Oh, chili.
How about
chili?
The Wendy's Fun Pack? This was their rebuttal to the Happy Meals at McDonald's. So you had Wendy's Fun Pack. You got a junior single hamburger, junior French fries, small soft drink, or Frosty. All for 99 cents.
Wow. No chicken sandwich. Mmm.
This guy's definitely got a bright future ahead of him.
What? Hello. That's not gonna happen.
That'll be great till he's loading his pickup truck and he steps on the chain.
That pin's gonna pop like a grenade pin.
And before some bastard decided to invent bucket seats, we had a good life.
Nah, we never had bench seats in UK cars. Very rarely got bench seats. Nah. There's only certain,
you missed out on the
certain
good
models
days.
of cars. Only certain models of cars had bench seats, but most of them never had bench seats on the front. Never. We were boring. We were bloody boring, we were.
Almost as boring as this manager. Cashier wanted, must be 18 years old with 20 years experience.
What? What? Okay. You were doing it in the womb or even before you were conceived? Brilliant.
How many of y'all remember Chi-Chi's? The Mexican restaurant.
Nope.
Or your chimichangas. Your fried ice cream.
I do like Mexican food, I must admit.
I used to love Chili's. Chi-Chi's, not Chili's.
That looks nice. See, you look at food, then it just looked nice, didn't it? Not now, it's like shit, innit? I mean, you.
Speaking of shit, Grandma, do you have any pepper? Yes, baby, go check the cabinets.
Holy moly. 99.
Yeah, that's what my mom's cupboard looks like.
You know, my wife's mother was like that, and she had stuff that was way out of date in her cupboards.
Brent Whitney, Truth Slayer, Long John Silver's is shit. It's so bad that they had to partner up with a burger joint.
Really?
Yeah, now they're combination stores. All owned by the same people that own Pizza Hut.
So, Mallory, your first car for Dodge 400 had bench seats in it. So, what did you get up to in your bench seat vehicle? That's what I want to know.
Go ahead, you read it.
Do not... Warning! Do not give Rice Krispies to young children. I ate them as a child. Now when I stand up, I snap, crackle, and pop. That happens about 60 years down the line, that like.
It's true.
It is. Oh, dude.
Has anyone told you how pretty you are today? No. No, nobody has. Better luck tomorrow. You bastard.
You bastard. It's classic cat one.
I like dogs better than cats. I understand family always comes first.
Oh.
I have two men fighting over me. Oh, tug of war.
Ouch. Oh, these
I have
are
a condition.
dark.
I have a condition that makes me eat when I can't sleep. What condition do you have, Smudge? It's called insomnia.
Nah, that plummeted that one off the last two. That just went.
You don't upset me, Smudge. I got the feeling of Valentine's Day in the face of Halloween.
That's better.
My expiration date on my milk is February 14th, 2025. How about that? So your milk has a date on Valentine's Day, but you don't. How about that?
Oh, Jesus.
How many wrinkles does an asshole have? Smile, so I can count them.
Oh dear, these are getting personal.
Excuse me, sir. We're doing a survey. Tell me, do you talk to your wife during sexual intercourse? Actually, I do try to, dear, if there's a phone handy.
Oops.
Did you know there are more airplanes in the ocean than submarines in the sky?
No shit. No way.
Have you seen my
Really?
TikTok? For fuck's sake, how old are you? It's called a watch.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I don't do drugs, and I don't drink at my age. I get, the same effects by just standing up too fast.
Now that's feeling now. Jesus. Whoop.
And folks, we've said this before, we'll say it again. This is how we knew where our friends were before cell phones existed.
Yeah. We didn't send them messages. You went round and knocked at that door. Simples.
Mom wants to know how the fishing trip is going and if the kids are having any fun. Dad texts the reply back.
I think that's brilliant.
Looks like we're having a great time.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant. I love that.
So if I take half of your cookies, what would I have? 2 black eyes and a fat lip.
Which makes sense because it's a cookie monster.
Do you know where I can get a toupee? Not off the top of my head.
God almighty.
Getting old sucks big time. I just threw out my back because the toaster startled me.
Yep.
True story. I walked in the kitchen the other night. I got done working on the thing, and this was after my wife had used Alexa to tell me, dinner's done. So I come down the steps, and I walked into the kitchen, and she goes, ah! I'm like, what? I didn't hear you come in. What? You called me down for dinner. Impress her with something expensive this Valentine's Day. You can go buy that box of 60 eggs at Walmart for $27.
3 eggs. Then she certainly starts to pelt you with them.
You remember what it was like to egg somebody's house and throw all the TP all over the place. So do what makes you happy, because, you know, folks, when you die, your job's going to be posted long before your obituary is published.
So true.
You can't always control who walks into your life, but you can control which window you throw them out of.
True.
Why do hurricanes normally get named after women? Well, when they come, they're wet and wild, but when they go, they take your house and car with them.
A true statement on that. Holy moly.
I tried, folks. I really tried. I still can't find my other sock.
Totally tore the washing machine apart.
I have no clue where the hell it went. I think I might have ate it.
It's such a
well, you're kinky, but very limited on funds.
Beer tops. Well, we can do that.
They're refillable? What?
Oh, God.
Bloody cost of living. Can't afford toilet paper.
Rizzler papers. When you ask for cigarette papers, I love it.
Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? Because it got stuck in a crack.
Oh, God.
If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, you're drunk. Ducks don't fucking talk.
Fair comment.
Pears grown in Argentina, packed in Thailand, sold in the United States. And you want to stop me farting? Because I'm the problem?
This is it.
Can you fuck right off?
Definitely fuck right off of that one. That's been around the world.
Speaking of which...
Holy moly. Damn.
Did you bring a 5-pound bag of flour to hang out with her?
Damn.
And folks, this is why toys are important in the adolescent years. Because if they certainly don't understand this, they'll never fucking understand this.
Holy shit. Oh, man, really? Really? Come on.
Don't worry, getting older. You're still gonna do dumb stuff, just a little slower.
Fucking hell yeah. I do believe that now.
And the joy of having beautiful AI technology, you can break shit faster.
Yeah.
Please have your nuts weighed at the register during checkout. Really?
I don't mind that one, like, if that's what you want to do.
Is there a prize for the heaviest blue balls?
That would be sad if you had, because that means you're not using them enough.
Hey, folks, spoil your wife this Valentine's Day with a pair of moppers.
You would definitely get a punch in the face with them, like. But I think it'd be fun. You could dance about and, yeah, I feel good.
Fun fact, the majority of archaeologists or women do their natural ability to, dig shit up from the past.
That's so fucking true. Holy moly, is that on the nail? You remember when
last
you done
spring
this?
I told you to get out there and clean out the shed, and you still haven't done it.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't going to do it now for another couple months because there's a fucking inch of ice everything.
Yeah.
But thanks for bringing that up.
I told you to do that. Yeah, just like, I thought I told you to do this. When? 15 fucking years ago. Oh, sorry.
Have you seen that potato peeler thingy? Dad, she left you like 2 days ago.
Oh, ouch.
Maybe you should have cleaned the shed.
Yeah. Oh, that thing.
I make bad decisions when I'm drunk, but the sober ones haven't really been that fucking great either.
Yeah, that one, I know.
Women are like phones. They like to be held and talked to. But push the wrong button, and you'll be disconnected quicker than shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
I just want a job Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9:05 a.m. How about $2,500 a minute? You know, nothing too crazy, please.
That would be the ideal job, I take it.
You know, if they would
I think
legalize
we'll take that one.
prostitution, you could do that job.
Pretty much, yep. Pretty much.
Parenting nowadays versus me after talking back to my mom in 1984.
Oh yeah, that is so true. You got your ass beat and whipped and clattered. You got a good hiding.
This is flat earthers when they realize that, you know, they're breathing fresh air from an atmosphere and not an atmos-flat.
Yeah. Atmosphere being the word.
Porn star just told me she gets $18,000 for anal. Feel bad about my wife. She doesn't even get a warning.
Oh, God. Oops, wrong one.
Shout out to my dog, who will literally eat cat shit given the opportunity, but then try to hide a pillow and 3 pounds of cheese for him to take for his gout, and suddenly he's fucking Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, they do, don't they? You go, there's a pillow, baby. Like, nope, I ain't taking that. Nope, I'm not having that.
Found this antique figurine at a charity shop. It was very cheap because it's got a crack in it.
Holy moly, that's very detailed. Jesus. Oh, fuck.
Does your asshole ever get jealous of all the shit that comes out of your mouth?
I can't go that statue. Who would fucking buy a statue like that? Jesus Christ.
What's wrong, babe? You've hardly touched your sushi.
Corn douchey. Ooh. Doesn't look very appetizing, does it?
Well, that's about all we can afford this year. And then there's Italians, mozzarella Italiana tradizionale.
Yep.
Well, it'll take a long time to go through that cheese.
Damn.
Eating makes you poo. That wastes everyone's time. Good team members, stay hungry.
Okay. What the fuck?
Mm.
Radio. Yeah.
Motivational signage at Taco Bell.
Right.
Good enough. Quote from Mediocrities.
Mediocrities, Jesus.
American girl releases first doll with hearing loss. Wait, what? The other ones can hear us?
Holy shit, that's scary. What? They can hear us? Whoa.
Oh.
Talk about Big Brother.
Buzz
Talk about Big
Lightyear
Brother,
and
eh?
Woody was right.
Yeah, man.
When employers want you to have 10 years of experience before the age of 22, got to start early.
Oh, God. Oh, bless him.
It means don't feed the fish, and you know it. Don't jack off on the dolphins. What do you think?
Well, you know where my mind goes for that one, don't you?
Date a girl who wears glasses. It's like dating two girls when she takes them off. Wash off her makeup and then you can date 3 girls. Well, if you remove her Instagram filter, you get to date 4 girls. take her meds away, and you might be able to date up to 10 of them.
Oh, nasty. Shit.
Can you multitask? Yeah, I can listen, ignore, and forget all at the same time. Every day.
Hell yeah. Too right. Hell
Not the mama.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, spring is right around the corner.
Oh, no. No.
Well, it's that
That's
or Billy Bob's getting ready for a coil comp.
Oh, God.
Bruh,
oh, dear.
This new milk my mom bought tastes funny.
Elmer's.
Well, yeah, I guess we finally
Oh.
figured out who ended up buying the Elmer's glue I put in the milk fridge at Walmart.
Oh, that's not good.
Wake up the traditional Italian coffee way.
Garlic. Oh,
You
no.
can use your Papa John's garlic container in your Keurig
Mm-mm.
for the
God,
Italiano
hell no.
breakfast roast.
Hell no.
I don't know what's worse, folks, the straw placement or the eye contact you'll have while using it.
It looks wrong in all departments, doesn't it?
Who thought this was a good idea?
It just looks so wrong. Looks like the
You
man's
know there's some
enjoying
CEO
himself.
out there that signed off on this shit.
Jesus Christ.
And then worry about teenage
That-
vaping.
That's probably an image of the CEO here when he got caught doing something. Holy moly, man.
You guys, I'm really in love
come
with my
on.
new mortar and pestle.
I bet you are now. Woohoo. Buzzer.
Just don't go and reuse it after Granny has her opportunity to try it.
Exactly. Hell no.
Don't touch my food with that.
Nope.
So, could you please tell me about yourself? Be gentle, I squirt.
Whatever rocks your boat.
We're not signing Aaron Rodgers. I don't get it.
I don't know that one. I don't get that one.
Durex, would you like to take this time to remind everyone out there that Valentine's Day has consequences?
Oh my God. That's bad.
I guess we're a week late for that one.
Yeah.
Hey, of course you feel great. These things are loaded with antidepressants. Did you know?
Oh, Jesus. And other
36%
drugs.
of Americans are taking antidepressants. True fact. How to start a fight. What's on TV? The Dust.
Oh. That is definitely black eye, that, like.
When the racket on your tennis trophy breaks and now it looks like you won an award for masturbation.
Christ, what the fuck? What the earth is doing? Oh, the largest pecker competition, one of the two. Jesus Christ.
When it was supposed to be sexy night, but you all went too hard on the endless breadsticks at Olive Garden.
Oh, now you feel like shit. Yeah. Absolutely smashed. Out the count.
There are two kinds of countries. Those who use the metric system and those who've landed on the moon. We're neither.
You need to turn metric. The US needs to go metric. Please fucking lobby your fucking MPs to go Merrick.
You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. I definitely agree with you.
I mean, please go Merrick. It's a universal size. Everybody understands it. Everybody knows it. You know what it is? We used to make an engineering. We used to do a lot of stuff for the gas and oil industry, and the amount of American threads we used to get was fucking crazy. We had to literally reprogram a machine for every type of thread. It was fucking nuts. Absolutely nuts. And yet a metric thread, bump M10, 10 mil, M8, 8 mil. It was just the diameter. The thread was pretty much the same if you got your pitch and all that shit set, but it was an M8, M10. It was just based off diameter. Not American threads. Hell fucking no.
And you know the sad reality is most of the cars that are on the road today are built using metric parts.
Yeah. Because that's where we are, boys and girls.
Because they've unified all the parts for all the cars in the entire supply chain.
The worst thing to get, I mean, you could machine an American thread near problem on a machining center or a lathe. But you try finding taps and dies in American threads. Oh, they were kind of freaking.
Really?
Yeah, they were terrible for over here.
Well, that's because all of our actual tools are made in China now.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them in a sense. The work, you know, the thread, the screw on, the seal, whatever. Especially in the gas and oil industry. They use a lot of American threads in the gas and oil industry. They do the job, but they could be easier. You know what I mean?
You know, they've standardized everything else in the world. Why wouldn't they standardize measurements?
I think, well, obviously, this is my point. I mean, before decimalization, that included going metric. I suppose everything was standardized then. Then obviously metric came in and people just haven't changed, you know. There's a lot of stuff out there that still uses the old thread system. So you've got to cater for it at the end of the day, haven't you?
Yeah, and the sad reality is anybody that's actually worked on any vehicles here in the States has eventually ended up having to buy both sets, imperial and metric. And then it's a guessing game, you know, whether this vehicle you're working on is going to be one or the other, or a combination of both.
The thing is, though, like, you know, when you used to get your DIY tool sets, you know, you used to buy, like, say, a set of spanners, you know, ring spanners or open-ended spanners. You used to get a set of metric, and you used to get a set of the corresponding, you know, American or Old English or whatever we used to call it, you know. But now you don't get the old set, it's all metric. There's very, very, very few old-size spanners. And whatever, like half-inch, 3/4, 332, you know, all that stuff. Very rarely
here in the
sell
States,
stuff that down.
all the toolkits come with both.
Not so much here now. Not so much, unless you ask for it.
Yeah. Old cars are always going to use imperial because that's what they used back in the day, and the cars haven't changed.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I haven't seen the law that made it adopt metric system here in the States. I'll have to look into that.
I've never seen that.
I would love to see it.
It's gotta be new. If it is, it's very new. I've never seen it.
You know, it's like us talking about the weather and me having to transpose things into Celsius.
Oh, it's goddamn cold. We're supposed to be getting a little bit of a warmer, I'm not saying I'm going to say a heat wave, but a warmer climate from, say, Thursday, Friday, maybe tomorrow. The forecast
Not here, mate.
A little bit of warm blast.
We're in the freezer for the next week.
Oh, God, -14.
Which is good for the turkey sitting in my truck instead of the freezer. Matter of fact, I could probably put it back in my freezer now that we've, you know, eaten a couple of the pizzas and the lasagna that was in there.
Now, like, with them temperatures. It's definitely going to last a bit longer with them temperatures. Jesus Christ. Hang on a minute. 0709. Now sunrise is 0222. What the fuck? Where's that come? Oh, whoa. Sunrise 0222. Where are they getting that one from?
5 hours.
Oh,
off.
yeah, you're fine. Got you.
It's my time. Add 5 hours to those times.
That's right, yeah, it's your time. Sorry.
So it's 5:18 for sunset, and your sunrise is at 7:22.
Got you. Yeah. The penny dropped. I was thinking, fucking hell.
And let's not forget, don't let them gaslight you. Vitamin E acetate, vitamin E oil will never mix with nicotine vape liquid.
No. Just do not vape anything with oil in it. Simple as. You just no. Big fat no. No. Or you will do some damage and you will be ill.
Called lipoid pneumonia.
Yeah. And you'll give vaping a bad fucking name, so don't do it.
Listen, we're not the ones that you're going to have a problem with. What you're going to have a problem with is some weed smoker that hears that vaping is better for you than, smoking it. So they're going to go mix up their own vape liquid.
This is the thing. There'll be a lot of DIY stuff. That's the problem. Who probably don't know what they're doing.
Mate, there's going to be a lot of you guys over there picking up DIY mixing here if the taxes go through that they've been planning on putting in place.
Big time, mate. Big time. I mean, I don't know if there's enough voices on the ground to contest it. You know what I mean? Because back in the day, there was, that's how we got what we did. We hustled with MPs who went to Parliament, but it's like you said, it's getting to the stage now.
Nobody gives a fuck.
That's what it is. When it comes to advocacy, nobody gives a shit until it's too late. And you're like, oh, what the fuck happened there? When you sat in your arse and let it happen, mate. You done fuck all. And that's the problem. It's like I said before, they always think somebody else is going to do something about it instead of themselves.
Perfect example is Vic. He used to do the news every single Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
He had his What's Up on the weekends about what's going on with the channel. And on Wednesdays, he used to do news and advocacy. It wasn't hardcore advocacy, but he would cover the news. And I understand it gets to be depressing when you do it week after week after week. But there's ways to make it, fun and interesting. Especially if you're not afraid of making a fool out of yourself and, pontificating on the subject.
But at the end of the day, with him being the largest, well, we say the largest, he's got the biggest following YouTube reviewer. He should promote a bit of advocacy, you would think.
Yes. He should take responsibility for himself.
Yeah.
And put the information out there.
I mean, I know, a lot has changed for the guy. He's went from a studio, back down to being at home, recording videos and stuff. He's probably took a big hit financially and all that stuff, but it costs you fuck all to make a video, mate. You know what I mean? So if you've got the gear, at the end of the day, just time. That's all it is. It costs you time. So
that's why we do this show.
Especially, like I said, if you've got the time to be a full-time YouTuber and a full-time reviewer, then you've got the time to do this research and whatever. Obviously, like myself and a lot of other people, when you've got a full-time day job, time isn't as free as you would like it to be. There's nothing more we would do and crack on with video reviews or whatever, or do advocacy. But I go to work all day, and some days, you've had a hard day, you just want to come in and crash out and relax. You can't be fucked on with anything else, and that's life. You've got to spend time with your family as well, so you've got to get that balance right. So,
Well, I'm at the teetering point. I'm at the point now where I'm going to go head first into doing this full time. Not just this vape channel. I've obviously got to do other channels to monetize this space and actually get an actual potential income from it.
Honestly, I am not knocking it. If you've got the time to do it full time, then go for it. Fucking go for it. Do it. You know what I mean? If you've got the time, if you can do that full time, kudos to you. It's a job like any other job. But again, like you said, when you're mixing, your work, family life, pleasure, it's difficult. It's difficult to do.
It is difficult to do, just like it's become difficult for me to do the other 2 shows that I wanted to do on this channel, and I am going to get started on it. The only thing that's held me back so far is, number one, having everything organized and ready to go, which I've gotten to the point now with my flavors. I made that commitment to you last week. I'm not buying any more until I've at least personally used at least half of the ones I have. So that's number one.
Yeah.
Number 2 is I also need to do where if I publish a review on this channel, I need to publish a review on on an audio channel and publish a review on a health channel, because those, it'll take me a year. One of them is going to blow, and then it becomes monetized.
Yeah. I mean, touching on what we said about Vic, I think he's got a bit of a fear in case he gets another strike. But I think he's close to getting.
He
his
used to
channel
have
right
that.
now.
He used to have 2 other channels. He never did anything with them.
Yeah.
He was one that was a center-left political channel that he was going to do news every week or something, commentary.
Yeah, and a tech
if
channel.
He would have
as well
done that,
channel.
he could have been monetizing that and still enjoying his studio.
Possibly, but there is that. I think he's, I don't think sometimes he's getting a strike because of YouTube. I think he's got a lot of enemies out there, and I think some people are just spiteful and they'll just drop him, throw him under a bus, whatever. You know what I mean? And report his channel for whatever. And I think that's because
I've definitely come to find out this space has love-hate relationship with people. You found that out yourself when you were doing Skin Show.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's some jealousy aspects to people that you just are shocked by.
Yeah,
really, are we still in high school? Come on.
I mean, and it's back in its heyday, it wasn't too bad. People, gelled together, and then, but for some reason, jealousy kind of crept in, and people being horrible about each other. It all crept in, and then that's it. I mean, there's a lot of reviewers have disappeared. There's hardly any now in the UK. Big names, anyway. Now all the big ones have gone. There's only probably Vic. The next one's probably Little Bro. Solo. Flat Cap. He's been floating about recently, but he switched to Rumble, so I don't know how well he's doing on Rumble. But a lot of the other big ones, Vaping Postman, Devil Vapor, Dean the Devil Vapor, they're all gone. They've washed their hands of it and fucked off. So there's not many really big reviewers left in the UK now, to be honest with you.
Rumble is growing, but it's growing to a limited population. A lot of the people that buy the mainstream media storylines, hook, line, and sinker, they don't want any parts of it because they see it as a far right-wing channel or platform.
The only thing I find successful on Rumble is celebrities who's been kicked into touch. Like I said, that guy Russell Brand, and that guy that his name skips us from. He used to work for the fucking NBC. He done the interview with Putin, man. What do they call him?
Tucker Carlson.
The likes of them, all the people that have been cast out, they're doing their own thing on Rumble and blah. That's the people that's kind of hitting the success on there. But generally, I think it will grow, but it's growing slowly.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time.
It hasn't got the popularity of YouTube, because YouTube's obviously conquered the fucking lot, hasn't it?
It's also not as easy to use as YouTube. YouTube does have a very good setup for their platform for putting stuff out there. Definitely. Any idiot can get on there and get their stuff published. Yeah. And all you need to do it is a cell phone, because the phones nowadays are so good that you can pretty much do it all from there. And if you take it one step further and download your videos and actually edit them, it's easy to get big quick. Mm-hmm. But you can't be shadow banned like we've been on the vaping content stuff.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if that actually makes any kind of a change during Trump's administration.
Yeah. Just Adam William, Little Bro's been ill again, mate. He hasn't been in the best of health. That's why he hasn't been on the
oh, that's
Vic
right.
show.
Yeah, Vic did mention him.
he hasn't been well. Flat Cap, like I said, he's mainly went to Rumble, and he's promoting he's Atty stands at the moment. He's developing Atty stands and stuff like that. So he's doing a bit of that as well, but he's mainly Rumble. But Jim VV, he's another cracking guy. I watch him all the time. He's also Brett. He's brilliant. But
I used to get fed his stuff.
UK, I'm just mainly mentioning UK reviewers. You know, there's not many top ones around now. A lot of them's disappeared. There's still a few that's still hanging about, but they don't do reviews anymore. They've got channels, but they don't really review much. They drop into chats and live shows and all that kind of crap. You know, I think like Shrek's one of the guys now. Shrek, he used to do a few reviews, but he drops more into chats and that now. I don't think he's doing that much in reviews. You know, he does the odd live show for whoever. But I don't think, there's a lot of people that's just disappeared. But again, with all these restrictions and things, I think some people have seen the writing on the wall and have thought, well, I'm going to walk away now while I can, kind of thing. So maybe there's that as well. But there's not much now. The UK review scene isn't as big as it used to be. No, not by
no, but you also
shot.
have to look at the fact that, it can't be as big as it used to be. Over 60% of the products sold on the market are disposables, and who the hell really needs to review a disposable? That's like, I'm having such a hard time with this. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't excite me. So it's hard to actually do a favorable review on a product that doesn't excite you.
I think that has had an effect. And, there was a bit like a kind of, I don't know if a snobbery or a hatred for them with the reviewers. But at the end of the day, it's a vape product device that helps people to quit smoking. I still believe to this day there is a place for them, regardless whether you like them, hate them, whatever. There's still a place for them. They're a vaping device to help. The sole aim is to stop you smoking, and they can help you stop smoking. It's not just, like us now, we're hobbyists. We know how to rebuild. We know how to do that. But for the average Joe, who just walks into a store, a vape shop, whatever, and thinks, I'm going to give this a go. That's the first thing they'll look at, is a disposable, because of its ease of use. They don't want to go and build stuff and change fucking coils. They just want to pick someone up and chuff on it.
Just like my wife. Oh, that's a refillable one. I don't want it. You don't. Yeah. It's got 9 mils of liquid in there. You know how long you're going to be able to use this before it even becomes an issue that you might have to refill it? Use it till the tank's empty. Nah, I like my disposable.
I think the way around disposables for people to switch is to simulate that flavor. We know the flavor is saturated to hell. It's heavy with flavors. But if you replicated that flavor, say, into a pod system where it was, really fucking what they are, they're like, they're very sweet, they're very fucking heavy. I think that would be the only way they could move on from them. I think that's the way they're going to have to move on from them, especially if the bans come in place. Obviously, the bans making them illegal, but the black market, you'll still get them. People are buying more black market stuff now, and they're still fucking legal. So, fuck knows what it's going to be like when they do ban them. But if you could replicate that flavour into a refillable pod system or something, maybe then, we can move on from them. But I can't see that happening. I really can't see that happening. I think the black market's just going to.
I don't think we're going to get a choice if the legislatures pass these taxes and stuff. There's a lot of changes that are going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Pod systems are going to become a very popular thing, and people are going to get tired of having to pay 20 quid for a little bottle of liquid like this.
They're going to want something quick and instant. At the end of the day, I mean, if you've noticed the last few weeks, there are a lot of companies are now starting to bring more hardware out. So they must know, when the ban's due. So they must be shifting the shift to do more hardware, even if it's pod kits. They're starting to move to that direction now. I've noticed there's a lot of new hardware come out in the last couple of months. Tons, new mods, new tanks. There's shitloads come out.
I want to see other manufacturers do like Hell Vape's doing right now. They've got a lot of rebuildable stuff right now. A lot of drippers and stuff. And the flavor is phenomenal on these things. This is still my all-day vape.
I think, like I say, I don't know if the hobbyist side's dying a bit, or it's just went stale. You know, it's stagnant because, like you said, a lot of hobbyists are doing this stuff. You know, somebody to quit smoking. So it's the hobbyist side. Maybe they're trying to influence the hobbyists to start buying again. You know, I think, you know, with all the stuff they're bringing out. But they're still missing the trick. They're still, to me, missing is how to get people to stop smoking with something that's easy to use, easy and convenient to use, like a disposable. They're going to miss a trick somewhere along the line with that. Definitely.
I have been warning you guys in the UK since we started doing the show 3 years ago that you need to watch because they're coming for you next. You're the pinnacle of vaping. They're going to knock you off of that pedestal.
I think we kind of knew that was coming eventually all along. I think we did milk it a bit, you know, the glory years where we were, you know, the example, the shining example. And I think we did know that somebody's going to come and knock us off our perch. I kind of guessed we knew it was coming eventually. But to what extent? We still don't know to what extent because there's nothing come out. There's nothing. They're saying they're going to have this.
It's a lot of hush-hush stuff right now.
Yeah. It's a load of shit. There's nothing new come out. It's saying they're going to have this. The new. I mean, was when fucking hell was it the Conservatives or Labour? We were supposed to have a new TPD fucking laws and shit.
TPD too.
We left Brexit. When we left Brexit,
after Brexit,
we were supposed to
never
do our own
happened.
shit on that. It never happened because we were going to separate this from tobacco. That was the rumor, and it never happened. And now they're jumping on it with a ton of bricks, trying to get rid of it. Well, at least it's disposable.
That's why I think right now Trump has an amazing opportunity. If they separate it here in the States, I guarantee you guys will follow.
Without a doubt. Easy. Without a doubt. I think if
they stick to their guns here in the States, they keep out of the World Health Organization, they get the legislature here to pass what Trump has already instituted. Nigel Farage gets his chance to create a whole new World Health Organization using his organization to counter the World Health Organization's effects now. Their funding dries up. They have no choice but to tell the people the truth. That AI is going to reveal in a couple of years anyway.
Definitely. That's why they're shitting ourselves behind and having meetings all over about it. You know, like, oh, fucking hell, we're not going to be keeping out hush hush anymore. Because that's going to tell everybody
you
what's
can't
going
keep
on.
it a secret anymore.
I mean, at the moment, like I said, the UK was still kind of up in the air. I mean, the only thing we'll know that's coming is a disposable ban, but everything else is an tax, possibly on your liquids, but there's nothing concrete. There's no end result as such at the minute. It's all pie in the sky, so to speak. It's all rumors and
well,
bullshit.
if they follow through in the States here and they actually do say vaping, you and I are going to re-experience what the first generation of vape reviewers did back in 2016. This explosive growth of companies, new companies, bringing new products to the market, and a price war that keeps these products affordable for everyone to the point where they can actually get exported from here to your country.
It's going to create another competitive market again, because obviously if he does do a U-turn, and you know, you're going to have vape shops open, you know, brick and mortars open up again. They're going to sprout all over again. Even your mama and papa shops are all going to open again because now they've all lost everything. So you know, you're going to produce a vibrant. This will be a vibrant, productive market because it's so popular, and it will be popular again if he does a U-turn or whatever.
Now, the thing is, can we get shops that open up that are informed ex-smokers that use vaping to quit, that aren't just trying to push the disposables and the pod systems?
Well, you're always going to get the rogue trader, no matter what. You're always going to get the person that's going to open up.
Your typical Indian corner shop that he doesn't care what the fuck he sells as long as he's making money.
They're going to open. But, you know, a good, solid brick and mortar vape shop with some regulation. You've got to have some regulation. You can't have some fucking idiot open up and say, nah, side of this, side of that. You know, you want professional people in professional shops who can give professional advice. You know, if a guy walks into a vape shop, they're not going to try and sell him some big and shiny like this to make a big fucking buck. You know, ooh, buy this, you'll be blown clouds.
Well, you know what?
No.
That's something that can happen once they get this licensing scheme in full bore.
Yeah, but you know that's where you've got to you've got to get the fairness into it. You know, because it did used to happen in the old days with brick and mortars. You know, you used to go, well, you know, I'm thinking about quitting smoking. Oh, you want to buy this big fucking thing? You know, you would just, if you had any common sense, you would turn around and fucking walk out the door. You know, a proper vape shop will say, well, you didn't want no like that yet. You just want maybe this little starter kit, get you going, blah blah blah. Recommend Nick, you know, what Nick to start on. Recommend, you know, pick your flavor. You'd even give you a couple of samples, try a couple of flavors, see where you like it, and that's how it worked then. The need to bring that back.
You need basic regulations. You don't get them complicated. Here's a perfect example. I've been doing taxes for myself, for my family members and stuff like that. My brother-in-law has done a new side job since he moved out east again. Here he's doing nuisance animal abatement, right? You got raccoons that are constantly tearing into your trash or whatever. My brother-in-law sets out traps and traps them and then, you know, dispatches them.
Yeah.
And
get that, yeah.
When I was doing his taxes, you know that he technically has to go to the state game board and he has to get a $100 license and pass a test to do what he's doing.
Wow.
I never knew that regulations existed on the book. Here he's subject to a $5,000 fine if he gets caught, you know, catching wild animals and, you know, releasing them into the public or dispatching them, putting them out of their misery.
Well, it's kind of an illegal activity. You don't got to be licensed to do it, haven't you? I don't imagine. You've got to over here, you know. I mean, we've got
put
a
up
guy
a list of animals that you can't re-release into the public because they're afraid of, you know, spreading rabies or whatever, and that should be it.
We've just had something on the news. Here's a guy, he's breeding rare animals. We used to have the lynx. The lynx used to be a wild cat in the UK. He's breeding them unlicensed and setting them fucking free. And they're going, whoa, mate, hold on. You can't be fucking doing shit like that. You know, it's a predator. It could attack humans and all that shit. You know what I mean? You can't be doing fucking crap like that. You know what I mean? But he was actually trying to release wild lynx back into, I think it's Scotland. I think that's where it was roaming in its day. And they're like, you can't do that without fucking, you know, some thought.
Yeah. Hey, bastard's right. Bubble wrap the world. No.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think we need to do that.
But I even think, like you see, when they're talking about this license scheme in the UK, they're talking about brick and mortar vape shops. They're not the people that need licenses. The fucking corner shops that selling the fucking shit to underage people. They're the people that need licensing. You know what I mean? They're the ones that sell to underage fucking kids and everything. And a decent brick and mortar vape shop will not have anybody in their premises under the age of 18, period. It was always like that. We don't need a license to stop kids coming in the shop. We'll just
well, now they're selling black market products. They don't give a shit. It's already against the law. Who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
All right. Time for a retro vape. We could sit here and cry to blues about the situation for a long time.
I'm gonna have a
Let's
quick
see what a
wee,
drag's
so
like.
I'm gonna run like hell for this wee. 2 shakes.
It's more than 2 shakes. You're playing with it. A long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, the S'more Corporation, aka Vaporesso, released the Swag Kit, a beautiful single battery mod and a beautiful tank with multiple coil options, 3.5 milliliters of capacity for this tiny little stock coil tank. And they have the beautiful gene chip that performs all of your wattage calculations for you. And all kinds of funky colors and designs. There you go, folks. And the beautiful silver-bodied orange swag kit. And this is the battery chamber. Single 18650 battery. Beautifully marked on the inside. And with a nice, beautiful retro vape, we need a beautiful Samsung battery to throw in there. And there you go. There's the beautiful display. Check atomizer.
The man's got a weed. He takes more than 2 shakes as he crosses papers.
5 clicks to turn it off.
What is actually wrong with me, family? It's a bone. I don't even understand what he meant. He was like, when a man has a wig and then shakes it more than twice, does it mean he's playing with himself? Or what?
Oh, God. Sorry about that. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Oh, she was having a good old time.
I tried to explain that one to my wife, but if a man has more than 2 shakes, and she just didn't comprehend it. Like, just must be a man thing. God, do a mint
All
then.
right, what's the deal here? We have a single fire button. Is this a right and left button, or is there? Oh, there's a button on the side. There you go.
There you
That's
go.
the up and down button. 80 watts.
Maxed out, yeah.
Oh, what? No round robin? Oh my goodness.
No round robin. Oh, excuse me, frog in me throat.
Pre-round robin days.
Guess what?
What's that, mate?
We're getting wrong off William because he says we're doing my hand checks yet.
I love this.
We'll squeeze it in.
Talk about
We'll
simple.
squeeze them in there. We'll squeeze the hand checks in.
Yeah, we'll do
Oh,
it while the
flip
coil
lid.
soaking up all that lovely e-liquid.
Yeah. That's so cool. Smock used to do that, didn't the flip lid?
Yeah.
What tank was on that again? What's the tank? Do you know what the name it is? Can't remember. What was the tank called? Or was it just with that?
Yeah, the NRG SE tank. So they take the NRG coils.
Yeah, that's it.
And if you take a look at it, they do have 3 different puff modes. You've got a soft, normal, and a high puff mode. And you got the GT coils. GT2 is 0.4, GT4 is 0.15, GT6 is 0.2 ohms, and the GT8 coil is 0.15. And then appropriate wattages for each of those based upon whether it's on soft, normal, or high output.
See, you don't get that shit anymore, do you? You know what I mean? What a fucking cracking card. You don't even get that anymore, do you?
No.
Nothing.
Round
Oh,
wire.
that's
Simple
coil.
round wire coils.
Round wire coils. Yo, you're going back to the good old days here, matey. Pretty much.
And look, for you mouth to lung people, here's a ceramic coil.
I could never get away with them. Ceramic coils. Oh, God, I could never get away with it.
They were mouth to lung. I mean, it worked.
Yeah.
Very restricted airflow.
Yeah.
This is the C-cell, ceramic cell technology. And then you remember when the big hubbub was put out there about how you can't use ceramics because ceramics degrade and then you'll be breathing in ceramic fibers.
Yep, that was correct, yeah.
But you have to directly impact the ceramic to break it.
Yeah. You've got to drop it, smash it, whatever.
Yeah. So what am I going to throw in there? Well, let's just throw the watermelon in there.
You kind of know that flavor profile anyway, don't you? So.
Well, I sure do. I have been getting away from it this past week.
With it, but then again, with it being a single, coil, it'll probably be a Clapton coil. So, I didn't have too many.
It's
high
not even
hopes.
Clapton. It's not Clapton. It's just regular round wire.
Canthal. That's the word I was looking for. It'll be canthal wire.
Yeah, that's a good possibility.
So it may be good, but not as good as what you're used to. Is that your dog?
That's all right. Yeah, somebody's at the door. Might be the kids trying to make a couple bucks and shovel the driveway.
Oh yeah, snow. How deep's the snow up yours? Like you got deep snow, yeah?
Nah, you got a covering out there.
Just a dusting, yeah.
So this is measuring 0.43 ohms. Is that appropriate?
0.4, isn't it? You're not far away. Saying 0.4. I can see on the camera that's saying 0.4. I can see it on your camera. I know you can't see it because obviously, but your camera didn't.
So that's the GT2 coil.
So we've got 42. Can't see because there's a bubble in front of it.
GT2, 40 to 60 watts for high,
40 to 60,
40 to 80 watts for normal, and 50 to 80 watts for soft.
That's high. Is that the right resistance as well? 0.15. Jeez.
0.4.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong guy. That seems a little high for
Gotta love that whistly tank.
I would probably drop it in a little lower. Just get it bedded in.
Start off at 40 watts.
But when you think about it, the design hasn't changed much. Like I say,
no, it hasn't.
The PX80, it's still the same design. You just got your buttons on your side now. Rather, there's nothing on the side. They're all on the front. But the same.
And there's a screen moved from the side here to behind the carbon fiber. For the PX80.
The same concept is still there, except they pretty much just put a pod tank on it. That's all they've done.
And obviously yours has USB Type-C charging, right?
Yeah, obviously.
So the micro.
Well, that's just technology moving on, isn't it? But the basic design hasn't changed much. If you look at them, they look pretty much the same. You've got your tank and your battery door. You know what I mean? That's it. It looks pretty much the same.
Look at this nylon braided cable they included in there.
Oh, braided cables, they were mint. That's posh. That's high end.
These are the good cables.
Yeah, braided cables were mint.
And you know what else they don't do anymore? Printed user manuals and safety manuals in multiple languages.
Yeah, God,
the big fold-out map.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't put in them now much.
It's all cost-saving maneuvers.
It's the same with fucking mobile phones. Have you ever ordered a new mobile phone now? You don't get a fucking battery. You don't get a charger with it. You've got to buy your charger separate. Did you get a charger with yours?
No.
That's fucking shit. You know how much does a phone cost? With £1,000, £1,200, they can't put a fucking charger in.
$1,400 is the tax base that they charged the new phone on.
And there's no fucking charger. That's disgusting. It's probably going to cost you what? $40, $50 for a decent charger? That'll fast charge? Yeah, because it's fucking USB fucking shit. You know what I mean? In fact, that's
USB-C cable is all that's included in there.
It's
parchment paper wrap your phone, recycled cardboard packaging. That's it.
It's disgusting for what you pay for them, and you haven't got a fucking charger. Really? Okay, now.
Robert Harvey, hello and welcome. We were just talking
by,
about you
Robert.
earlier.
I think that person at your door's being very persistent because your dogs are still barking. You're not expecting any vape mail or anything, are you?
No.
Oh, well, there's no need to answer the door then.
All right. Well, while that coil is sitting there, obviously I was telling you, I've got this review video coming out. It's going to be out later this week. This will be the first one for the Oxpod Elite.
We've got none of that over here. You know that there's none of that shit over here.
Because you have a 2 mil capacity limit. This is a 9 mil pod.
And obviously the puff counter as well. I mean, 25,000. We're not allowed that.
Yes.
Which is another.
So
which
we've
is
got
another
that one
bullshit
coming
law.
out. And then I showed you the Dead Rabbit 3 J Edition.
How do you like? Are you trying it? Like, what do you think?
I love
of
it.
I mean, obviously you're testing. It's good, yeah. Good flavor, all that shit.
Yep, nice honeycomb airflow. Or you can choose to use the downdraft. Way too much airflow for my preferences.
But again, the downside is that Dead Rabbit deck with the being so bloody high up.
Yeah, but the nice size is if you don't mind the coils sitting up too high, you get immaculate flavor out of it because the coils are legit right at the very top of this. You can see them right there, right below the drip tip.
I used to find with the earlier ones, if you put something like a lowish build in, I'm not saying like low, it used to get very hot because obviously the coils were so close to your mouth. It was very
Yeah, well,
very
the coil that comes with it, there's 2 coils in there. It's a 0.2. 0.21.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get too hot. Very flavorful coil right off the bat. It's a limited edition. There's only 3 color options available. You've got a shiny black, you've got a shiny stainless, and then you've got a purple.
All right.
And they all come with this gold ring. And then there's obviously a standard drip tip if you want to use that. So we've got that one going on. We've also got this aux bar nick switch. Lets you turn off the nick and adjust your nick.
I would love to get my hands on something like that over here, but you just can't get them.
And the nice thing about this one is legit. You know, this is 0 nick right now because this is turned off.
Yeah.
Then you've got 1 click that gives you 10 milligrams essentially, 30 milligrams, and 50. And they're not actually changing the nick percentage. They're just changing how much that coil vaporizes of the 5% solution inside here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I really like it.
So do you think disposables in that kind of sense are going to carry on? I mean, it's still a disposable at the end of the day, isn't
They're
it?
already black market.
Yeah.
They're not FDA authorized. Yeah, they're going to carry on. They're going to keep developing them. And if people buy this like crazy, they're going to come out other versions or variations of it that's going to let you adjust the nick output. Here's this Christmas edition of the Magic Maze that they sent me. I use this every night in bed, and I still got 30% of e-liquid left in it.
Wow.
It's delicious. Nothing wrong with it. And then the next one that's also going to be put out there is the Thunderhead Creations, the Max RDA.
Oh.
That's sitting in another tank in the other room. Another mod, I mean. That's my hand checks right now.
Very good. Very good, sir.
And those three videos will be posted before the weekend's over. What is with these dogs?
Whoever's at the door's been very persistent. That's all I can say. Got to be a salesman. Excuse me. Awesome stuff. Oh.
That's what happens when you get a new phone. I'm not signed into the app.
You've got the Pixel, haven't you? The camera any good on the right? The cameras is all right on them.
Yeah, those pictures of my dogs, those are ones that my wife took. She had the Pixel already.
Yeah.
She bought it when they first came out on the market like 6 months ago.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be pretty good for video as well, you know, 4K, 8K, whatever it is.
Yeah, it can do short bursts of 8K and can do 4K.
Yeah. Getting better and better, aren't they?
So what's your hand check there, matey?
Me? Oh, I have got, obviously, the Blaze sitting here on the Hadron. The Hadron 220, the old Hadron, you know. I've got that. I've still got the bulk on the G-Class V2. I totally had a brain fart there to what that one was. I have got I'm loving this, like for in the house and out and about, like on the bus. This Dead Rabbit, obviously MTL, which is sitting on this little mix side by side mod, which is again very good. Over here, I have still got. What is this guy again? I've still got what we got here? Oh yeah, I've still got the Wasp Nano on the Centaurus. Still got that going. And in that, wait, I'll give me just in the me mouth to lung and me Blaze Max, I've got me rum cookie. In this one, I have got my coconut almond cheesecake, which, by the way, is mighty fine, I must say. And I think in the bulk, I've changed over to the Cherry Bakewell version 1. I have still yet to try version 2 yet, so you'll have to hang fire for that one, mate. Because I'm letting that have a good I'm letting that have a good old steep before I get stuck into that one. So I'm going to give you my full report, shall we say, on that. And yeah, that's basically it, buddy. You know, I've got these little 3 things roaming about. Oh, hang on, tell a lie. I've also got me little me Lost Vape Centaurus AIO, which again has got the Cherry Bakewell in. You need to get into it. You need to have a go at this, mate. Honestly, you need to get that AIO you've got up and running.
That's next. I'm gonna record the intro to that this week.
You need to get into that, mate. You'll be very pleasantly surprised. But yeah, at the moment I'm being very conservative with me e-liquids at the moment. I'm just having a couple in circulation, and I'm just gonna, get them out of the way first. And then we'll move on to the next lot. I.e. Cherry Bakewell. I can't wait. I keep looking at it, Cherry Bakewell V2. I keep looking. I'm gone. No one just want to do it. I'm thinking, nah, just take it easy.
All right, I'm going to roll the hand check bumper since we didn't do that before we started ours. Hot diggity dog diggity.
Holy shit, that's bright. Damn.
The Cyborg. Thelema Solo.
That is lush.
And that's with the
Not
Vapers
very
Cloud
retro.
Osiris Mini on top.
That looks mint. It's so bright and wow. I love the colours.
And there you go, William Dobson, the Titan V2 combo.
Oh, he's bought the whole lot, the V2. I was looking at the mod. I'm thinking of getting the mod, but I don't know about the rest. The new Titan V2 mod. I'm looking at that.
I'm looking at that too. Wait to see. We'll see what the price tag is on it.
I think it's about 70 quid here, 69.99.
I paid over 100 for my
here.
last one that I had.
Yeah. So it's a bit cheaper than the last one, but there he is, the Titan. Look at that bad lad. What's that mod? That looks familiar.
That's the Titan V2.
No way, is that the V2? That's right, yes it is, because it's them slow fronts I threw as. Yeah, it's the slow front I threw. I thought it was something else, but yeah. I'm looking at the mod. I'm definitely looking at the mod. I don't think I'll push you for the... I mean, what's the difference? Is there a Titan V2 RT as well, or is it just the same?
Looks like it.
I just wonder if it's like the same. It looks pretty much like the same as... See, this is the thing with me, right? When you buy like a mod, like say for me the Hadron or whatever, right? Then they bring like a V2 and a V3. There's not that much difference, and I think personally, I think it's a bit of a cash cow. You know what I mean? They might make one change and then sell it as a V2, and then okay, we'll do another change. I sometimes think that's a bit like of a milky type thing. You know what I mean? Like they're milking it a bit.
Nah,
it's like
man.
they did with this. No, do you remember the top side? Remember the top side, right? The top side was a brilliant board, and then they put a Yeehee chip in it and fucking doubled the price. Fuck off, that's a cash cow. Fucking nowhere. Fuck you. For a Yeehee
It's for those
board,
people
one of
that
them.
want the better board.
Bullshit, man. You can do it yourself. If it goes in that frame, you could buy a board cheaper and put it in yourself. Well, fuck off, cash cows. I hate that. It pisses me off, that shit. Really does. And that's why I don't buy V2s and V3s and V4s and fucking some of the stuff, you know what I mean? You're like, fuck off, there's no difference. The last one, that G-Class V2, fucking, all I've done is made the menu more simple, that's it, but it's pretty much exactly the same fucking mod. Cash cow.
Well, here's Robert
Bullshit.
Lawyer's contribution. This is the FU Americlone Mech Mod. 2015, 2016-ish. And he's got the Wismec Guillotine V2 from 2018, 2019 on top of it.
That is beautiful. See, that's what we need. More mechanical mods, man. More stuff like that, man. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely stunning, man.
And he's got a beautiful butterscotch cream cake on it.
I mean, just out of curiosity, are you a mech mod user yourself, Alex? Or are you very...
I've got one. I've got one I bought for the Vape Apocalypse. That's it.
Yeah. Have you used
When
it?
I bought it, it was something I would never planned on using unless I absolutely had to. I've used it half a dozen times since then. It's okay. But every time you use it, you're going to get a different output because every time you use it, you're using up the battery. And as the battery decreases in output, well, your vape changes.
Well, that's kind of the same with all mech mods. It's just your battery depletes. That's it. But you can kind of tell when you need to change your battery. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, you can tell. But I always was aiming for a very consistent, most flavorful vape possible.
But on the other side of the coin, right? When you've got a fresh, brand new battery in that mech mod, and you have that vape, do you think it's a total different vape from everything else? Is it just a league of its own?
It can be. It's like the
Everybody
argument of
thinks that.
drippers versus tanks.
Yeah.
Can a dripper be better than a tank? Oh, hell yeah. The perfect example is this one I just showed you. Because the coil placement is so high and you just saturate the shit out of that tank and the wicks that are hanging down in the window wells actually got a little bit in there. Yeah, you can get definitely different experience. But that's all fun and games until it's time to rewick it. You take one long pull on it, and you accidentally run out of e-liquid, and you get that. No.
Again, I get the downside. You know, as soon as your battery depletes everything, that is the downside. But again, you know what I mean? I think some of the more modern mech mods kind of take that into consideration a bit, so they don't maybe use as much battery draw with the design of them.
The battery draw is based on the build that you put in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You put a super low build in there, it'll fire it no matter what.
Yeah.
But it also sucked the juice out of your battery quicker than, you know.
Exactly. Again, it's a combination of build and battery in it. You know, if you want to.
It's also an advanced vapor thing. So, like, now I can appreciate a mech mod. I can enjoy a mech mod. I certainly wouldn't take a mech mod on a long road trip.
No.
I'm driving. I don't have time to be, you know, squonking it or, you know, refilling it all the time.
Oh, no. I think if, like I say, a single battery mech mod, right? I think that is like a short use. But when you get like the stack mods, obviously the more advanced where you got 4 batteries in, like the fucking hogs and everything.
Now you're just being a show off.
You kind of get a bit more longevity out of it, because obviously they've got them in series or para series or whichever way they're configured. You get a little bit of more life out of them. I think that's what they're made for. They're made to look big and powerful, yes, but they're made to make your batteries last a bit longer. That's the general idea, I would say, like, you know, because you've got the 4
It's
batteries,
a novelty.
You know,
Now that I've been vaping for 5 years, I can appreciate it wholeheartedly. You know, I've got the knowledge behind it to make sure that, you know, I don't abuse it and overheat the battery and all kinds of other, you know, safety issues that you have with them. But it's not something that, you know, you can really recommend, especially for the newer vapers that start off on disposables and buy a pod system. No. Don't touch a mech.
No. For advanced users.
Learn with the Ohm's Law. Learn with rebuildable tanks.
Yeah.
Once you get good with that and you're competent in knowing how to build appropriately, then by all means, go ahead and move into them. But you're in a niche market.
But I'd always say, when you do get confident you can use one, always have a mech mod in your collection, because you never know when you've got fuck all except a mech mod to vape on. Always keep on. Doesn't have to be a tube, it can be a little box mod, whatever. Always keep on your collection when you get used to it. Because one day,
and you're right, the serious mechs definitely hit harder. You have way more energy potential to fire your coils. And it is a completely different experience when you have a dripper that you can fire at its full potential.
Yeah. No doubt.
But it takes a level of sophistication to be able to appreciate it.
I think, again, it's advanced, because I think, like a lot of vapors, you get in your comfort zone, anyway, your tanks and your RDAs, you think, this is
it's
great.
also kind of like temperature control. Yeah. I got deep into temperature control. I loved it. But it's only needed for certain circumstances. Like I had, you know, the rebuildable coils for the smock tanks. Well, if I put stainless steel coils in there and I ran it on temperature control, I can get as good, if not better, flavor out of that rebuildable stainless steel coil in there as I can out of their stock mesh coils.
But again, I think like Lost Vape, when they're done, they're almost like the Paranormals when they're done that. Oh God, I can't think of the fucking. No, I always talk about something. I can't remember the name of it. The fixed vape, you know, the fixed temperature done to settle. What the fuck was it called again?
I don't know. Did you know anybody that used titanium coils? I don't know anybody that used titanium coils. And I know that the one thing you got to be careful of, if you get any white on a titanium coil, it's an indication of oxidization, and that shit is actually really bad for you.
Yeah, don't want to be fucking about with that. Oh no, what was that? The feature called?
Replay function on temp controls are fantastic.
That's it. They nailed that. They absolutely nailed that. Obviously, you had to have a temp coiling, like say stainless steel or whatever. You know.
Yeah, but that's the opposite of a mech mod. That means you can get a perfect vape every single time.
Every time, yes. Now imagine a mech that could do that in this day and age. That would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Can't happen. The laws
Nope.
of science prevent that from happening. Because every time you fire it, you're using up that battery. Then again, we do have a lot better batteries now than we did back then. You were lucky to get a 15 amp, high capacity battery. The Samsung 25R was fantastic.
Back in the day, yeah.
Now you got these brand new Molly cells that you can have 4,000 milliamp hours in an 18650 battery.
Well, it's amperage as well. I mean, you could get like a 30 amp pull, but now some of them have got like 40 newer ones. So that's what it's about. It's the ampage, isn't it? With the
Six Pack Kid is mechs or bust. We want coils that ramp up fast, lightning fast. I usually use dual 2.5 millimeter coils at 0.16 ohms.
Silver contacts as well, yeah. Everybody uses gold, and everybody thinks it's silver.
Silver's way better than gold.
Yeah.
Until it tarnishes.
Anyway. Yeah, that's the only thing. You've got to keep the bastard clean. But yeah.
But you're looking at the niche and a high-end market. Very few vapers are actually knowledgeable and experienced enough to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But you can end up people like Birdman, who that's all they want to use.
Yeah. Oh, Birdman vapes at ridiculous fucking ohms and wattages. I don't even know how he does it. I mean, it was the same with what do you call it? Was it Batman? He used to fucking amps. The wattages he used to vape at were ridiculous. Was the vaping Batman? He used to, 200 watts to him was nout. Just warm that. What?
Yeah, we've invited Birdman on the show, but the problem is, he lives down in Australia, so I mean, it's wee hours of the morning for him to come on our show, unless he comes on at the very end of it.
Yeah.
Then it'll be first thing in the morning for him.
Without a doubt. Birdie's got fucking asbestos lungs, without a doubt. The wattages and, resistances he vapes that. I mean, fuck me. He's kind of like a ticking time bomb in a sense. If you get that one wrong, fucking boom. If he has a bad day, he's got a hangover and he puts a fucking shit build in. Fucking hell, you know what I mean? Boom. I think he's got a lot of health and safety stuff. I bet he's got fire extinguishers and everything around his fucking room.
A box of sand is the best thing you can do for a battery that's going to go in a thermal runaway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just drop it on. Bang. That's it.
I'm talking about a Class D fire there.
Mm-hmm.
I've
heard clay.
No parts of water.
I've heard
Shit
clay
blows
can do
up.
it as well. Clay can do it as well, because clay you can use can withstand high temperatures.
Yeah, but you don't want the moisture from clay.
Which still probably do.
You could do like clay balls like they have for hydroponic plants. It's essentially volcanic balls.
True,
They've been fired, completely dry.
But who's got them lying about? You've more than likely got a bucket of sand lying about and you have clay fucking balls.
I do, because I started to get into that hydroponic stuff.
Yeah.
Then it's not worth it.
Plus, him being an ex-firefighter who knows his shit as well. So, sand, folks. If you're getting a battery to thermal runaway, bucket of sand. There we go.
Have a half bucket of sand sitting there. You throw the thing inside of it, and then you cover it with the other half bucket of sand you got next to it. As long as it's still dry. And it's buried. And then it'll keep reacting until it runs out of material to burn.
But it'll stop the bang, won't it? So you can contain the bang if it goes bang. That's the main thing. If you're quick enough. Because like I say, some of them do go off very quick.
The other option is your window. Outside.
Yep. I'm gone. Or if it's a very powerful one, you can have a rocket pack and go out with it through the window as well. You can join it. I'm out. See ya. Boop.
Aim it.
Yeah. Phew. Yeah. It's somewhere you don't like. No. Don't do that. No. Don't control that.
All right. Time for a random recipe. Hot diggity dog diggity, random recipe today. I could click on what can we make, but I think I found something here that interests me that I haven't done in quite some time. Rocky Tooney did a recipe for a root beer float pie.
That sounds cool.
Like, wait a minute, root beer float pie? Well, that sounds interesting.
Oh.
I'm like, wait a minute here. That's an AI concoction there, root beer float pie. But as I take a look at this, I'm like, oh, you're missing ingredients. Am I really? Well, technically, I can't make his exact recipe. Oh, Six-Pack Kid, thank you for the wonderful super chat. A coffee for me today.
You are a legend.
Very much appreciate the $5.
Thank you.
That is all going towards, we're getting our tax refund back. I told the old lady that, I want to get myself a new graphics card. So hopefully I'll be able to snatch one of them up when they first get released. $750 is what it's going to cost me to get a 5070 Ti. But the advantage of that one is it's got 2 encoder chips built onto the graphics card. So I could technically upscale our YouTube stream to 60 frames per second and then just do 30 frames per second on Twitch and all the other ones.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. So here we go. We got the wonderful root beer float pie. And I'm looking at this. I'm going, well, I don't technically have Flavora frosting, but I do have Wonder Flavors frosting. And I don't have Flavora's root beer, but I know I have root beer flavor. And I don't have Flavor Arts whipped cream, but I know I got SSA's whipped cream. So I'm like, you know what? I could make this, even though it's technically not the exact same recipe. Be very interesting to do. You don't even know what root beer flavor tastes like.
I've got no idea.
I should have sent you one in your Christmas package.
Next year, sir. Send us a root beer next year.
All right, so I've got this one here. So let's go look at my flavor stash, which is now, you were correct, I have past 700.
Told you, I knew you would.
That's because of the new Silverline flavorings from Capella. I've never had any of them, so I ordered some of them.
You have now.
All right.
Well, you do now.
So I do have them now, and I want to get this recipe built, and then afterwards, let's take a look at some of these VSO flavors that I finally got in. I'll show you what their bottling looks like. It's different than the rest.
Just hold on there a minute, sir, right? Just you hold on a minute, sir, right? You were talking about doing another channel, doing like actual testing of flavors, right? You've got fucking 712 flavors there and counting. That's going to last you the rest of your fucking lifetime.
Maybe.
Unless you maybe do a couple a week, but I can't see you doing that with your time frame. So if you do one a week, that's going to last you a long time now.
No. I'm doing at least 5 in an hour.
An hour? Whoa.
Yeah, because I'm going to prep the bottles. Everything's going to be prepped ahead of time. The only actual part is going to be the mixing, the shaking, and the tasting.
Good, because I want to say, because you're going to be there a very fucking long time.
Because it's not just the hour that I'm going to be live, it's the hour that I'm going to be live to do my initial impression that you'll get to see my actual facial expression on what do I think this flavor tastes like, whether it's good, bad, or in between. And then I'm going to actually have to revisit it after 3 days and after a week before I type up my final impression of it. And then that's the one thing that you...
That's what I'm saying. When you test them, you do a shake and vape, you're not going to get the true flavor, are you? Unless you leave it for a little while. Or maybe on some, maybe on, not on some. Yeah.
It can mellow out and round out the edges and stuff. So frosting, Capella's frosting isn't the greatest in the world. Buttercream frosting is a much better frosting from Wonder Flavors. But I'm not sure how much a buttercream's going to mix with, that dappy sensation of butter.
Yeah.
Mixing with a root beer soda. So I'm going to go with Capella's frosting for this.
Capella frosting.
Okay, so that's the alternative there. Root beer. I know I have a root beer. I have both Liquid Barns and Capella's. So I'm going to use Capella's for that one as well.
Just a general statement, guys and girls in chat. You know that Alex obviously does a mix, a flavor mix. By all means, if you want to jump into Discord and put some suggestions, what Alex could look at, or check a flavor out, or check a recipe out, why not drop them in the Discord and on his social media as well? I'm sure you will have a look, especially some nice recipes or flavors, what you're interested in making. So, because I keep pushing him to make his own stuff, you see. And he is keen, but he's not keen. He is keen, but he's on the fence.
Because I don't have experience with the individual flavors.
Well, this is the thing.
And I've come to learn that even if you know the flavor, sometimes it takes a couple attempts before you can get the percentages right.
Yeah. But up to now, he's had a rather large success rate with the juices that I've tried.
Well, that's because I was using flavor stuff. All of their stuff at 5% is about the same strength.
Yeah. So, by all means, give them some suggestions, ideas, whatever. Put your input in. I'm sure you'll have a look. And obviously, any good cooking programs, because that's where sometimes he gets his ideas from.
So here's what we've done here. I've identified the 3 flavors that I don't have in his recipe.
Right.
I've pulled them out, and now I have them here. So these are going to be substituted. Now that I have the actual substituted ones, because I don't actually have those ingredients, now I can actually click on adapt this recipe. And I'm going to make we could just do a little shake one. So we'll leave it at 10. And now I go in here and actually chase out the 3 flavorings that I don't have. So the first one is frosting. So I'm going to change this frosting to the Capella version. And I know the Capella is typically weaker than Flavora. So I'm going to make this a 1% instead of a 0.5%. And then the next one is root beer. Flavora's 1.4% of Flavora's root beer. We're going to double that for Capella, just like we did the other one. So we'll make this 2.8, not 2,087.
That's quite rich, that one, mate.
And then whipped cream. Whipped cream, the one that they're using is a Flavor Art, and that is at 1.2%. And we're swapping out SSA for that. And it's a fantastic one that you can legit, we've pushed it at 14% before. So to balance out biscuit frosting, graham cracker, root beer, super sweet toffee, Vienna cream, I'm going to do 4%.
Looks good. Looks good, sir.
So we'll save that. Now that we've saved it, guess what? I can make this recipe because I've substituted out the flavorings that I didn't have.
Suggested steep time 14 days, so it's going to be a steeper, isn't it?
Because of the root beer.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
biscuit. You know where a
that's
biscuit
odd, that.
grows over time?
But that's odd because I thought that the steep town would be maybe for the cream that's added to it, you know.
Well, the Vienna cream definitely is going to take a week before it even shows its face.
Like Vienna cream, your whipped cream, I can understand that, but I wouldn't have thought for the root beer. I thought that would have been like an instant flavour. But then again, I've never tried it.
You can instantly taste it like on a shake and vape of a single flavor. Like I've done single flavor testing in this root beer. It does taste like a root beer, but it lacks the body and width and depth of a root beer. So you get that initial punch that you get on your initial tasting of a root beer soda on your tongue.
Yeah.
But that lingering complex root beer flavor won't be revealed until it's actually matured a little.
See, I think that's the confusion with that flavour, root beer. Everybody thinks it's a beer, but it's a soda, isn't it?
It's a soda, and it's based on, I want to say sassafras. Okay, Inaware biscuit. We have the Capella's frosting. Now I need TPA's graham cracker.
Is that really? Is that right? I'm just looking at the I've just googled a flavour like on root beer, and it's come up with root beer is warming, slightly spicy and creamy with notes of vanilla, molasses, caramel, and cinnamon. It can also have herbal and earthy notes. Some say it tastes like medicinal. So I couldn't get it out. Medicinal mouthwash. Would you say it tastes like mouthwash?
Yeah, I can see why people would say that.
Yeah, really? Oh, God. That's not promising.
You have to remember, though, a lot of the sodas originated at pharmacies.
True, yeah, without a doubt, yeah. I mean, it was pharmaceutical stuff. I like the other flavors, but you can ditch the mouthwash one.
Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, we've got everything, sir. Oh, we're ready to rock and roll. My simple question is, right, looking at the studio, right, every rack and shelf looks very full. How the hell are you going to expand?
You see that TV right there?
It's coming down.
Nope. Wall mount.
You
3-section wall mount.
I thought it was already wall mounted because of the height of it. I thought you'd already had it wall mounted.
It's on a tall desktop stand, and the base is a big plate of metal, triangle shaped.
I really thought you had it mounted.
No, so that's getting taken down. The one section of sound absorption in the bass trap is getting removed. It's getting wall mounted to the corner where there's already a stud. And it's a 3-section, so it'll fold and it'll be exactly where it's at, except my OCD is going to move it up so it's balanced equally with the sound map behind me.
OCD, yeah. I honestly thought that was mounted. I really did.
No, and the sound proofing is the same color as the pipe for the stand.
That's awesome, yes. Honestly, there you go. My bad. Thought it was actually
I already planned it because all of them are full, and I have the Purellum and the Flavor Art sharing a shelf. So what's going to end up happening is once that is mounted, Then the full 8-rack rows over here are getting moved over here. The single, that'll move it more closer towards the corner. And this single 8-row shelf is going to be split into 2 shelves. So now Flavora and Purellum are going to have their own shelves.
So obviously, like you see, with that stand being removed, now you've got more shelving space. Yeah.
Now I can go all the way into the corner from both directions.
Awesome, mate. I honestly thought the height of it was already mounted. I did. I thought, fuck me.
That's a 48-inch pipe.
You crafty bastard.
Already got it all planned out. And the best part is this wire shelf I bought it here. It perfectly fits the VSO flavors.
Awesome.
So this is VSO Banana Raw.
That's awesome, yes. Oh God, I'm well pleased with that. Like, I think
this is a completely different. This is a completely different banana. Distinctly banana odor. It's like that tacky mouthfeel from a real banana. Curious to see what it tastes like. We'll try a little bit of that. But I've got all of those ones that I bought are now up there. All the flavorings, all the big bottles, the half-liter bottles, like the gingerbread and stuff, and the cocoa and the bacon. I rebottled them into 100 ml bottles.
I mean, just touching, have you actually had the chance to try any of the VSOs?
No.
You know, just a little test or something? No.
No.
So you're going off the bat, yeah?
I'm going off of the bat, and I'm also going off of the fact that the pumpkin raw leaked a little tiny bit in shipping, and my whole studio for the first 3 or 4 days smelled like Thanksgiving.
See, there you go, folks. As another use for it. Put a Vivid E liquid in a sponge or something, stick it in the corner, you've got a smell of whatever.
Yeah.
Car air fresheners.
So here we go.
Yeah, car air fresheners. Neil Pitts has put a cherry in. I'm just going to have a quick look at that one. Yeah, I'll just have a quick look at Neil Pitts' cherry. Wow.
Are you popping Neil's cherry?
I'm well, not physically, but
I plead the fifth. I'm not an American, but I still plead the fifth.
The Fifth Amendment. That's a cool. We should have that in the UK. A Fifth Amendment, just saying nope. I'm not saying I did, and I'm not saying I didn't. You can fuck off. That'd be brilliant.
In the UK, all you have is the right to remain silent.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Don't admit to anything.
I've done that once, you know. I got pulled by the coppers, right, when I was speeding. I'm sorry to get off a tangent, right, but I got pulled off. He said I was speeding, and he asked me name, and I went, "Well, you're the copper, you saw, dude." And he says, "Well, I'm going to arrest you for refusing to give information." I said, "Fuck off, you daft cunt." He says, "You're the copper. I don't have to." I said, "I don't have to give you any details if I've got the right to remain silent. You're the policeman. You do the fucking digging." So I got off. He just said he got pissed off and just sent us on my way. I can always remember when I used to like me punk rock music, you know, and I was big into a band called Crass. And I can always remember a lyric from their land is, "Silence is a virtue, use it for your own protection." That is a line in one of the tracks. And is that so true? Silence is a virtue, use it for your own protection. So true.
Very intelligent statement.
Mm-hmm.
I should have made 15 mils. That's what this bottle is capable of holding.
Yeah, it'll do no harm, mate. Give a bit of air. Give me a bit of air to shake it down.
That's why I did it. It's 10 instead of 15.
Yeah, man.
All right. Graham cracker clear.
Neil Pitts has been violated. Have you been violated, Neil? Why have you been violated, Neil? What is the problem?
Root beer. 0.28.
Check the caps. Oh. Pardon me. Excuse me. Them are snazzy little bottles you've got there, mate. You look good. Do you prefer pure aluminum sweetener now, or is it just what you've got?
It's cheaper. I got Capella Super Sweet here. But I've been using this since I got it. This was $8 for 120 mils of Super Sweet.
Wow.
If I were to buy that in Capella, it would be like 13 or 14.
Really? Fucking hell. Is there much of a difference? Or
No,
would you
no
say
difference.
very little? Nah.
Ingredients-wise, I think citric acid is used inside the Capella, but it's not used in the Pure Elm. That's the only difference.
Ah. Cool.
Flavora.
Neil, I did
toffee.
it. Neil, there you go. It is official. I did take Neil's cherry. It's in chat. It's official. I took his cherry.
That's kind of rum.
Sorry, mate.
Characteristic. It's not just a plain toffee.
I'm sorry, Neil, but your cherry was there to be taken, so I had to take your cherry, mate. I do apologize, but there you go.
What's your wife have to say about that?
She don't know nothing. Trust us.
Oh, believe me, they know. You don't have to say a word. They look in your face. They know.
I do know. I do realize that, mate. I do realize that, mate.
Fess up now.
Women have got that sixth sense. Definitely got that sixth sense.
And this isn't one of those situations where it's better to do it now and ask for forgiveness later.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Like if I ordered an espresso machine that has its built-in bean grinder, that's one of those situations where I could order it now, ask for forgiveness later because she's the one that's going to be using it, not me.
That's a totally different scenario. If I went to my wife and said, "Excuse me, darling, I've just popped fucking Neil Pitt's cherry." What?
This is going to take a bottle of wine for you to explain it to me.
Exactly. Exactly. So
She's going to want to know if you've been taking some DEI money or something from the United States.
I wish. I bloody wish. God almighty.
I might have gone a little overboard on this whipped cream.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking bloody delicious.
I can understand why though. It's bloody nice. It's really good.
One of the best things to do when you're mixing stuff, especially on a smaller scale, is take your PG and put it into a 120 or 100 ml bottle to dispense in little tiny containers like this. If you're making a 60 ml bottle or 120 ml bottle, you can stick with your big 500 ml bottles.
Oh, we don't get them in that shaped bottle here. We get them in like fucking big square fucking plastic shaped things. You've got to dispense it, period. There's no way you can pour what, you know what I mean? Oh, we get the big square. It's like a big square shaped bottle. It's like a fucking oil.
Very good
oil
brand.
can bottle.
If you're just getting started here in the United States, you can get on Amazon and order this. It's a PG-VG thing. It'll come with 500 mils of PG, 500 mils of VG. It's $20 on Amazon. To get started, this is fantastic. And if you plan on sticking with it a while, buy one that's a PG-VG mix and then buy one that's 2 bottles of VG. And that'll get you started with 2 liters of e-liquid to make yourself.
Oh, awesome. That's an interesting statement there for Neil.
1.38.
Neil's just stated there he uses beryllium supersweet in bakeries and cream mixers, and he uses Capella supersweet in fruits. That's an interesting one, then.
Here's a bit of information for you. A recipe that we mixed up. Banana Wonderland Shenanigans.
Oh, God.
Has a ton of custardy flavors and stuff in there. And they chose, when they made it, to sweeten it with TFA sweetener. Bad
TFA.
move.
Really?
This is an ethyl maltol combination, right? Bad combination to try and sweeten a custard with this. I vaped it. It tasted like it had 0 sweetener in it whatsoever. The flavors were all muted. All I got is a single custard flavor out of it. I get a banana scent out of the e-liquid, but no characteristic of banana in the vape. It's a muddled, custardy mess. I added 0.5% of super sweet to it to give it just a hint of sweetness that I could perceive. Yeah. This recipe may be a good recipe if you ditch the sweetener that's in there and go with like a neotame sweetener, like the extra sweet from Capella. So that's my thing. I'm going to mix the same recipe up, swapping just the sweeteners out, and see if it's actually a worthy recipe. Is it going to be a banana custard with sweetness, like a puddingy, custardy, sweet joy?
Yeah.
Or is it going to still be a muddled mess?
Wow.
But as it is, it's rated a 2-star by me because, no, horrible.
Is it definitely the sweetener, or does the recipe need some adjusting, or are you still...
No, I think it's a sweetener. The rest of it recipe looks reasonable. I mean, what do I know? I'm just like anybody else. I've had 6 experiences with each of those flavoring things.
But you know, you've got a general idea on percentages and stuff. So do you think
as a feeling,
maybe they're too much?
That's the problem with it.
You know what I mean?
The ethyl maltol mutes the flavors and basically created a muddled mess out of it.
You know what it is, mate? You shouldn't underestimate yourself so much. Honestly, you're a fantastic mixer. Trust us. Yes, you edit and profile of the mixes, but the juices that you produce off the bat, off your own back, are fantastic, mate. You could sell them. Really.
Yeah, honestly. I agree with you. We've had a couple really, really good ones. Real bangers.
Do not underestimate yourself. Trust us, mate.
Kenny,
you're
a broken clock that doesn't fucking move is right twice a day.
I know, but really, mate, honestly. Get yourself
I'm a realist.
Beef yourself up, man. I know, but come on. Beef yourself. You've been doing it long enough. You've got a fucking shitload of flavours. Come on, man. Beef yourself up a bit, man.
That's why I'm going to do that show. The flavors... Flavorist Diary. Because that's essentially what it's going to be. It's going to be a diary of my journey to learn these flavors.
I'll tell you what it is with you, right? Honestly, I watched lots of other mixers, right? Big, small. I watched them. UK, American, whatever, right? And they're all good at what they do, right? But the thing that differs with you from other mixers to me personally, right, is you do more research into it. You dig deeper than other people. You dig deeper into the profiles. You dig deeper, and that, mate, honestly, it's It stands you out from the crowd, mate. Really does.
I do the same thing with everything I do, though.
Exactly.
It's my OCD.
Whether it's your
I have to
little-
be anal about learning.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. But honestly, mate,
no.
Once you dig deep dive into something and you get, honestly, mate, you could produce your own flavors, no problem. Trust us, you could. Wine punch, Kenny's Roman raisin. You're the only mixer, right, that I know who has perfected Cherry Bakewell, practically perfected Cherry Bakewell. That's a hard feat, mate. There's not
Hey,
many
I'm
can
curious to
fucking
see what
do
it's going to
that.
be like with that maraschino cherry. Did that fuck it up or did that fix
Yeah.
it?
Well, you will find out. But there's not many people who can master Cherry Bakewell, trust us. And to me, your first version pretty much nailed the general profile. It nailed it. So didn't beat yourself up, mate. You know, you've got a
I'm not
talent
beating myself up.
and use it. You've got a talent, mate, and use it, honestly. But
Listen, I look
I've
at myself as
always
a flavorist the same way I look at myself as a singer. Okay? Just because I was in the Ohio State show choir and I did it all in high school doesn't mean that I could sing a lick today to save my life.
No, obviously things change on that side, but you know, you can produce good recipes, and that's not something to be knocked back, you know, just embrace it. Oh shit, he's found a banger. Boys and girls, he's found a banger. I can tell by his face. Look at him. He's got that warm glow. Shall we see his warm glow to his face? He's going to sit back in the chair shortly.
That root beer is a very medicinal flavor profile now. But in a week, that's going to be frickin' bang on for a root beer.
Really?
At least as good as the Capella root beer can be that I've had in the past.
And that's with your substitute flavors as well.
It's got the right sweetness on it. I put more sweetness in than what the recipe calls for. But I think that is a good change that I need to actually make to the recipe, not to the e-liquid I made.
Yeah.
That's a happy happenstance there. It's got a luscious cream feel to it already. And the Vienna cream is not something I'm going to be able to taste for at least 10 days.
That's interesting.
It's that SSA whipped cream. That's the best whipped cream I've ever had.
Ah, right.
It doesn't take forever to show its face, and it's got a beautiful light mouthfeel. If that Vienna cream presents itself as an ice cream later on, this is going to be a perfect root beer pie. Root beer float pie.
Good. That's very good.
I just have to get past that medicinal abrasiveness to this root beer right now as a shake and vape.
So is that what I was saying before? It's a bit like a mouthwash.
Not really like a mouthwash. More like a flavoring that they added to some cough syrup or something that you had to take for your bronchitis.
Like
Very
a cough
medicinal
syrup, yeah.
characteristic.
Yeah.
But that'll settle down in a week. 5 days. Damn.
Oh, quick shout out. Sorry, bud, I've only just seen you. Hello, welcome, Butter Squad. I do apologise, we missed you. Welcome.
So maybe Wayne does have a point. Maybe sometimes you can get away with swapping out flavors you don't have in your inventory. Taking somebody else's recipes, using the knowledge you have of the flavoring company's percentages, and swapping out to what you think the percentage needs to be. If you compensate and not do a one-for-one swap, yeah, it's possible to mix other people's recipes and come out with something that's going to be vapeable.
It's like you see, a one-for-one swap to me will never work with different manufacturers of flavouring. There's going to be a difference. Got to be.
But you know that, Flavor Art and Flavora and Wonder Flavors can represent a flavor profile less than 1%, 0.5%,
Yeah.
0.25%. That's more than enough for some of these flavoring characteristics to show up and not be overdone.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if it's a flavor, you're going to have to be at least 3% to be recognized in a recipe.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to make, like I did with my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch, an actual juice blend, then it doesn't matter what the percentage is. As long as they're all equally placed in there, 1% or 2%, it's going to be a nice, punchy, juicy, wet mouthfeel.
Darren D, he just said he used that Vienna cream in a tiramisu mix. He said it's a very dense cream.
On the shake, I don't taste it at all. At all. I get the vanilla characteristic to it, but none of the cream or dappiness or custardy even bend towards it. It's just absent. Come back tomorrow, I might recognize it as starting to, grow in the recipe. But as a simple, you've got the recognizable whipped cream from SSA. You've got the characteristic dominant flavor is root beer. I know for a fact that Inawera biscuit is going to grow in this recipe.
Yeah.
So just a little tiny bit of it is going to be more than enough for this. This is damn good. I can't imagine how good the original formulation was.
Yeah, there's that, isn't it?
So now I've got 3 more flavors to add to my list for once I reach that point where I can place another order.
But it's not so much flavors, it's manufacturers, is it? It's not flavors. See, this is the confusing bit. I think for a lot of people that start to mix is the flavors by manufacturers. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think, well, will I get this one, or will I get that one, or will I get this one? There's a lot of confusion in that. But, oh, fuck me, I don't know.
We're going to try bacon today.
No.
We're going to try VSO bacon today. Is that
Get
a bacon?
Fuck. Get to fuck. Where the hell did you get that from?
VSO. I told you I want to make a chocolate covered bacon.
Fuck off. Get to shite. Bacon.
Flavor Stash. Bacon. VSO
Holy
bacon.
moly.
Has anybody done a review on it? David Lloyd did one recipe.
Oh my God. But holy moly.
Brown sugar and
Jalapeno.
maple bacon on cheese
That is-
croissant with pineapple and jalapeno.
Holy fuck, that is one weird one. You see, the thing is that bacon normal bacon or smoked bacon? That's the question.
I'm guessing it's normal, but we'll see.
So for the first time ever, folks, Alex is going to try a savoury, yes, a savoury vape. Oh, is this going to turn out good or bad, man? Wow.
So he's only using it in this recipe. He's only using bacon at 1%. So that tells me that it should be a relatively punchy flavor that I don't need to like push it 3 or 5%. So my initial taste is going to be at 1%.
I would have thought it would be pretty low with the bacon itself, because that's going to be a.
This is my
flavor.
bacon. Now Baxon. single flavor test, and I'm just using the computational characteristics of this thing. We're going to make 10 mils of it. I'm not going to put any nic in it. We're going to add the flavor. Bacon, VSO, and that is suggesting a nominal flavor at 1.4%. Why it suggested that? Shit. I'm guessing it's based on the percentage that it's been used in all the recipes that it knows of. So let's just stick with that. We'll test it at 1.4%.
Devin
Now the
Jeffer
question
said
is,
you gotta let Brett send you some of his space rock shit. It's fire. Okay.
Really?
I don't know, man.
I'll have to give it a try. Devin Jeff said he just mixed up a ravioli recipe. Ooh.
Ravioli? Oh, gosh. I don't know with Saviour. I'm on the fence. I would give it a go. But I don't know.
I got Vape Train Australia's biscuit, croissant, I mean. I could do a bacon croissant.
A croissant wouldn't work with bacon. I don't think that would work.
I could imagine eating one.
A croissant, it's not... It's a sweet bread. It's not. It's fucking bacon sandwich.
It's
a
buttery.
Sandwich, you know what I mean?
Very buttery, and I imagine it's going to taste very dappy. All right.
Yeah.
We're keeping it simple. We're keeping it simple, folks. I'm going to mix up the same size bottle, and it's just going to be a simple shake and vape, single flavor test of bacon.
You're trying its own. Oh, good luck with that one. I need a quick pee because if that bacon is anything like the musk, I'm going to piss myself laughing. So I need to go for a pee.
All right, so 0.14 is the goal for today. One more. Very ethanol characteristic to this. No salty characteristics. It doesn't smell like bacon's cooking in the oven. We'll see. $2.97 for our not super sweet. Bad move. PG 2.97. Close enough.
It's ridiculous. I'm sick of it. I go to work in a mortuary and I'm cold. Chat the rest. Cold.
I'm totally shocked. I just figured it out.
Because it was very, very much by accident. I don't think it went in. I don't think it went in, but it felt close. So I just stop it, because it's making me feel uncomfortable. You like it?
She fingered you up the pussy.
I didn't mean to.
Oh my god. Sorry, I've just had a disgusting revelation.
What might that be?
Well, the dog positioned himself, right? And the wife went to stroke him, and she just stuck a finger in his ass. So I've been winding her up saying that she's just violated the dog. Oh, God. Oh, dear me. Oh, life is such an... Oh, shit, look at that. Yeah,
Life is what you make of it, mate.
I'll just treat with humour, me. That's the way to do it. Laugh at everything. If you take life too seriously, you'll be fucked, I'm telling you. You'll be well fucked. My philosophy is humour everything. Especially when you're driving a bus, it's fucking great. You get people like, beep, beep, you pull out, you can. Wanker.
Yeah, don't be like my wife.
No. You can't
Should be the
really
perfect
have
example of road
with-
rage.
You can't really do that when you've got a bus full of children. Like, you've got to set an example.
No.
You can't even swear like you cunt, you know what I mean? You wanker, but you just go, life is a bliss, you idiot. So you've just mixed that bacon. I could hear, nowadays this Bluetooth thing's brilliant. I could still hear you upstairs. That's brilliant.
I know, isn't it great?
I was like, I can hear what he's saying. So if he calls us by me back when I'm gone, I can hear him.
I didn't call you a twat or a wanker or anything.
No, it's fine. I would definitely be able to hear you anyway. So you're fucked now. With this new wireless thing I bought, it's mint. The other one would die probably halfway up the stairs. But I think if I actually put my microphone on this, you could probably hear us having a piss. It's that good. Not that you would want to, like, but you know.
Oh, man. It reminds me of when I was a child. My mom was cutting up a slab of bacon to start frying up some meats on the grill. That's weird.
Smell and taste are sometimes totally different, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you mix that up now as a single flavour, yeah?
Yep. No sweetness either.
So this is a single flavour test, boys and girls, of bacon.
And it's on a coil that just got dry burned, so it's probably going to have that typical off taste to this coil.
Interesting. Right, I'm going to position myself in case I'm going to have a laugh or a cry here.
In case I puke it out. What were you thinking? Vaping bacon. Are you a moron?
I think you're quietly confident in myself. Like, even though I'm upside down, I'm still going to...
There you go. That's already got a battery ready to go.
Kenny. Darren D, thanks for the arse play, Kenny. Signs as a virtue.
Hey.
Nice one, Darren. Right, folks, here we go. Is this going to be another Musk?
Might be. Definitely don't want to do it at 80 watts.
Is he going to be professional and say, well, you know, if we put a bit of honey glaze on it and, you know, a bit of, we'll see. Bacon and honey. That's a good one. Bacon and honey. Oh my. Oh shit.
It's weird. No bacon flavor.
Thanks, Dusty. Take care, Dusty.
Take care, Dusty. See you next week.
No bacon. No bacon.
No bacon, just plain VG sweetness.
No way, Neil.
The tongue is kind of getting like that fatty bacon. Not like a fried or cooked bacon.
More like, I was thinking more like gammon. Gammon is like a fatty type bacon
Like
rather than the fried
prosciutto.
bacon. Yeah. I'm thinking like gammon flavor.
I'm going to do like I do with my sweetener. I'm just going to go with a single drop of the bacon on the coil to really crank up that percentage. And then I'm going to take some of the single flavor test that we just did to dilute that down just a hair.
Maybe it's just add a bit more bacon flavor rather than... Fuck off. No way. Get the fuck.
You know when you take bacon and you put a beautiful slice of it in the oven, you call it 180, and you like let it roast inside the oven for like 20 to 30 minutes. And then you pull that out and let it completely cool off. And you got that perfect bacon that isn't like super crunchy and it is fully cooked. So it's kind of got like that meaty characteristic right before it gets brittle. That's bacon.
Is it fried bacon? Because you're going oven roasted bacon. We want fried bacon. Fried.
It's fried. In an oven, you put it on a cookie rack. So you're frying it because as the oils and of the fat start to render, they're frying it. And then if it gets too excessive, then it drips off of the bacon. So it's fried.
Yeah, UK, we put a frying pan on the fucking hob. Bit of oil in, drop it in a frying pan.
Yeah, but that's
how
too
we do it.
greasy. That's why I was giving you the oven bacon. It's still fried, but there's no greasy characteristic to it whatsoever. And it makes the perfect bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Or the perfect bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwich.
Well, how does that feel? Vaping something savory? Is that weird?
It's lacking the salty characteristic of bacon. So you get the representation and the image and the flavor profile of bacon without the salt. It's weird. But I could easily offset that by using just a couple drops of saline solution in here, which is nothing more than sterile salt water. And I would get that salty bacon flavor in a vape. That is weird.
That is so weird, but yet so good.
But I like it. I really
It's
do.
weird, but sounds good.
So I'm definitely going to need way more than 1.5% in here. I'm going to have to do my standard single flavor testing at 3%, at 5%. And then if I need to go higher than that, I can always go to 7 or 8%. to find the ideal percentage of it as a single flavor ingredient.
Generally, it's got a positive outlook, yeah?
Yeah, it's subtle, but it's definitely bacon. That's wild, dude.
That's nuts.
No,
That's
what's nuts
crazy.
is my nose is starting to run from this vape liquid, and I'm getting the salt from my runny nose to complement that bacon.
So it makes you snot as well. That's fucking brilliant.
Because your body's normal saline content, normal salt content is 0.9%. So you have something that has no salt in it, and salt wakens your taste buds. That's a bacon, without a doubt. Holy shit.
I'm quite taken aback with that. Like, so I thought it might have been like an artificial kind of flavor or something that was over the top.
I don't get the like the odor of frying bacon, but my taste buds are sensing that I just ate bacon. My mouth is salivating. My nose is running, and it's just an enjoyable experience. And the normal off-putting flavor characteristic of a dry burned coil, it doesn't bother me.
So pretty much,
I really want to play with this.
Bacon,
I want to do a chocolate covered bacon.
No, but pretty much, if you like bacon, you could probably vape that on its own. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Wow. Ooh, that's weird.
Maybe for some smoker out there, that's what it's going to take for him to quit. I don't know. But I am very pleasantly surprised by this, and now I'm very curious to try the rest of their flavors, single flavor test them, and see what they're like.
But like you said, you could do your bacon with whatever, but you could do it with, like, you know, like a bit of like you said, syrup
Look at
on
their
it
cocoa.
or something, or fucking hell, that's fucking dark. Personally, I've never tried chocolate bacon. I don't know with that one.
It doesn't smell like cocoa powder. It's still got like that ethanol characteristic that you primarily get off of the sense of a puff of this up my nose. But the mental image that I'm getting from the scent of this is like a hot cocoa. Like the smell I would getting from a fresh hot cup of cocoa steaming away. It's got some milky characteristic to it.
Cocoa on bacon. I've never had that experience.
Chocolate covered bacon? You never had chocolate covered bacon?
Never had chocolate covered bacon.
Get yourself a chocolate bar, put it in a double boiler, melt it, cook yourself up some nice bacon, and
really,
the salty sweet combination is
I've had honey, I've had syrup, which went well.
Borderline orgasm.
Nah.
Chocolate covered bacon.
Shit, right.
It's a match made in heaven.
Really?
Yes.
I have to give that a go. If it's orgasmic, I'll definitely have to give it a go. Holy moly, man.
Have you never done chocolate covered strawberries? You know, dipping strawberries in chocolate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done that.
Do it with bacon.
Wow.
Fully cooked bacon. That beautiful salty characteristic is going to accentuate the chocolate, and the two is just a perfect balanced team in your mouth.
I'll give it a go, I suppose. The only thing I'll never ever give a go is peanut butter jelly jar. I did not. No, fucking not. It just didn't appeal to me, that one. I'll give chocolate cake a go. Definitely. Milk chocolate as well. Milk chocolate or...
Wow.
Milk chocolate or dark chocolate? What would you recommend? Milk?
Milk.
Wow. I'm salivating already. See, it's got me fucking Googling already. You know? I mean,
You have access to Swiss chocolate, don't you? They sell Swiss chocolate in your stores.
Well, yeah,
You
yeah.
want some good chocolate? Melt some Swiss chocolate and put it over bacon.
See, I'm a big fan of Belgian chocolate because Belgian chocolate's quite good as well, mate.
It
It's
is.
really hot shit.
I've had
But I
Belgian
think
chocolate, I've had
Belgium's
German
more-
chocolate, Swiss chocolate.
I think Belgium's more dark chocolate though, not milk chocolate. But still, it's so good.
I'm liking that root beer.
That really kicking in, yeah? Wow. Could be
It's
another
that's the
banger,
same whipped
mate.
cream. You can taste the cream right away. It tastes like, you just add a little root beer float.
Ah.
That's a banger there, dude. We could sell that.
Awesome. There's a few comments going. Neil Pitts said, you need to try chocolate gravy with biscuits. Chocolate gravy?
Yeah. I've had that as a
Chocolate
dessert down
gravy.
south.
Never had chocolate gravy.
Here, there's one thing that they like to do at weddings that I've come across a couple weddings that I've DJ'd. They have a chocolate fountain.
Oh, God, I love them. Yes.
They melt the chocolate, and the chocolate flows through a fountain, and they just have fruit laid out. They've got biscuits laid out. They've got all kinds of chocolate, bacon. That's one of the things that you have is you take the bacon, you pick up the bacon, you stick it in the chocolate fountain.
Yeah, generally over here, the chocolate fountains have got strawberries. You dip your strawberry in, the way you go. That's a general thing over here. But bacon? Wow.
Wow. 2 bangers in one night.
Hey, you can't
How
be
did
bad.
we get
Can't
so
be bad.
lucky? We've reached the
So-
6-hour mark. That's how lucky we are.
So, just out of curiosity, you've tried the bacon. How would you incorporate that in the recipe? Where are you going to go with that as a recipe?
I told you I want to try the bacon and croissant.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful combination. Chocolate covered bacon.
Chocolate bacon croissant.
And now that I've actually tasted this, I can totally understand why Dave created this recipe. Where'd it go? Right there. Go back.
That's a weird one. That's weird. The
Maple and brown
maple
sugar.
bacon.
I've had maple and brown sugar bacon.
That sounds nice, bit of sugar and maple on it, definitely.
So VSO has a cheese. I see myself placing another order from VSO.
See, that's another flavor. Is it a cheese? Is it a good? What? There's so many variations of cheese. So what flavor of cheese?
Is it
are
a
you going
processed
for?
cheese? Is it a nacho cheese? What
Yeah.
kind of cheese is it?
Is it general like a cheddar cheese? Is it a that's the thing with it. What kind of cheese are we going for? Because that does not narrow it down with the amount of cheeses that's out there. I would imagine most common cheddar. Maybe it's a cheddar cheese.
I'll tell you what, dude. I definitely need to order me some more flavors from them because this really has my curiosity piqued.
Yeah, it's jalapeno. VSO. Jalapenos are spicy.
Yeah.
Maple.
I've got some flavors maple. I believe I have some flavors maple syrup.
Pineapple and waffle. It's an interesting one, sir. It is definitely an interesting one.
It is an interesting one. And the thing is, this opens up a whole new avenue that I could never purchase in a store. Savory vape flavors.
See, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm sure I mentioned a few weeks ago, there's like a friend of mine, he's given up the cigarettes. And he's into, like, you know, obviously the disposable one. But he's always said he likes savoury flavours. And he always says to me, "Don't anybody's got a bacon sandwich." I went, I don't know. I said, I know you can't buy it commercially, or I don't know where you can buy it.
This may also open up the avenue for me to use up some of that toast flavor.
That could go instead
a bacon
of like
sandwich. Bacon toast.
Instead of croissant, you could
bacon
use
on
bacon
toast
rather than a croissant. Instead of a croissant, you could use bacon toast. But I think the thing with the toast ones, they taste like burnt toast. So if you could try and get rid of that burnt flavour, it would be awesome.
I don't know if it would work or not. Here's another flavor that I've been started into today from our previous recipe. This is a butter pecan custard.
Oh, that sounds nice, actually. Butter pecan custard. You got that in there now? Wow. I think you're actually looking forward to making this one, if I remember correctly.
I'm enjoying the vape, I'll tell you that much.
Really? How long you had that one standing?
This morning, I dry burned this, rewicked the coil, and that was the e-liquid I filled it up with because I got tired of this other one. I got tired of this banana wonderland shenanigans. It's nothing but a muddled, custardy mess.
That's the one that you weren't happy with, yeah.
Definitely butter pecan right off the bat. Definitely a sweet. And I'm getting the vanilla characteristics, but not so much the ice cream. I do kind of get a vanilla custard. Could use a little bit more sweetness. Or just maybe it needs to steep a little longer. But this is good.
Good. Ooh. I might have to take note of that one from our Christmas list. Wow.
I need to vape a tank of e-liquid through there because these are dry burnt coils. I'm getting kind of like this, not a spice note to it. There's a Flavor West. What's the name of it? Vanilla butternut. It was a commercial recipe where the company went out of business and they released their recipe list. And it used a vanilla butternut that gives it kind of a spicy characteristic. I expected it to be like a squash kind of flavor, which it doesn't have. It's got like this spicy note that it adds to that recipe. And I'm kind of getting that same kind of perception from here, even though that ingredient's not in here. It's that butter pecan combining with the vanilla ice cream. It's a great vape. I mean, I could see somebody selling this commercially. You'd have to call it something besides what that flavor profile is, though.
Yeah.
Call it like Nut Job.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that recipe. I really like it. Yeah, it is a very unique flavor profile. The vanilla butternut from Flavor West.
Mm. Wow.
I'm debating whether this is a recipe that would benefit from acetylpyrazine or not. Acetylpyrazine gives you like that cornflakes kind of taste and characteristic.
Mm.
To really sell the pecan.
I don't know. Maybe.
Hence why I need to have that show, The Flavor's Diary. To explore these and to ask the question and then try it and have an answer. Does it improve the recipe? Does it detract the recipe? Or is this the best that this recipe can possibly get with these ingredients?
Mm.
I definitely like
But
it.
the pecan. It looks good. It looks a decent recipe, definitely.
I really love it. So that one's there. I still have our profile from last week, and that's with this Donkey Kong.
All right.
Still too much dragon fruit in that recipe. I'd cut the dragon fruit in half from whatever's in there. Yeah, I'm not really getting any other... I kind of can tell that there's strawberry in it, but there's no fruity, juicy characteristic to the strawberry. It's just like the meat of the strawberry.
Basically, the dragon fruit's just killing everything else.
Yeah. So there's that one, and then Watermelon is what I have for my dripper. For the J edition.
You like that watermelon, don't you? It hasn't come out to be. It hasn't been too bad a recipe, that one, has it?
It was my all-day vape for a long time, months and months and months. And I made them in 60 ml bottles. And I just kept plowing through them. But that tastes like a juicy cantaloupe now.
It's kind of changed again.
The sweetness is there. It's more juicy. It's more cantaloupe-y. No more wild melon mixed with watermelon. The watermelon is now transformed into exclusively a cantaloupe flavor.
Wow.
With such a wet mouthfeel. How is that not being sold on the market today? I don't know.
That's, you see, that's you've hit the nail on the head there, right? When you buy a juice, right, and it doesn't leave your mouth dry, you know it's a good juice. You know what I'm saying? It's like you get some juices, you'll be in for a while, and you think, yeah, the flavor's good, tastes nice, but then you, what I call cotton mouth, you just go dry.
Some of those juices, especially the commercial juices, they give you that cotton mouth. It's like,
and you're like, and I mean, some of the juices have actually got an actual warning on the label to drink plenty of water while vaping this juice, and I can kind of get it because you just dry up. You're like, and you need a drink.
and that's the advantage of my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch. That's the advantage of your Cunny's rum cookie, raisin and rum cookie.
Yeah.
Is it is a wet, saturated vape, not drying your mouth out with a bunch of flavors you like.
That's what I'm saying. You can tell when it's a nice saturated vape, it leaves you the, like you say, you're salivating, you're getting the flavour and all that shit. And yet, like the cotton mouth one, your tongue literally sticks to the roof of your mouth, and you're like, what the fuck?
Well, that's how I know that this bacon is a great flavor that you need to get a hold of if you love bacon, because as soon as I exhaled it through my nose, you know how you say you can't exhale through your nose because your nose just starts running like crazy? It did with this bacon flavor, single flavor. My nose is just running like crazy. And that nose running gave me the salt I needed to really fully complete that flavor profile.
So if it says what exactly said what it is on the tin, that could be good.
It's a win.
Recipe.
It's a win. And I feel bad because, you know, that was one of those flavors. I think only 200 people have entered that into ELR and used them in a recipe.
I would love to see a maple syrup bacon as well as a chocolate bacon. Because obviously the maple syrup bacon's it's popular as fuck, you know. Everybody loves maple syrup bacon. That would be an awesome recipe.
And I have a feeling that if I were to make that into a commercial liquid, it was one that was going to have to require a little bit of saline in there to sell it as a bacon, and it would be a coil killer.
Yeah, but I would try maybe open your percentage first. Open a bit. Even if you just max it out and say, right, I'm going to try that now. Top of my head, 2%. Let's go with 2%. See what's like. Blah, blah, blah. Right. Drop it down, drop it down, drop it down. You know what I mean? Or open it.
How far can you push it? Like the SSA whipped cream is a perfect example. Yeah. You can push that at 14% and it just gets stronger and stronger in flavor. It never gets medicinal. It never gets to the point where it's no longer what it says it is. You know how you can get that astringent characteristic to certain flavors?
It's like,
and like some of the Wonder flavors, at 2%, it's too astringent, too medicinal.
Like I say with that VSO, obviously we don't know it, so maybe, you know, you could maybe try pushing 5%, see where you are. Oh, no good, drop it down.
I could try to 10% if it'll let me go that high. I don't know.
I would
and
try
the thing is,
I would see how much you can push it before you think about adding saline. See if it'll come through.
And I imagine the way that he's making these flavors is he's just distilling a solution of ethanol and the flavor ingredient.
Yeah.
So there's probably a good bit of ethanol still left in that flavoring.
I would see how far you can push it. Just see how it goes.
No, I definitely want to play with it more.
Maybe it's a 5%, maybe it's a 10%. See what you get.
I know how that pumpkin raw that leaked out has filled my room for 3 days. It's finally like dwindled down. But my room legit smelled like you were burning a pumpkin candle.
Have you lost much of that? Is there still some left in the bottle? I mean, how much you lost?
Oh, no, hardly at all. It's just enough that it ran down the side.
Ah, right. Got you. That's not too bad then.
You could barely even see it on the label.
Pumpkin roll. Oh, God. Oh,
and the thing is, flavors, when they sent me their package over, there was 3 or 4 flavors that leaked out a little bit, just like this one did.
Yeah.
But it's still a full bottle. Didn't lose hardly any.
I think it happens, you know what I mean? Your baggage handlers just chuck it over and like shit and all that crap.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the mailman just chuck the packages.
Yeah,
Speaking of which,
you've got to
when the dogs were barking?
Yeah.
My son stopped by for a change of fucking clothes. And then checked the mailbox while he was here. So they heard him rummaging through the mailbox, looking to see if he got any mail.
Is it this? So you see your son, is that the one that was in the forces, or is he out there?
No, the other one. The one that just broke up with his girlfriend is now living under the basement again.
Ah, right. So you've gone into the sun, yeah? Sorry, I didn't realize.
Yeah, there's one that's in Japan. He's still in the Air Force. And then my older son was in a long-term relationship with his girlfriend and then decided one day that he was no longer happy with it and was leaving her.
He decided, not her. That's a
He
difference.
decided. Yeah, I was not happy with them. But I mean, you can't make somebody love someone else if they don't. They don't. Why it took them how many years to figure it out, I don't have no clue. We're talking like 5 years they've been together.
Oh, they got children?
No. No children,
That's kind
and
of
he never married her, so I guess it's the cleanest of breaks possible.
I can get that because a lot of couples now just cohabitate. There's very few that marry in this day and age. It's a thing, unfortunately.
I honestly thought he was the one that was going to give me my first grandchild. I'd never thought it was going to be my daughter who just graduated.
Well, nah, it's weird, isn't it? I'm kind of dreading but looking forward at the same time. I'm like 50. I'm like, yeah. I'm hoping that they're in a nice, fantastic relationship that, you know, they can produce children in. I'm praying for that. But on the other side, I'm thinking I'm fucking old. You know what I mean? You might be 45, you might be 50, but as soon as you mention that word fucking granddad, you fucking feel old.
Yeah, who on earth is sitting at the door? Or the
Bring it
dog's
on,
just
you
yelling
know
at
what
somebody
I mean?
walking down the sidewalk.
Bring it on. Yeah, life is such, isn't it? Life is such, mate.
Nobody.
Yeah.
There's nobody there.
It's normally the case. Mine started barking now when he hears car door shut, because he thinks it's me or mom coming home. He
Yeah,
barks
same
now,
here.
really.
We got a store right next to us, so that happens all the time.
As soon as he hears a car door shut, that's it. They're here.
Well,
It's
sir,
nuts.
you and I can continue this for hours upon hours, but we've been running for 6 hours and 18 minutes, so I think it's time for us to cut it off.
6? Fuck off. That's a shite. Really?
It's 20 past 11, mate.
Holy fuck. What happened there?
Yeah,
What
Neil,
the
my son's
fuck?
back living at home with us. Not that he's here much. He has a full-time job working as a salesman in an electronic wholesale distributor place. You know, they sell like light fixtures for industrial purposes and stuff like that. And he runs with a volunteer fire company here in town. And he also volunteers with the fire company in Cranberry, which is a good 40 minutes away from here. And they're partially paid. So
Good on him.
Don't
mate.
see him
Good
much.
on him. Good on him, though. You know, he's doing something positive. Good on him.
I instilled the civic duty in him, and I didn't think he was going to be a mirror image of what I was at his age.
Wow.
Apple didn't
Fucking
fall far
6
from the tree
hours.
there.
6 fucking
Yeah,
hours.
mate, it's coming. It's going to be 11:30
Wow.
here shortly.
Wow, where'd that go? Holy shit. Well, luckily, I don't have too much on tomorrow, so there you go.
Good to
No,
go.
it's not the end of the world. Fucking 6 hours. It's been a while since I've done a 6 hour, mate, isn't it? Holy fuck.
Thanksgiving was the last time I think we ran over 6 hours.
Wow. See, folks.
But I definitely put in the description that I wanted to try this VSO flavoring and see how good it is, and now it's something that I'm definitely going to have to play with later on during the week.
See, folks, longest live show on fucking YouTube. Check it out. That's all I
Every
say.
week. Every week.
Every week. Every week. Not a daft little hour. You know, they go, time to go.
We
No,
don't even get warmed up for the
warmed
first
up.
half hour.
We get warmed up in an hour. We talk shit in the first hour. Then we'll get in the nitty gritty. But yeah, man. Fucking 6 hours. Wow.
Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you out there. We'll be back same time, same place next week for another round of this joyous, sarcasm-filled show.
Definitely. As
Peace out.
Whitney said, definitely. That's the word. Again, 6 hours. Christ, where'd that go? Thank you to everybody in chat who actually lasted 6 hours. I mean, wow, you've got some perseverance and we totally appreciate it. As always, guys and girls, we do have Facebook, we've got... My brain's just farted again. We've got all the usual social media for you to get in contact with us. Please upload videos, suggestions for recipes, your doggy pics, your hand checks. You know where to go, guys and girls. Discord, that was the word I was looking for. Discord, Facebook. You know, Alistair's got absolutely shitloads of social media you can contact and upload them, all your material on, your hand text, etc. Again, I'm lost for words. Thank you as always for joining us. Be another cracking week, another long show. Alex has discovered bacon. This could be interesting. But as always, boys and girls, join us same time, same place next week. Until then, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. Thank you very much, and ta-ta for now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.